also be Kasich slash debate. We don't know. We don't know from now on. It might be one-on-one, Cruz versus Trump, depending on how March 15th goes. Rubio looks like he's going to get embarrassed. I'm going to tell you all about that. I got a lot of Rubio stories for you up top. But before we get to any stories, we have our 10,000 number. So not me. It's Sean. I don't know who Sean's is, but hey, Sean's. That was for you, Sean. I assume it's Sean S., but I don't know. Either way, thank you, man. Thank you to all other 9,999 members. We crossed that mark at some point yesterday. And then you know what other mark we crossed immediately thereafter? 11,000. What is this? I don't know. Maybe at every 1,000 point we should put up the member's name. All right, Edwin, Sean's goes to you. Put this up on the wall, okay? And Sean, if your real name is Sean S, and then S is your whatever your last name is, wrong. Your name from now on is Sean's. Okay, so that's just what happened. But thank you guys. And yes, you literally broke the internet yesterday, or at least our portion of the internet. So many people signed up yesterday that our server couldn't handle it. So let's sign up more members so we can get a better server. Okay. No loss. All right, TYTnetwork.com/join. Okay, thank you guys. Now, let's get going. We got a lot of stories for you. So last night, Bernie Sanders had a field day. My God, did he have a lot of great lines in the debate. In fact, we've got it for you. It's video 12. It's just a tiny bit of sampling. Last time during our live coverage, we gave you all 7, 8 fantastic lines. At the end, he got a standing ovation. I haven't seen a debate this clear in a long time. Certainly in this primary season, this was the one debate where there was the most clear winner. Let me give you a sampling of the lines.
It's a Korea, political Korea, fighting for workers, fighting for the poorest people in this country. Madam Secretary, I will match my record against yours any day of the week. Clearly, the Secretary's words to Wall Street has really intimidated them. And that is why they have given her $15 million in campaign contributions. And I am proud that the gentleman who is head of Goldman Sachs, now he didn't give me $225,000 for speaking fees. He said I was dangerous, and he is right. I am dangerous.
From then on, we started calling Bernie Sanders Heisenberg. Shirts coming soon at shoptyt.com. Okay, so fantastic performance. I mean, it was explosive in here last night. So, of course, last night we started looking around, a bunch of neutral headlines, and then the 3 headlines where we could see any kind of bias. It was, of course, all against Bernie Sanders, and we read that to you in our live coverage last night. There was a Washington Post article, of course, as well as others questioning Bernie Sanders. CNN, the people who were covering the debate, Bernie's got some answering to do. How is he going to pay for his plans? What about the Sandinistas in Castro? Those were the headlines. Okay. Hey, like I said, there was also a bunch of neutral ones. So today our production team went in and looked for how this debate got scored. Hey, mixed news. Some people did call for Bernie Sanders. Wow. So New York Times, Huffington Post, Vox largely said Bernie Sanders won the debate. Fantastic. Others disagreed. Now, I'm going to give you a sampling of one website here that had it slightly for Bernie Sanders, and that was 538. Here's what they wrote. When asked to grade each candidate's debate performances on how much they helped or hurt their chances of winning the nomination, Sanders came out slightly ahead of Clinton. He averaged a B+, and she averaged a B. Now, I give you this as a sample of the positive ones because they're all like, he was a shade better. He was not a shade better. The debate before this, we all thought, everybody on the panel on covering it for TYT thought Hillary Clinton had won. In this case, it was not a shade. It was nearly knockout in how strong this performance was for Bernie Sanders. But okay, hey, they gave it to him. God bless. And then, of course, they can't help themselves, and they write this paragraph later. Sanders better hope that either the polls are off in those states like they were in Michigan, a possibility, referring to the March 15 states, or the public saw tonight differently than we did, also a possibility. I'm glad they acknowledge that because almost all the polling indicates that. Otherwise, his victory in Michigan will simply be a battle won in a war lost. Now, we can't give him credit for Michigan, okay? He's going to lose the war. Now, they're not saying he's going to. They're saying he's likely to. Okay, and to be fair, those guys, they're not looking at online polls. The online polls are the ones that say Bernie Sanders won the debate, but they almost always say Bernie Sanders won the debate. And I get why that's skewed, because he's won the internet, right? And they're looking at the polls coming up in states like Florida, Ohio, Illinois, etc., right? That's March 15th states. But it is always, no matter what the win is, according to 538 itself, the most dramatic upset victory in American primary history. That's what Bernie Sanders did in Michigan. So today, a friend of mine sends out, he's for Hillary Clinton, he sends out a tweet saying, it's not a big upset, it's not a big deal, it's just the polls were wrong. No, you're missing it. It's not that the polls are wrong, the polls are polling the likely candidates. It's literally likely voters. Those are the usual suspects, the people who usually vote. And so that's fair, that's what a poll should do. But in this case, it's not just the people who are usually voting that come out to vote. A lot more people do. That's why he's winning, when he shouldn't be winning. So all this analysis, in my opinion, is skewed. And then once you can't recognize that, every article ends with, but he's going to lose, but he's going to lose. Now, those are the favorable ones. Wait till you see the unfavorable ones. And that brings us to Fortune magazine. So they asked, who won the Democratic debate? You know what the answer is going to be. Ben Geyer for Fortune writes, Clinton took a few hits, but she made her way through the event relatively unscathed. She was reeling during the debate. You could tell normally she's confident, she's smiling, she's doing her one-liners. We analyze that in every debate. And this time, she stopped smiling. She refused to rebut a question about fracking. And it was obvious that she was off her game. She's smooth. She's got it. No problem. I'll tell you why they see it this way in a second. Fortune continues. So, who won? Clinton held her ground. She still seems presidential, and she did a good job of standing up to Sanders when he directly attacked her record. Sanders, meanwhile, continued to position himself as a true progressive in the race, forcing Clinton to defend her positions on health care, student debt, and her ties to Wall Street. So, obviously, that last part is very correct. He did go on the attack, but they still didn't give him the victory for that. And he landed a lot of body blows and maybe some knockout punches, but not knockout in terms of the whole primary, but in terms of the debate. But they say, no, she looks presidential. And they continue. As with the previous Democratic debate, the race is probably in the same place it was before the debate began. Love writing that. Having once again avoiding anything resembling a debate meltdown, Clinton is still in the best position to win the nomination, but Sanders seems poised to stay in the race through the end of the spring, which is his most attainable goal at this point. It's so condescending. Oh, I guess you'll stay through the spring, and that'll be a good job. And we'll pat you on the head and move you along, Bernie Sanders. I mean, of course you're not presidential. See, that's the thing. They got Washington goggles on. So they look at Hillary Clinton and they think, oh, what a great candidate. She looks so presidential to me and everyone else in Washington. They look at Bernie Sanders and they go, this liberal, he's not going to win. So it doesn't matter what he says. They already made up their mind. Whereas the rest of the country looks at him and goes, wow, that guy would give us free education so we'd have opportunity. Wait a minute, that guy's right. Every other developed country in the world has universal health care, so we don't, have all the problems that we have now. Wait, he's right. We spend all this money on health care. I know how much I spend on health care, and we're ranked number 37 in the world. We don't get the results that we need for that kind of money. They see it as human beings who have these issues that this guy's ready to address. These pundits see it as people living in Washington who are looking for people who look presidential in their eyes. So that brings us to the Washington. They had winners and losers. You want to guess the first winner they had? Hillary Clinton! Of course. Now, they acknowledged this debate was a minefield for her, but Clinton avoided disaster and came out as the better debater yet again. I know, you declare the winner every time. And despite a couple of missteps, and she still doesn't have a good answer on her Wall Street speeches, she had some very strong moments that will likely endure more than anything else. One guy said, "I am dangerous to Wall Street." Even if you don't like him, that's a badass line. That's one of the most badass lines I've ever seen in a debate. If you don't like him, you should quote him on that. Look, guy says he's dangerous, right? That's an enduring moment. Her saying, "Well, I don't agree with Trump's wall. Mine would be more of a fence." It's not an enduring moment. Okay. And I like how they're like, why doesn't she still have an answer for all of her Wall Street speeches? Because there is no good answer. She took their money, put it in her pocket, to the tune of millions of dollars. She got paid $11 million. If you keep talking about $225,000 per speech, and she had 3 of those at Goldman Sachs, that's just Goldman Sachs. Overall, she got $11 million in speeches alone after she left as Secretary of State. There's no good answer for that. She took their money, and she said to them, "Oh, it's good. I'm on your side. Don't worry." That's why she can't release the transcripts, because in the speeches, she intimated that she was on their side and going to look out for their interests. And that's why they paid her $11 million. So they're just looking for, just come up with a clever political answer to trick the American people like we always do. And then we'll declare you the winner yet again. Right? So they continue. When asked about her poor honesty ratings and her not-so-great public image, she had this to say: "I am not a natural politician, in case you haven't noticed, like my husband or President Obama." She added, "This is not easy for me. It was self-aware." They declare, now the Washington Post does, "It was self-aware, and it turned a question about her not being honest into an answer in which she was uniquely candid." I mean, you gotta have some thick Washington goggles on to get that answer, which is clearly a talking point that they discussed before the debate and decided, hey, I'm getting killed in the polls on trustworthiness. Have a human moment where you say, "Oh, I gotta be honest with you. It hurts a little bit because I'm just not a natural politician." You don't think they planned that out? If you think that they didn't plan that out, you don't know anything about politics. You want to retire right now and go into something else. Go get another job. So for them, the Washington Post, Aaron Blake to say, "Oh, that was a uniquely candid moment." Really? Really? You think that was candid? Oh my God, that is embarrassing. Okay, now who are the losers? I love it. Sanders' chances of the nomination. Say it with me. Of course. She has no chance. She has no chance. She's such a good politician. That's why people don't like her. When are you going to wake up to that? All right. And finally, to be fair to the Washington Post, they did think that Bernie Sanders did have one winning fact in the debate. They declare winner, Bernie Sanders' suit. The man wore a brown suit. That was a winning choice. I do declare, but he has no chance. He has no chance. The establishment must be protected. We're part of the establishment. Hillary Clinton's part of this establishment. And she seems very present. She does to you guys. It's not what it looked like in Michigan. I'll see you at the next election. Okay. So, that's the usual suspects over in the punditry. The polling. He said the problem isn't the voters. The problem isn't the tidal wave of men. It's the polling. You take the polling off in one state. Wait, there was 6 polls. Why were they all off? Kansas, she was supposed to win by 10 according to the polling. She lost by 35. Well, it's funny how the polling's constantly off. Because the polling is looking at likely voters. And in other elections, in past elections, in this election, there are a lot more voters because they're actually excited. Okay, I know. It's tough to understand. Okay, now we go to Marco Rubio. Marco Rubio was doing a town hall that no one watched, which is unsurprising. And he was asked about his new immigration proposals. A great question from the audience about, wait. Wouldn't your own parents be blocked according to your own proposals if they came in today? Let's see how he answered.
Who attends to your merit-based immigration policy? Wouldn't you be shutting out your people like your parents?
Yeah, well, you wouldn't shut them out, but it's a different process, no doubt. My parents came in 1956. The world is a different place from 1956. When my parents arrived in the U.S. in 1956, my dad had a fourth grade education, maybe. My mom had about the same. If they came today under those circumstances, they would really struggle to succeed. Because in the 21st century economy, unless you have a certain level of skill or education, it's very hard to find a sustainable job. So we always change policies when times change. And immigration policy is no different. And so today in the 21st century, immigration policy has to be primarily based on merit. That doesn't mean everyone's a PhD. It does mean that before you come in, you should be able to prove what skills are you going to bring to the U.S. Absolutely. It's not the same system that our parents came across in 1956 because nothing looks like it did 60 years ago.
Oh, I can't hate that answer any more than I already did. So that's exactly Marco Rubio on the Republican Party. Oh, I already climbed the ladder. That's why I burned it down after I climbed it, so you couldn't get up it. But you say you want people now to come in only based on merit. What does that mean, by the way? In case you need me to decipher it, it means if you're rich, or you're likely to be rich. Oh, you know, you've got a lot of education and master's PhD, whatever it is. Oh, okay, you might be rich. Come on in, right? So, your parents, they came in with a fourth grade education, dirtbags. We're not going to let you in the country anymore. But that would have applied to your parents. I know, but we already made it in. That's why we knocked the ladder over and burnt the bridge. You don't get the same opportunity I got. Oh, that's the Republicans right there in a nutshell. God damn, man. They don't want to give you a shot. They don't want to give the next group of immigrants a shot. They just want to burn the bridge after them. And kind of bragging about it. Like, oh, yeah, my parents, a fourth grade education. Like, back then it was fine. It was fine, I guess, right? In 1956. Now, I'm not going to let in people with fourth grade education. Losers. That's what they are. Latin American immigrants. We're not going to let them in. I already got my amnesty. By the way, Cubans, Marco Rubio and Ted Cruz are both Cubans. One's a Cuban American, the other one's a Cuban Canadian. And they get amnesty. You know that? These guys, the two loudest voices, no amnesty, no amnesty. Their parents got in because of amnesty. Cubans have a special rule that only applies to them. They get blanket amnesty. Why don't we take that away? Oh, actually, by now they probably would. That guy already got in. Push the ladder over, burn the bridge. By the way, my parents came in the mid-1960s. He's right about one thing. It was a different country. They were welcomed with open arms. Their young Muslim couple comes in. They got invited to the White House. My dad got to shake JFK's hand. In a couple of months, when he got there, like, oh, you're a good student. Oh, it's a nice immigrant story. Let's take you to the White House. What? These couples would take them on vacation with them because they're like, oh, what a nice young couple studying here in America. Hey, why don't you get in the car with us and go down to Miami? And stay in our really nice house for a week. Now that's an America that we love. An open America. One that believes in opportunity for everybody. These guys want to shut the door on everybody else after they already came in. They're despicable. Okay. Now, I'm going to stay on Rubio for one more story. Now there's a new theory as to why Marco Rubio is such a loser. It's so stupid. God, these guys in the establishment, they have no idea what's hitting them. So, first, let's give you a sense of what's going wrong in Marco Rubio's campaign. He's campaigning in his home state of Florida. That they're voting on March 15th. This is super important. He's supposed to win this. Oh, look at this. Here's a rally in Hialeah. Let's see a first picture of it. Okay, look, some people showed up. Let me give you another picture of that same event. Oops. They were planning to fill the stadium. They did not. That is not how it went down. So, when Rubio was asked about, hey, you seem to attack Donald Trump, you think that was an issue? I remember the famous hands comment that led to Donald Trump talking about his penis in a debate. Okay, anyway, here's what Marco Rubio said.
In terms of things that have to do with personal stuff, yeah, I at the end of the day, that's not something I'm entirely proud of. My kids were embarrassed by it, and I, if I had to do it again, I wouldn't.
Okay, I want to dispel the notion that Marco Rubio's demise had anything to do with those comments. They had nothing to do with those comments. He had already demised. Okay, I'm not sure that's a word. All right. No, so Washington Post, here we go again, with a giant article explaining, Rubio was probably going to win if it wasn't for that ugly turn. So let's quote. Rubio's benefactors were aghast to see their candidate practicing Trump's gutter politics. Everyone went, Why are you going down to that level? Looking back, Rubio's supporters see these fateful days as central to his unraveling. Okay, I'm going to show you in numbers in a second why that is not remotely true. You see, though, he wasn't embarrassed because his kids didn't like those comments. He was embarrassed because his donors didn't like those comments. The donors were like, oh, I do declare we can't grow to the flood with Donald Trump. That's not why we give you millions of dollars. No, that's all that Marco Rubio does. He works for his donors. That's why he's a robot. Now, look, I know all these politicians take money with obvious two exceptions, right? One great, one not so great. Donald Trump on the Republican side, Bernie Sanders on the Democratic side, but everybody else in between takes money and takes orders and follows those orders. So now these donors were embarrassed that he rolled around in the mud. But don't pretend that's why he's losing. No, you backed the wrong horse. And the whole point is he's losing because he is taking your orders. So, more details here. Adam Hasner, Rubio's Florida campaign co-chairman, dismissed the suggestion that Rubio might drop out before the primary. He noted that Rubio plans to attend a series of Florida fundraisers on Friday and would campaign hard across the state. See, that's what I'm saying. They don't get it. They write that without understanding that they missed the whole point. Because the Washington Post is going with this theory that, oh no, when he turned ugly, that's when he started losing. That's what the whole article is about. No, what are you talking about? Your idea of campaigning hard in Florida is going to a bunch of fundraisers. You just wrote that. And they got it from the Rubio campaign. The Rubio campaign is like, oh, we're going to do great in Florida. We're going to do a whole bunch of fundraisers. Oh, but Rubio, that's why you're losing. Because you're an inauthentic politician who's here to serve the donors, and everybody can see right through you. Okay. Miami locals who know Rubio and his family and have supported his campaigns over the years said they blame Rubio's advisors for improperly managing what seemed to them only a few weeks ago like a sure thing. What sure thing? He never won any of those early states. I'm going to give you the numbers on that in a second. But in their crazy mind, we had all the donors, and then Jeb Bush dropped out and we got his donors. It was a sure thing. No, it was never a sure thing. Rubio's major donors are descending on Miami for a finance retreat. You're not getting it. He's had 1,000 finance retreats. He's not losing despite that. He's losing because of that. Okay. One more quote for you guys before the numbers. That was when private pollsters tracking the race began to see Rubio's favorability rating and his standing in the horse race stall out in Sooner Road, referring to the comments where he made fun of Donald Trump on a personal level. That's not when his numbers started to go down. So finally, let me show you the results of the elections before Marco Rubio made any comments about Donald Trump on a personal level. There's the first results, Iowa, where Marco Rubio famously bragged about finishing third. 23.1% of the voting, and yes, that's third place. Nothing to write home about. Okay, but maybe it's good for his future. Let's see how he did in New Hampshire. Oh, in New Hampshire, he was annihilated. He was in 5th place. These guys think it was a sure thing as he was coming in 5th place in New Hampshire. Okay, well, maybe down in the South, he's more likely to win because he's got all those endorsements. Sorry, doesn't win again. 22.5%. Can't get above that number. Comes in second. They bragged about that. Boy, he's got momentum now. He went from 5th to 2nd. Well, in Nevada, he was definitely going to win. That was going to be his firewall. There's a lot of Latino voters there. Oops. Lost by 22 points to Donald Trump. So, where's the sure thing? No, he was losing before he made those comments. That's why he made those comments. He should have been more aggressive against Donald Trump all along. But he can't help himself. All he does is take orders. So his donors told him not to attack because that would be unbecoming. And then once he attacked because he was desperate, he was definitely going to lose, then they're like, oh, I did think it was unbecoming. I'm going to blame your loss on that and not on me. Okay. Lastly, Washington Post says, consider Kansas, where one private poll showed Cruz, Rubio, and Trump in a virtual tie a week before the caucuses there. Rubio lunged for the win. He trumpeted the endorsements of Governor Sam Brownback and Senator Pat Roberts, as well as the revered former Senate leader Robert J. Dole, and campaigned hard there for a full day. But in last Saturday's voting, Rubio ended up a distant third with 16.7%. Cruz won with nearly half of the vote. Okay, this is the fundamental misunderstanding of the establishment. First of all, Kansas polling is miserable. You can't tell anything from the polling. Last poll in Kansas had Hillary Clinton winning by 10. Instead, she lost by 35. But that's not the main point. He was never going to win Kansas. It's not because he went dirty that he lost Kansas. You're saying, I don't get it. He had all of the endorsements of the politicians, and he still lost. Exactly. You're not getting it. He lost because he had the endorsement of all those politicians. People are sick of politicians, and they're sick of the establishment. Marco Rubio isn't losing despite the fact that he's the favorite pick of the establishment. He's losing because he's the favorite pick of the establishment. And the establishment is so blinded to it, they can't see straight. That's the reality. Well, it doesn't matter if they see straight or not, because Marco Rubio is going to get annihilated next Tuesday, and then we'll be out of the race. Facts are stubborn things. Young Turks. couple of quick tweets, then I gotta go. Alex Murgula says, sorry, Alex, for probably getting your last name wrong. Congrats on reaching 10,000 members. Joined last weekend after watching your election coverage. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Alex. TYTnetwork.com/join to become a member and support the show. No more donations, writes in. Young Turks need to invest in a better server. Maybe Hillary Clinton knows a better server vendor. Damn. Sorry for mangling your joke. That is, by the way, I found out today, it is a little embarrassing that I found out this late in the game. That's because I'm not paying that much attention to the email stuff. That the issue isn't that she used a private email account. Yes, Colin Powell has used that in the past as well. Now, that is a bit of an issue, but not that big a deal. She had a private server built into her house to make sure all the emails went there instead of a government server. Why do that? That's a lot of effort to hide your emails. That's not a little thing. You really gotta have to hire the person, you have to build it in, that's all to make sure no one else sees your emails, including possibly the government. And that guy who installed that server is the one who got immunity recently to testify maybe against her. Okay, but she's probably more electable. Anyways, we move forward. So there have been a lot of violence in Donald Trump events recently, but in one rally it got super violent. We even have an arrest. Wait till you see the guy who did the punching and what he has to say. That comes at the end, and it is atrocious. But first I want to give you full context. Rod Weber was there. He goes to many of these rallies, and he wrote about it on Daily Kos. He said, at this particular rally, within 18 minutes that I was there, it looked to be about one ejection per minute, and a lot of hateful shouting in the process. He explains that they removed a pregnant woman and a blind woman. Actually, on that one, we've got tape. Watch this.
Look at those cameras. Look at how they turn. Look at those cameras turn. Go ahead and follow them all the way up down there. People are coming in here. Look behind. Look at those pictures. Look at that. Unbelievable.
Is that right? You're legally blind?
Yeah, the way you guide someone, if you're being a sighted guide, is you put your hand down and I grab your elbow like this, but she wouldn't let me do that. Like, she had me by the hand and was sort of pulling me.
Okay, yeah, that's very classy. But we're just getting warmed up here. Wait till you see the guy getting punched. But one more other example for you. It actually comes from Rod. He wore a t-shirt that said, "Love is the answer." So obviously he had to be removed from a rally that focuses on making America hate again. So here's a picture of him getting removed. And then as he's getting removed, Donald Trump says, you see what he's got written on his very dirty undershirt? You see? It says, "Love is the answer." And in a certain way, he's right. Love's a great thing. Love's the answer. He's got written there. I wonder who he makes love with there. Oh, forget it. Because for Donald Trump, it's always about sex. This is the guy who in 2004 said, Nancy Reagan, here's what I think of her. She's not very beautiful. What does that have to do with anything, right? He sees a guy that says love is the answer in the middle of a hate rally, and he goes, I wonder who that guy gets played by. This guy's running for president. I mean, I get it if he's a reality show star, which he was, but now he's running for president and winning on the Republican side. Unbelievable. So now, in an earlier Vegas rally or Nevada rally, when one protester was protesting, Trump had said, quote, "I'd like to punch him in the face." Well, his fans have now taken him up on it, so that brings us to the videos from North Carolina. So we've got a black protester here, and he's going to be, as he's being escorted out, he's going to give the middle finger to the crowd, and then watch what one of the people attending the rally does. Now, in the beginning there, it looked like he just pushed him a little bit. No. He punched him. take another look at it from a different angle. The cop's reaction is amazing. So the guy gets punched. We can't tell why he went to the ground. It was because of the punch or the cops threw him on the ground. The guy doing the punching doesn't get arrested. But the guy that got punched is, again, manhandled and thrown out of there. So now let's go to reaction here on this story. The North Carolina County Sheriff's Office said Thursday that it is investigating why its officers arrested a protester who was struck in the face at a Donald Trump rally, but not the man who struck him. One of several incidents that highlighted the challenges to law enforcement in maintaining order at Mr. Trump's events. So, yeah, that is a bit of a challenge. At least they're investigating, and there's going to be some good news at the end here on that. Rakeem Jones was that protester, and here's what he says. He said, the police jumped on me like I was the one swinging. My eye still hurts. It's just shocking. It's like the dude really hit me, and they let him get away with it. I was basically in police custody and got hit. Okay, well, it looks like the cops might be a little bit apologetic about this, but not exactly. Here's the sergeant at the scene. Sergeant Sean Swain said, we should have done exactly what we did. We didn't hurt anybody. We did what the Secret Service asked us to do and separate everybody. If you don't separate and extinguish the problem right there as it occurs, it gets worse. It can escalate so fast it's hard to control. Now, look, it's true that they should separate them. I totally understand that. It's true they've got to maintain order. There's a lot of people there. I understand all that. But at a bare minimum, you should also escort the guy who threw the punch out of the building and into your squad car, because that is very, very clearly assault. But until you get caught on tape, the natural reaction is, no, that's okay. Who else wants to hit him? Okay, and then this guy, you got to go. So, look, you might be saying I'm being unfair to the cops, but you saw the tape. See, that's the thing. If we didn't have the tape, they'd just say, oh, yeah, it wasn't him, it was the other guy. Yeah, he did it. We had it right. Now, we've got the tape, so it's a little embarrassing, so they got to backpedal a little bit. But one more quote from Sergeant Swain, because I found it instructive. He said, we've been the bad guys since Ferguson. We're fighting an uphill battle for the public's perception. Yeah, but why do you think you're fighting that battle? Because you arrest the guys getting hit, not the ones doing the hitting. See, that's why the public doesn't trust you. It makes some sense. They're so annoyed that you finally see the things that they're up to. Now, the good news is, finally, this guy was arrested. John McGraw, 78, of Linden, North Carolina, has been charged with assault and battery and disorderly conduct, the news station said on its website. The incident on Wednesday night in Fayetteville was caught on video by bystanders. But we're not done yet. You want to see what else John McGraw said on tape after he punched the guy? Watch this.
Did you like the event? You bet I liked it. Yeah? What'd you like about it? Knocking the hell out of that big mouth. We don't know who he is, but we know he's not acting like an American. So you deserved it? Every bit of it. What was that? Yes, he deserved it. The next time we see him, we might have to kill him.
Look, man, Trump keeps saying these rallies are fun. That's not fun. That's super dangerous. I want to end on another this veteran who, at another rally, had participated in shouting at a young black woman. His name is Al Bamberger, and he was in Korea, and he got caught up in this atmosphere and wound up shouting down and pushing a young black woman who was a protester at a different rally. And he said, as to why he did it, now he says he's totally embarrassed. And he says, quote, Trump kept saying, get them out, get them out. And people in the crowd began pushing and shoving the protesters. Unfortunately, a lot of this behavior was happening right next to me where I was. And he says he just got wrapped up in that moment and wound up pushing the woman too. And now he says he's mortified by it. And he found out that the guys who were pushing her next to him were white nationalists. Like, I'm not with those guys. What have I done? And he says, quote, I have embarrassed myself, my family, and veterans. This was a very unfortunate incident, and it is my sincere hope that I can be forgiven for my actions. See, I give you that quote because this is what happens in a mob. This is what they call a mob mentality. All of a sudden, Trump is saying, get him out, get him out. And you're riled up, and people are pushing back and forth. And next thing you know, this guy who, under different circumstances, wouldn't have done any of that, is assaulting someone in a way that's, according to him at least, out of his character. That's what happens when fascism starts to rise. So, as you see people talking about killing people, proud that they're assaulting him and hitting him, and we're on a different plane here. This is bad, bad news. I want to give credit to Rod Weber and all the people who've been covering this, and all the people who press charges. Because if we don't bring law and order and the rule of law back in charge here, this thing can get out of hand and real quick. All right. So now that's Trump assaulting, Trump crowds assaulting citizens. Now let's go to them assaulting journalists. The website Breitbart has been massively on Donald Trump's side. And in fact, Glenn Beck and some other conservatives are feuding with them over their fervent support of Donald Trump. The problem was that their regular reporter was a little sick, so they brought Michelle Fields, who you're looking at here, to come and report on a Donald Trump rally. And as she was doing so, she's walking along with NBC and some other reporters, and she asked her a mildly tough or interesting question. Apparently, the campaign manager for Donald Trump didn't like that. So, as the Daily Beast explains, before Trump could answer, Lewandowski, that's the manager, grabbed Fields from behind, taking hold of her left forearm, and yanked her down toward the ground like a rag doll, that witness told the Daily Beast. She's got bruising about it now on her arms. She says campaign managers aren't supposed to try to forcefully throw reporters to the ground, no matter the circumstance. Well, that is very true. Now, does Breitbart have her back? Kind of. Larry Solow, who is the CEO and president of Breitbart, said it's obviously unacceptable that someone crossed the line and made physical contact with our reporter. What Michelle has told us directly is that someone grabbed her arm, and while she did not see who it was, Ben Terrace of the Washington Post told her that it was Corey Lewandowski. If that's the case, Corey owes Michelle an immediate apology. That's your own reporter, but they just manhandled him through the ground. And your description of that event is he grabbed her arm, and if that's what happened, I guess he should apologize. That's gross, man. Your own company, your own team's supposed to be, I don't know, maybe I've got it wrong, but it's supposed to be like family. You're supposed to take care of them. You're supposed to look out for them. And what is this guy? If what she says is true, that's bad. Don't worry, Donald, we're still on your side. Daily Beast continues to explain. Again, it's Lloyd Grove. He's actually a very good reporter there. Lewandowski's explanation to Boyle said these sources was that he and Fields had never met before and that he didn't recognize her as a Breitbart reporter, instead mistaking her for an adversarial member of the mainstream media. Now, what kind of an excuse is that? See, we thought we were just kicking ass for a normal reporter, not one who's a kiss-ass to us. So if we thought you were on our side and you were on the politically correct side, then we wouldn't normally manhandle you like we do with the rest of the press. We showed you just a little while ago a Time Magazine reporter who stepped out of the cage that they have the press in by about 18 inches, and a Secret Service guy grabbed him by the neck and body slammed. This is what they're doing to reporters. The only reason why they're a tiny bit apologetic here, and not really, because Lewandowski has not come out and apologized to her. There's been no direct, like, hey man, we shouldn't have done that. It's just like, oh man, I didn't know you were one of us. I meant to body slam the other reporter. Is because she's on their side. Now, Jamie Weinstein apparently is another reporter who's happens to be dating Michelle Fields. He, I believe, also writes for a conservative website. He says, Trump always surrounds himself with thugs. Tonight, thug Corey Lewandowski tried to pull my girlfriend, Michelle Fields, to ground when she asked tough questions. Ooh, the Breitbart management did not like that. So Grove explains, Fields soon received an aggrieved phone call from Bardella, that's their PR person at Breitbart, telling her that Weinstein's tweets were, quote, juvenile and immature, according to sources, and advising her to get your boyfriend under control. Wait, she gets assaulted and you're yelling at her because her boyfriend tried to defend her? Okay. Whose side are they on? I can't quite tell. Fields, whose sources say was instructed by Breitbart's PR consultant, that same Kurt Bardella, not to speak to other journalists about the incident, though Bardella claims otherwise, declined to comment for this story. So, you got pushed by the Trump people? What do you think? You have freedom of the press? No, shut up already, okay? And just take it because he's the fascist on our side. Very, very proud. Hours after the Breitbart statement identified terrorists, that's the Washington Post reporter, the Trump campaign informed him that his interview with Lewandowski would not take place, blaming a scheduling conflict, leaving several colleagues to believe that Breitbart had essentially given Trump campaign manager a heads up on terrorists' intention. So this is how you silence the press. And again, how fascism begins. Hey, you want access to the big man, to the big boss man? Well, you're going to have to write positive things. Oh, you wrote, or you didn't even write about it. You told someone else that his campaign manager assaulted someone, that's it, I'm yanking your access. Now you're not going to get to interview. Not only Donald Trump, he's not even going to get to interview the campaign manager, right? That's it, your access is gone. And the people who got assaulted, Breitbart, are the ones who turned in the reporter who was trying to help them. Note to the rest of the reporters, don't ever try to help Breitbart. Okay. Finally, one more piece from Grove. He says, why the hell isn't Breitbart standing up strongly for their reporter, demanded a journalist covering the Trump campaign, who spoke on the condition of anonymity so as not to antagonize Trump operatives and hamper the reporting process. See, to me, that's the biggest takeaway from this whole endeavor. Look at them. They're all so scared. All these reporters are like, oh, yeah, I don't want to say anything on the record against Donald Trump. I'm going to lose my access. I don't want to lose my access. I mean, why the hell is a Breitbart standing up for the reporter? It's the most normal thing in the world to say. But another reporter is scared to say that in public because of the consequences from Mr. Trump. He's already taking away our free press. Look at what he's doing. And then the guys who get assaulted go, yeah, oh, he assaulted one of our female reporters. Shut up already. Don't talk about it, okay? Okay, if that happened, I guess that's a bad thing. This is gross, man. And this is Donald Trump. Okay. It isn't funny, man. It really, that article I saw from the 1922 New York Times where they said, oh, Hitler is just, giving morsels of populism. He doesn't really intend to act on his anti-Semitism. No, he's just doing it to get elected. And people say, oh, people are just having fun at Trump rallies. Those guys in Germany, I'm sure that the guys who looked up to Hitler thought they were having a lot of fun at his rallies. And then they were burning books and, getting a rise out of it. Next thing you know, it wasn't fun at all. Be careful of these beginnings so that we do not get to those ends, to paraphrase Sandra Day O'Connor. Okay, alright, now one last story for you guys. Now, a lot of people have been talking about Bernie Sanders' single-payer plan, saying, oh my God, it's going to cost us so much money. Politico had a huge article about the trillions of dollars that it's going to cost taxpayers. Well, the part they never tell you about is the money it saves us. It's so one-sided, it's comical. So I want to simplify things here and break it down so you guys understand what the single-payer system actually does. So right now, we have about $20 trillion in healthcare costs in the country that already exists. And it's broken down to about $15 trillion that you pay through your insurance. And $5 trillion that you pay in co-pays, that's direct payments to medical providers, hospitals, doctors, etc. So that's, as things stand now, the country overall spends $20 trillion on healthcare. All right, now let's see what would happen under single payer. Well, right now we have $6 trillion that we pay as insurance costs and profit. So we pay back to the insurance company. The insurance company has all of its costs, bureaucratic costs, employee costs, and their profits, and then they pay the medical providers. Well, under single payer, we cut out that process entirely and save $6 trillion. Now, that's a pretty good stuff. Okay, now, there's something else in the current system that happens. We have $3.1 trillion in tax subsidies to employers. So that the employers can then give you insurance that a lot of us have through our businesses, right? Well, under single payer, you wouldn't have to do that because you don't have to get insurance through your employer anymore. So we can get rid of that $3 trillion subsidy that now goes to the employers. So, but now the government is footing the bill. So what's left over? $11 trillion. And everyone, including Sanders' campaign, acknowledges the government under single payer would then have to pay $11 trillion. Okay, so that's where people go, oh my God, that's so much money. Look at all that $11 trillion the government's paying. Okay, and then they say, how are you going to pay for it? You can't pay for it. Well, that's not true. And they say, oh, he never pays for it. No, he has a plan. It's very, very clear. He's got it outlined. He says, I'm going to increase payroll tax by 6.2%. Now, that affects everybody. So it's true. The middle class would get a tax increase. And then he's going to do another income surtax for people making above $28,000. That's 2.2%. That affects most of us. So your taxes are going to go up by 8.4% to pay for $11 trillion of government spending. So that's a lot. That's true, right? And then there's a third bracket, which mainly affects the rich. And this is how a lot of it gets paid for as well. So he raises 4 brackets above $250,000. So people making more than $250,000, they're going to have their taxes increased in increments all the way up to 52% tax rate for people making above $10 million. So I want you to understand that it's not that if you make $10 million, they retroactively make you pay 52% on the rest of your money. No, it's 52% on every dollar above $10 million. Okay? So all those brackets get increased by a little bit. Yes, you do pay 8.4% more in taxes. So this is the part that the media tells you about all the time. From you goes out $11 trillion to the government so that the government can provide single-payer health insurance. But here's the part they don't tell you about. We saved $20 trillion in healthcare costs that we had today. Now, you don't save the whole $20 trillion, you save the difference. That's $9 trillion. Now, some critics say, no, that's not fair. I think we'd only save $5 trillion. Oh, really? Only? Okay, so, and it's over a 10-year period. In a decade, we would save, as a country, on healthcare costs, anywhere between $5 to $9 trillion. You can make arguments against the system. You can say, hey, listen, I think it might be inefficient. It might not be the best way to pay for medical expenses. Is it going to provide the right incentives for doctors, hospitals, etc.? And those are all fair arguments. But when you hear someone saying, oh, he's going to increase your taxes by so much money, understand that is highly deceptive. Because instead of paying out that $20 trillion, we all do right now. We paid in co-pays. We paid in insurance costs. The employers paid all this money that goes out to healthcare. Instead of it being $20 trillion, it's going to be $11 trillion. You're going to save a tremendous amount of money. Yes, you pay a little bit more in taxes, but you don't have to pay anything for insurance. So now if you say, oh, well, my employer pays for insurance, so I don't pay that much anyway. No. And he lowers your salary. That's how it works. There's a certain amount of money that your employer can afford to pay you, but he has to take out what it's going to cost them in insurance, health insurance. If that doesn't happen, then you make that money. That's just the laws of supply and demand. So your salaries would go up by thousands of dollars on average. They never tell you that part. So understand the full picture. If you still don't like the system for legitimate reasons and other reasons, that's fine. But don't let them lie to you. Single payer does save us a ton of money. Trillions of dollars. Young turks. So 30 Boston's directing a movie. Honey Monster. George Clooney's in it, Julia Roberts in it, Ken Huger's in it. What is this?
You're not really in it. You're not actually playing a role in it. You're just kind of like sticking around, aren't you?
What is this?
Oh.
This is not bullshit. This is not like the last Jodie Foster movie I was in.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Right. Where I'm
You're in
sitting
the background, like,
I gotta tell you this, because on shoptyt.com, there's a shirt telling the story where I'm in the background in Contact with Matthew McConaughey's in the foreground, and then it says Bug Love.
really?
Yes!
I haven't seen that shirt. That's fucking awesome.
No, I'm one of the news guys that's amazed by what's happening. You know, you see that in the movies all the time, but normally they go to the CNN or MSNBCOs,
Yeah.
and I'm sure they'll do that in the movie as well, but they're gonna come to TYT.
That's cool.
No, that's not cool. That's super cool. We're gonna get drunk and go to that bar over there with like he became like Bugs immediately. And then she's leaving. See you later, Jody.
Really?
Yeah, I'm like, oh, okay. Are you Bart? Are you gonna see her later?
Hey, Al, I can't remember. Is there a specific blur we use for Miley Cyrus's butthole? Is it like a Gaussian or a mosaic or a compound?
Nerds rule the world. Nerds rule the world. Nerds rule the world. Nerds rule the world. Welcome to the third life.
Welcome to Nerd Alert, everyone. We have an exciting show for you this week.
Glad to communicate with all the nerds out there.
What's beautiful about geeks is geeks are open to everybody. That's the thing. It's like, so you got your thing, I got my thing. It's like, and if you're not, then you're a bad geek.
Why did you choose Battlestar Galactica? Because it's awesome? No kidding. The floor is not lava. Yoshi! Oh, my nightmare! And there's one very special characteristic that many men have been interested in. Penis eyes. What's up, friend?
Yeah, I know that curve.
And that movie is the Valentine's Day romantic classic, Deadpool. Who should we trust here? Our hearts? Our head?
Yes.
J.J. Abrams? Isn't that right? How can you improve pizza? With math, of course.
If we spilled goldfish crackers on the floor and we didn't want to clean them up, so we thought that if we stomped on them an infinite amount of time, they would mathematically cease to exist.
We are ready for a Wonder Woman movie. Oh, wait, no, let me correct myself. We were ready for a Wonder Woman movie years ago.
I love my job.
Damn it, they failed us. And if you're not angry about that, Michael, and any of you out there, then you're damn wrong. Because you should be angry. Young Turks.
It was genuine. He was back.
Jake Uger, known online as one of the Young Turks, isn't afraid to throw some punches.
3, 2, 1, hit up.
I just remember thinking, what is this guy's name?
Jake the Turk Uger.
Like a TV station there says.
The whole point is for me to yell and scream and tell you what I think.
It's right out of like Wayne's World.
This guy on this little rinky-dink website is speaking truth to power. You've been averaging 600,000 views a day, beating most of the cable shows in America.
We're the largest online news show in the world.
We're celebrating our 1 billionth view.
We're counting.
More politics ahead with Jen Uger. He knew that the MSNBC opportunity was an experiment. And Phil and host meet CNN headline news goodbye. At some point, they want to give me a show. Every single year, that comes out of our paycheck. We put it in, and you're saying we were suckers.
When you, as a host, tells someone you're interviewing to shut up, that's going to raise a red flag.
That guy needed a long glass to shut up. If President Obama's doing the wrong thing, I'm not going to tell you that he's doing the right thing so I can quote support him. He says to me, "You won't believe the meeting that I just had." The head of MSNBC talked to me. They want him off the air.
Jen took an incredible risk. We're supposed to challenge the government. That's the role of the media. The Democrats and the Republicans are here to screw you. And who on the air is saying it? I wouldn't have done what you did. That if I'm going to be a talk show host, you'd be the biggest talk show host in the country. I don't think anyone else does it better. I don't think anyone's even close. Before you know it, I'll be back on your TV doing an actual show. I guarantee it. That was a
abrupt ending to that awesome song.
Janky Rand and Conspiracy, second hour for you guys. We do have a Republican debate coming up. All right, tweets, real quick. Here we go. Prafatsi says, I love the protesters at Trump rallies. Such balls, especially the blind woman. Keep showing the world the hate he represents. So they threw out a blind woman. They're very, very bold. Tie-Dye T with a great point. He says, Trump supporters say it's not his fault when the crowd does it. But if he can't manage his own rally, how can he manage a country? Booyah. No, sorry, Jen. I got to get him a t-shirt. I know it's a pain for Jen when I give away t-shirts. Sorry. Hashtag sorry, Jen. Tie-Dye T gets a t-shirt.
Yeah, luckily Jen doesn't have anything on her plate right now. So,
okay. By the way, maybe we get him a tie-dye t-shirt, which we have. I have a bunch of tie-dye t-shirts. Do we still have those in the store, Jesus, or no? ShopTYT.com? Oh, it's too close.
Damn.
Okay, so we don't. Okay, yep. Well, we built these windows so we can see the producer, and then we can't see the producer. Anyway, all right. So David says, does that mean under a Trump presidency, reporters not friendly with Trump will need to wear a visible star of some kind? Damn. But by the way, the blind woman was wearing a star, and they're like, okay, good, that one. Throw her out. And finally, please call me health says, I'm an Australian, and we have a Medicare single-payer government healthcare system. It amazes me the U.S. doesn't.
Yeah, I was actually talking to an Australian guy I met when I went to Europe. We were both on the same Kentucky tour when I was 20. Anyway, it was really hot. Anyway, so he lives in Australia, and he was like commenting on a thread on my Facebook page about all the different socialized programs that we have in the U.S. that conservatives love, right? But they don't realize it's a social program.
Social Security, Medicare, the military.
Yeah. The military, exactly. And he was just like, I don't understand you Americans. And I, had to tell him how broken our media is and how many poor and middle-class people buy into the propaganda spewed by the mainstream media because you know what their agenda is.
By the way, I just probably named the 3 most popular programs in the country.
Mm-hmm.
They're all socialized. But don't do anything more socialized. That would be crazy. That'd be communist.
Well, here's the thing. If you don't like socialism, take a stand. Reject your Social Security benefits, reject Medicare or Medicaid, just reject all of that. Yeah. Don't ever call the cops if you need them. Take a stand. Be an American.
Be American. Okay, by the way, so why do we pay so much in healthcare, but we get crappy results? That's because we're paying, under all those scenarios I just laid out for you in the last hour, at a bare minimum, $6 trillion extra for the insurance industry. single payer cuts out the insurance industry. They don't have to have ads. They don't have to have bureaucracy. They don't have to have all their corporate profits, right?
Yep.
Once you cut that out, you save $6 trillion. Of course, your costs are going to be lower, right? Now, again, you could have legitimate criticism of single payer for other reasons, but it can't be on that ground. Okay. So, and then finally, our members of the day, Lorelei Rosencrantz. There's a street called Rosecrans in Manhattan Beach here in LA. Is that your street, Lorelei? Okay, member number 1055. And member number 1056 is Tyler Clemens. So thank you guys. And you know what? We're also going to start doing more of the post games. I know there's debates every night, so it's harder to do the post games, but we're going to do more anyway. And then, oftentimes I tell you about stories we didn't get to in the show. We're going to start doing more of those so the members get extra content.
Right. Yes, we are currently developing more content for our members, and you will love it. Okay.
You will love it. Okay.
Give us time because everything is a process.
But no, you just do it. Okay. Anyway, TYTnetwork.com/join to become a member. All right, what's next?
All right. Court proceedings in the civil lawsuit against Gawker Media that has been filed by Hulk Hogan have begun. And some of the testimony in the depositions are telling. And one of the depositions that was pre-recorded and played during the court proceedings included the former editor-in-chief of Gawker Media. Now, before I get to the details of what he said and why it's so controversial, I should note that Gawker Media is being sued because of the fact that they leaked, well, they didn't leak, but they published Hulk Hogan's sex tape with his estranged friend's wife. Before we get into the nitty-gritty on that, just want to make sure I mention that he got the blessing of his estranged friend, okay? And his estranged friend filmed the whole situation without him knowing about it, and then it somehow got leaked to the press.
So, look, everybody in this story is a scumbag,
yes.
Pretty much. And Hulk Hogan, who in the past has used the N-word in atrocious ways, is the least bad guy in this story.
Yep.
Right? In this particular case, he's the victim. He really is, right? His dirtbag friend, Bubba the Love Sponge, this Jackie, right? Says, hey, come fuck my wife. Okay? Please fuck my wife. He said it, okay? And then he tapes him secretly while doing it. And then what did he say afterwards to his wife?
All right, so you can hear him at the beginning of the tape allegedly saying, do your thing. And then at the very end, he tells his now estranged wife, if we ever need to retire, here's our ticket.
Oh, what a dirtbag.
Now, back in 2012, when this tape was originally leaked to the press, Hulk Hogan did sue his friend, Bubba the Love Sponge Clem, who's a radio personality, and apparently he lost because he sued based on copyright laws, and apparently the judges decided no, you're not protected under copyright laws. Now he's suing Gawker because he feels that they have invaded his privacy, and I think he actually has a very strong case, and Gawker's defense seems a little shaky. Now let's get to the former editor-in-chief, AJ Delario, okay? In a pre-recorded deposition, he basically talked about what his boundaries are in terms of publishing sex tapes involving celebrities. And so the lawyer asks him, okay, well, how young do they have to be? Because he says, if there's kids involved, then I won't publish it. He's like, how young do they have to be? And he's like, 4. I mean, he said it sarcastically, right?
Yeah, but that's not... A deposition, when you're being sued for $100 million, is not the time to be sarcastic.
Yeah.
So, and it's not a funny joke when you release someone's most private moments for the whole world, and then you joke around about like, I guess I wouldn't release a 4-year-old sex tape. It doesn't play well. It doesn't play well. And for those of you guys out there who think like, oh, what's the big deal? He's a celebrity. Okay, imagine if it was a female celebrity and somebody, taped her having sex. Well, we know what happened when somebody taped Erin Andrews just being naked.
Yeah.
She won $55 million because that's a gross invasion of privacy. Yeah. It's no less than an invasion of privacy in this case.
No, we've opened the floodgates. I mean, I'm very curious to see how this case turns out, but think about how no one respects anyone's privacy in this country anymore. You have the NSA, leadership basically spying on us indiscriminately in the name of national security, and we just kind of sat back and took it, okay? And now you have celebrities' privacy is being violated like this, and people make excuses for it. I don't care if you're a man or a woman. If someone is filmed without their knowledge, it shouldn't be leaked to the media like this, okay? I don't care if you're a public figure. I don't care if you're a private citizen. Let me give you more details on this. Now, let's do graphic number 4, please. In one deposition from 2013, he was asked, this is the editor-in-chief, why he published the X-rated video. And here's his answer: because I found it very amusing.
Okay, well, I don't know if you'll find it amusing when you're out $100 million. But of course, it's not going to be his money. It's going to be the investors' money, the people who own shares in that company. So he's like, so what? Yeah, I'm an executive. What do I do?
So let me tell you what their defense is. They are arguing that since Hulk Hogan is a public figure that has shared intimate details about his personal life in a public forum, then he doesn't have the same expectations of privacy as a regular person would, right? Now, Hulk Hogan's response to that is, when I'm out in public, I play a character, right? That's not me. And when I'm in private, I'm in private. That's my life. I don't want that out in the open for everyone to know about. By the way, he was at a low point in his life. His marriage was falling apart. He was feeling terrible. And so his friend took advantage of him. This got leaked to the press. Gawker took advantage of the situation. It's just scummy in so many different ways. Here's what Hulk Hogan said during the court proceedings. I was in character. I embellished a little bit about the number of women that he slept with. I was totally Hulk Hogan. I wasn't at home in my private house.
So he says he exaggerated about the size of his penis. No, not Donald Trump, Hulk Hogan. And the number of women he slept with, etc. Gawker says, look, man, on your reality show, you're sitting in a toilet in your house. So we've seen every part of your life. There's nothing private for you anymore. His argument is, well, that's a character I'm playing, right? That's not the real me. And if you think like, oh, well, that's kind of skeevy, like we got a sense that if I watch the show, like that was the real you. Wakey. It's reality television. It ain't real.
Right.
Okay. Second of all, it's Hulk Hogan. All he did was fake wrestling his entire career. It's not like, wow, shocking that he wasn't really getting beat up. He didn't really drop the leg on all those guys.
He wasn't being honest with us. Come on. Look, I point a year and a half ago, then you should be equally as outraged about this. No one should be filmed without their knowledge, and it shouldn't be posted all over the internet for everyone to see, especially when there's no newsworthiness to this. I don't know if you and I disagree on that. I don't think there's any newsworthiness to posting that sex tape.
Look, I don't care about the newsworthiness of it because I don't think it's relevant to this case. I think, I get that he was amused by it. I get that people would watch it. I get that it would drive a lot of views. And if people care about it, then almost by definition, it's news. And we're all obsessed with the soap opera of the celebrities' lives that we're all in the middle of now, right? Everything's a soap opera, and that's news to us. What did Kim Kardashian do? What did Hulk Hogan do? What did Donald Trump do? And then now that's become not just a soap opera, but it might get real because one of those soap opera actors might become president of the United States, right? So I think all of that is news of some sort. So we disagree on that, right? But that doesn't mean that you could violate his privacy because you view it as news. There is no exception for that. That's not a law, right? Yeah. So you're still invading his privacy, and it's still atrocious. None of you would like it if someone secretly taped you having sex and then leaked it on the internet. And you would have every right in the world to sue them, and Hogan does as well.
Absolutely. All right, let's move on to something completely different. A 63-year-old financial analyst in Chicago is facing some serious felony charges because of the fact that he used what's referred to as a jammer on public transportation in order to make everyone on that, car or in that car lose reception on their cell phones. Okay? This is incredible. Now, in the United States, if you seek to purchase such device, you are breaking a law, and it has serious penalties involved. But Dennis Nickel was so annoyed with people talking on their cell phones when he was using public transportation that he took matters into his own hands, bought one of these devices online through China, and then proceeded to mess around on these, cars and get people.
See, we're losing to China. We're losing to China. We can't win anymore. Look at what the Chinese have done to us. They're blocking our cell phones.
So I love this story, except I feel bad for him because of the charges he's facing. Look,
It's a mixed bag.
It's a mixed bag. It's a very complex case. So let me give you all the details, and then we'll go back and forth.
But before you do it, show his mugshot again, because he looks like exactly the kind of guy who'd be annoyed by other people talking on their cell phone.
Totally.
Like, when are they going to turn off the goddamn cell phone?
So my favorite part of the story is one of his coworkers is like, he's a totally nice guy. He's quiet. He keeps to himself. He's a little antisocial. You think? Right?
So that goes to the heart of why he's doing this, which we'll get to at the end. So let's give you the more details.
All right. So his lawyer has already spoken to the media, and he's, of course, defending his client. He says he's disturbed by people talking around him. He might have been selfish in thinking about himself, but he didn't have any malicious intent. Now, if you want to know what the fines are for such behavior, in at least one case, a Florida resident was hit with a $48,000 fine for using a cell phone jamming device as he commuted daily around Tampa. So this has happened before. And also, going back to Nichols, basically, the offender told officials he wanted to prevent motorists. Oh, no, this is the Florida guy. He told officials that he wanted to prevent motorists from using their cell phones while driving. So the way that Nichols got caught is he was, using the train, and all of a sudden, there was a guy who noticed him taking out this device. Now, it's not really a discrete device. As you can see in the picture, it has a bunch of antennas. It's a big black thing. And basically, he noticed, okay, this guy's taking this device out, and all of a sudden, all of these calls drop. So what's going on with that? He took a picture, and that's the picture that went viral online, and then officials did a sting operation, and they caught him. He did the same thing on the train. Yeah.
Because he does it every day, right? So here comes a mixed bag part. On the one hand, I feel bad for the guy. He's obviously one of those. Somebody put it great here. This guy named Robinson said this was basically a digital stay off my lawn. Right? Like, man, you're all talking around me. I don't like it. Okay, and zap everybody's phone. You can't do this, right? First of all, somebody could have been calling 911. They could have been having a conversation about an emergency on the train, right? So other than that, you're not allowed to hang up on everybody. That's just not how it works. But the other guy in Florida, I didn't like people talking on their cell phones. Well, then get a law passed saying that you can't talk in your car, right?
Right.
We live in a democracy. You can't just hang up on everybody, right? So I would be super annoyed if I was in the car and this some bitch hung up on me. But I don't hate the guy. I feel sorry for the guy.
I feel sorry for him too, but he is not learning his lesson because he got in trouble for the same thing back in 2009, and he was charged with a misdemeanor. He didn't learn. Fast forward to today, and of course, he's now dealing with a felony. By the way, when he first got charged with a misdemeanor, they're like, all right, we're not going to throw you in jail. We're just going to, monitor you and make sure that you're following the law. But now he's charged with unlawful interference with a public utility. And again, that's a felony. So there could be some prison time as a result of this.
Now, as I'm reading through the story, I'm thinking, let him go. Like, he doesn't have a good life. This is not the guy to beat up on. You see what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I know you're annoyed that he hung up on your cell phone, but believe me, his life is much worse, right? Yeah. So, and I even came to a conclusion before I got to the end of the story. Just give him a misdemeanor and tell him not to do it again.
But he's gonna do it again.
No, I know. Then at the end of the story, I saw, this guy's been doing it since 2009. We already gave him a misdemeanor. Yeah. And then there's also the antisocial thing that makes me have some sort of sympathy towards him.
Yeah.
But at the same time, this is a little bit about control, right? And it's a little scary. Like, you guys don't get to tell me what to do, or I tell you what to do, right? So, no, dude, if you've done it once because you're a crappy old man and, you're eating TV dinners by yourself, I want to give you a hug and give you a misdemeanor and just call it a day.
Yeah.
But if you're doing this over and over again and not listening to the authorities, well, then it's got to be a felony.
Yeah.
And there's got to be consequences.
I agree. I mean, I think the charges make sense. I think that they fit the crime. I don't want to throw him in prison for a year. I don't want to throw him in prison for a month. But there should be some punishment that kind of gets the point across so he doesn't do it again.
Yeah, I mean, if I had a nickel for every time my cell phone was blocked, his name is... Shit, I had it. It was going to be good.
Dennis Nickel?
Yeah, his name is Dennis Nickel. Get it?
I literally do not get it. What?
If I had a nickel for every time my cell phone was like Dennis Nickel.
Terrible at making jokes. Thank God we have Jimmy for the comedic relief during the debates. Okay.
All right, forward.
Sony allegedly and reportedly has decided to cut its ties with Dr. Luke, the producer that has been accused of sexually assaulting Kesha. Now, his contract isn't supposed to be up for another year, but it seems like their reasoning for cutting ties with him, if they actually go through with it, there are some conflicting reports, seems questionable. It's not really about him allegedly sexually assaulting someone, it's more about the PR nightmare that they've been dealing with. Now, one source says Sony will likely terminate the contract due to the growing public pressures the label is facing amid the producer's legal battle with Kesha. The lawsuit has apparently become a public relations headache for the label. Now, one Sony source also talked to the media and said there is no contest. Kesha has no case in regards to her contract, but they can't afford the Adeles of the world out in the streets calling the label unsupportive. The fact that this hasn't already been taken care of is confusing, especially for people in the building. Okay, I wasn't around to comment on the Kesha story, and here's the thing. I don't know whether or not, like, no one knows whether or not she's telling the truth, for sure, right? Mm-hmm. But if I were that judge, I would just give her the benefit of the doubt and say, okay, all she wants is to, like, end her contract. Mm-hmm. Just like, I know that we can't prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt, but just to be safe, just let her end her contract. What's the big deal? Anyway, that's
not how it works. Mm-hmm. Because they're not adjudicating the sexual assault case there. That judge has to rule on the contract, and the contract is clear. She's bound to be with Sony for as long as for the term of the contract.
Yeah.
So I'm sure that if you could prove out the sexual assault, that might affect morals part of the contract. I don't know if it has one. Yeah. It might affect other things, but that was just not what was before the judge. So I wouldn't put it on that judge.
So interestingly enough, after that part of the story broke, Kelly Clarkson released some statements because she also worked with Dr. Luke. Now, she didn't claim that she was sexually assaulted and battered by him, but she did say that he was a jerk, that he was difficult to work with, she didn't want to work with him, and that Sony forced her to work with him.
No. This what Sony's been doing here is terrible. Okay, so when we first covered the story, I said, look, you can't make a decision on who you think is guilty or not guilty based on what we have. But it's not good for Dr. Luke that almost all the other women in the music industry have come out against him, including women who have worked with him, saying, "Oh man, I'm totally on Kesha's side." That is not a good indication. And if you're a Sony, you think you might want to pay attention to that?
Yeah.
And this is not news to them. This, in the music industry, people have been talking about Dr. Luke for some time. And then you force women to work with a guy that others are saying, hey, does really questionable things with women? What, so you make an extra buck? I mean, the music industry is so scummy.
Yeah.
It's really, I mean, you've got all these guys who are used to abusing women, right? And there's been like a dozen cases, right? Dozens of cases. And then you got the guy who used to manage NSYNC and Backstreet Boys, and he had to run away because he was molesting the people in the bands. And yeah, I mean, what is it about the music industry? Okay, so those are the producers. But Sony has a bigger obligation. You can't be like, oh, that's a good producer. I mean, a lot of people think he might do sexual assault of the women that we put him in with, or in the other case, the young boys that we put him with, but we're going to make a buck, right? That doesn't apply in any other industry, but in the music industry, it's standard fare.
Wrong again, Bob. I think that there's a lot of terrible things happening in the entertainment industry overall. And as you were talking about that, I thought about Terry Richardson, that photographer who's had multiple celebrities come out against him because of, basically sexual assault, and regardless of the accusations, big name magazines will still hire him and still work with him because they're convinced that he's the best. So I think that there's a broader issue, right? And it's something that you can think about when it comes to a lot of political topics that we discuss on the show. People think that if you deregulate things, then companies are going to do the right thing, right? The free market will decide. The companies will do the right thing. No, it doesn't work that way, okay? They don't care about morals or ethics or doing the right thing. They have a bottom line. And so if they think this is the best producer, if we can brush some stuff under the rug and keep working with this guy, we're going to do it, right?
And the only reason they're changing now is because they think that it might cost them more money if the Adeles of the world get pissed.
That's right.
And then they lose contracts with them. It's only a financial decision. So they get no credit for this. Belatedly, at the last minute, after working with this guy for years upon years upon years and forcing women to work with him, and knowing his reputation, then they go, oh, we might actually lose a couple more dollars than we make. Okay, now we're going to end our relationship with him. Wow. How very, very bold.
All right, let's take a quick break. When we come back, the most badass Peruvian story that you've ever heard. Yeah. Maybe not, but it's pretty badass.
It's not a good thing, but it's interesting. Interesting. Interesting.
Just stay tuned.
We're going to be right back.
Wow.
On Turks, Michael Neubauer writes in, Cenk should do audio book readings complete with all of his TYT sound effects. LOL. That would be funny. Maybe I should do that for the members. Like, I'm reading a book and it was an awesome trip. Of course I liked it. and then they concluded with,
I feel like you guys would have a hard time paying attention to what the book is actually about. And then Cenk would probably interject with his opinions on certain parts, right? Like, do you think that's realistic? That wouldn't really happen. It would be like having a chatty friend over to watch a movie, and you're just like, oh my gosh, shut up.
The whole company is based on me not shutting up.
I know. It's amazing.
I think you guys would like it. That's my guess. So sorry. Hashtag not sorry.
Okay.
All right, forward.
All right. An indigenous Peruvian tribe was upset about the fact that a massive oil spill in the area that they live in was not being taken care of the way that they wanted it to be taken care of. In fact, emergency efforts didn't even list them as individuals that would get supplies and attention. So as a result, they held 8 public officials hostage and stole a helicopter in order to get the central government to do what they wanted them to do.
Okay, now I'm going to rank this as both badass and unacceptable.
Yeah, I mean, look, don't hold people hostage. Just don't. But, like, think about this for a second, okay? Apparently this is a thing in Peru, right? Like,
this is a thing. Because hostages get things.
So indigenous tribes will need the central government to pay attention to them. Think about that. There are people who don't necessarily have the resources to get all the attention that they want. And so they'll hold people hostage to get the central government to finally give them what they need. And I think in this case, what they were asking for is completely justified, right? They were impacted by the oil spill more than anyone. They actually live in the area where the oil spill happened.
Yeah. I'm going to go further and say the government is at least partly responsible for the hostage taking. I'll tell you why. So, back in the day, by the way, both in Latin America and other parts of the world, people would take over radio stations, they'd take over TV stations to get their message out. That's because they didn't have a voice. And so in this case, it's still happening in parts of Africa as well. In Nigeria, there was hostages that were taken at an oil company, etc. Now, the reason they do that is because they're desperate, because this company has spilled, in this case, all this oil into their rivers. That's where they fish, that's where they have their food, that's their homes, and then oftentimes the government will say, sorry, don't really care. I get paid by those guys.
Yeah.
And you guys have no power at all. You're not going to be able to do a goddamn thing about it. So they spilled it. We're not going to compensate you. They're not going to compensate you. We're just going to steamroll. So then these guys understandably get very frustrated. Now, again, hostage taking is a really bad idea because people get hurt.
Of course.
So don't do that, right? But I'm explaining to you why those circumstances exist and what led to this. So then they go, well, if I have no power and I have no way of getting you to listen to me, I'm going to do this thing because you're going to want your helicopter back.
Right. I mean, when you think about it in our context, right, what do you think will happen if our government continues to just ignore big issues like income inequality and student loan debt, right, where the poor just keep getting poorer? They keep feeling like no one's listening to them, right? That's why you hear people calling for things like a revolution. Now, Bernie Sanders calls for a revolution. Obviously, it's not a violent revolution that he's calling for, but you understand how people react to feeling neglected. And in this case, the Wapi's community, that's the tribe that I'm talking about, felt like they were being neglected and they needed to do something to get the government to pay attention to them. So let me give you some details on this oil spill, because it was huge. Graphic number 17. A rupture in Peru's 40-year-old pipeline spilled 1,000 barrels of oil in Mayuriaga on February 3rd, 9 days after a leak in the same duct poured 2,000 barrels near 8 other indigenous communities in the Amazonian region.
So this actually reminds me of Flint, as you say, like, look at what's happening here. Because in Flint, Michigan, the citizens kept saying over and over again, look, man, the water is orange, my kids are sick, and the government just brushed them off. They're like, oh yeah, that's what you say, but the company says it's fine, or the people that we're using for the pipe say it's fine, right? And then there's actually environmental groups both in Michigan and in the federal government saying it's not really fine. But they're like, yeah, but it's going to cost money. Just keep on doing it,
right?
So we are headed in this direction. Now, luckily, after over a year of doing it, we finally caught it in Flint, Michigan. They finally listened to the people instead of dismissing them. And now there's some consequences, although not much, right? It's going to take taxpayer money, a lot more taxpayer money to fix it, whereas the original problem could have been fixed for $1 or $2 million, right? But they wanted to give corporate tax breaks in Michigan instead.
Yeah.
Did the governor who made those decisions, is he gone? No, there's no consequences for him, right? So, yes, we've had a more strident reaction once it was absolutely confirmed here, right? But yeah, the people of Flint, Michigan, as much as they got steamrolled early on, at least have the media here to put a spotlight on it. If you're a tribe in the middle of Peru, what voice do you have?
You have no voice, you have no resources, which is why this story is so incredible. It's just incredible what they managed to do with what little they have. And again, I'm not telling anyone or advocating for hostage taking, but you know, we live in a country where people talk about how they hold government accountable by arming themselves with these massive guns, right?
They find that perfectly acceptable, but they'll find this story outrageous. Okay, all right. Let's do the last story.
All right. Prosecutors are going after a former IHOP employee who got fired because he gave out too many free drinks. Now, the owner of this particular IHOP said that William F. Powell, his employee, had given out $3,000 worth of soft drinks. Okay, so as a result, he is facing some serious charges, including grand larceny and criminal possession of stolen property and petite larceny, which I hadn't heard of before.
His larceny is petite.
Petite, little.
Yeah,
right?
not grande. It's petite.
So,
not even bent.
Yeah. So, of course, William F. Powell is a black guy, and he's facing these ridiculous charges because he gave out too many free drinks. But my favorite part of the story, there is my favorite part, is his quotes. His quotes are incredible. Here's what he said. I am the modern-day Robin Hood. I'm not stealing. I am serving the ones in need. I take from the rich to give to the poor. Now, Brooklyn's Robin Hood had no shame, defending his behavior to prosecutors. What's the big deal? I've been doing this since I started here. I love him. First of all, he did not give out $3,000 worth of drinks. That's bogus. There's no way. There's no way.
I'm going to explain that in a second. But first, I have to yell, let him go! Let him go! Look, when I first saw the story giving out drinks, I was like, they have drinks at IHOP? Oh, let's go to IHOP, right?
Yeah, I was thinking about it too, yeah.
No, the guy's giving away fountain drinks.
Yeah.
It's not like it's hard alcohol that costs a lot of money. Now, one of the guys who works here, Steve-O, you've seen him from time to time, his dad used to run a 7-Eleven, right? And so we go to 7-Eleven, he knows a lot about it. Those drinks cost almost nothing, okay? So, yes, it costs you $1.89 or whatever to buy the drink. That's what they're using to calculate the $3,000 in losses.
Right.
But it's actually cost a fraction of that money if it's a fountain drink.
That's right.
So, and to be fair, that's how they make a lot of their profit. Now, some of the items they sell at a 7-Eleven, I'm sure it's the same in IHOP, they barely break even on, but they kill on the drinks.
Of course, that's
right.
That's usually what happens at restaurants as well, like other restaurants, high-end stuff.
So it's not like he didn't charge anybody for drinks. Normally, you are supposed to apparently have 70-20% of your of money from your shift in drinks, but he only had 6%. So it was a little fishy. And they go back and retroactively do this bogus calculation to come up with a $3,000 number. But over all this time, at most, he in reality cost them maybe $300. You know what happens? You fire the guy. Of course you do.
Yeah.
You don't charge him with grand larceny.
Insane.
Come on, man. We have to have some degree of morality in this country. Yeah, I guess he shouldn't have given away some extra free fountain drinks. And no, by the way, he's also... Like, he's not doing himself any favors by admitting all this stuff, right?
I know.
And he's kind of like, he's a little bit grand vision of himself. Like, dude, he gave somebody a free Pepsi. I don't know that you're really Robin Hood.
I kind of love him, but whatever.
No, he's a character. He's a character.
Yeah.
But don't put this guy away for 5 years or something because he gave somebody a Diet Coke. Don't do that.
So I have one other hypothesis that I have to get out, and it's because I know of people that work in the food service industry who have tried this and it works. Sometimes what will happen is you'll give the customers like a freebie, like a free drink, which doesn't cost the company much money, as you mentioned, in hopes that they'll give you a nicer tip, right?
Ooh.
So there's a possibility that he did that. Of course, that's just my speculation, but it's an educated guess.
And by the way, waiters and waitresses oftentimes have discretion from time to time if the food was late, etc., to give away something for free. He just used more of that discretion, right?
Yeah.
I don't care if he did it to get slightly better tips. And the difference between 17% and 6% over these years with a tiny amount of money involved. Let him go! Let him go! Come on, man. Let's not crush everybody's soul here. So I don't say it to him. I say it to the owner and to the prosecutors.
Shame. Shame. Shame.
Great way to end.
Okay, fun for everybody. All right, we're going to be back in about 13 minutes. Everybody stay tight. GOP Republican debate. It might be the last one with all four of the guys, Rubio, Cruz, Trump, and Kasich in there. Rubio is very likely to drop out next Tuesday. Maybe Kasich as well. So there's going to be fireworks tonight. No question about that. So come right back. Stay right here. Tell all your friends, neighbors, and Randy Gonzalez. Everybody wants to debate with us. Play-by-play coverage. TYTnetwork.com/live. Go tweet it out. Facebook it out right now. Bye-bye. Oh, there it is. America. Why will go America? Okay. TYT's debate coverage. Republicans debating tonight, and then they will have a debate right after this debate, and then another one right after that one. Okay, that's what it feels like. But we literally have had a debate or an election every night this week.
Yeah. Yep.
And then actually the weekend as well. Is this 6 days in a row that we've been on air doing some sort of election coverage live?
Yeah,
There was
something on Sunday.
There was something Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yep. So yes, it has been now a lot of debates in town halls. This one is a debate. They're going to be in the same room. They're going to fight. It's going to be fun. It might be the last debate where all four of them are there. This is the final four. I don't know if you've got your brackets right. Did anyone get a? I wondered. We had everybody fill out their Freak 16 when we first started. I did. Probably not a single person in our audience got it exactly right. because it would be pretty tough.
Do we have them somewhere?
I think the only well, mine is on video.
I wonder. Maybe I did fill it out actually. I should try to find that.
The only one I had in the Final Four that is actually in the Final Four is Ted Cruz.
Still pulling for him.
Interesting. Okay. I don't think I had Marco Rubio in the Final Four because I thought he was a boy, and it turns out he is. He just got here with a lot of money. I did a story today on how the establishment loves him and are just befuddled. They think that he lost because he started insulting Donald Trump. That's not why he lost. But they can't handle the truth. They can't realize, no, it's you. It's not us. It's you. Right?
Yeah, well, they've been programmed to do what's worked for so long, and now it's really hard for them to deprogram themselves, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And so, by the way, tell everybody, your friends, your neighbors, your family, as always, Randy Gonzalez, that we're covering this together. Last night, we might have gotten a little excited last night.
A little bit.
Okay. It was a bit of a moment where we all flipped the F out. Okay. When Bernie Sanders landed some significant one-liners. This night, God knows we're going to have. In the last Republican debate, one of the primary topics was cops. Literally. Yeah. Literally. So, God knows what's going to happen tonight. So tell everybody, watch it with us, TYTnetwork.com/live. Go tweet it out, you tweeters. Facebook it out, you facers. Okay. Do Snapchat people do anything? No. The snappers aren't relevant to this proceeding.
Have you been reading the social media guide of Rick Perry recently?
Yeah, for real.
No, I'm not letting it go. I like facers. I'm going with facers.
Oh, let's get some snappers involved.
Yeah, snappers, snap it out. Snap it out for us. Okay. And as always, thank you to the members, TYTnetwork.com/join. Okay. So, Wes, let us start the proceedings by doing this, and we're going to talk to Jordan in a second. He's in Miami. By the way, is he ready? He is ready? Okay. You know what, Wes, hold. What I'm going to ask Wes is whether Marco Rubio has longer than 4 days left, okay? Or is he already done? All right, but first, we go to Jordan Chern, our intrepid reporter on the scene, covering the GOP debate tonight in Miami. Jordan, what do you have for us?
Hey, Cenk, apologize for my profuse sweating. We were just outside with a bunch of crazy people and humidity.
Oh, no. You didn't have to. It's Miami. It would be weird if you weren't profusely sweating. That would mean that you weren't outside and not doing your job.
Yeah. We were outside for an hour or two. You had Trump supporters, Ted Cruz supporters, folks against Donald Trump, and even some Rubio supporters we saw on the way out. So everybody was represented. The first person I spoke with, her name was Jessica Leone. She actually is a Latina who used to work for Donald Trump, and she said she worked at his Doral Miami hotel, Doral in Florida, holding a Latinos for Trump sign. She railed against President Obama, saying she perceives his lack of change. She says he has not implemented any change in the country, and Donald Trump's firmness will. When I asked her about Trump building a wall and creating a trade war, she said Mexico will cave to his demands because the money Mexico gets from the U.S. is too important to the politicians in Mexico because it goes directly to them. So basically she said Mexico's corrupt and U.S. money is too important to them. So they'll cave to Donald Trump. The most interesting part about her, Cenk, when she's going to be a registered nurse. I asked her about the violence erupting at Donald Trump's rallies around the country. I mentioned last night where an African-American got assaulted. She said she's not familiar with these things. She hasn't seen it. I asked her, as a nurse, does she condone Donald Trump telling supporters that he will pay for their legal bills if they punch protesters in the face? He did that during the Iowa caucus. She didn't believe me. So after this, I have her email. I'm going to send her that explanation. She actually said if she knew about that, that might change her mind.
It is amazing how little people know. And Jordan runs into this all the time when he goes and talks to supporters of the different candidates. And we shouldn't be that amazed. I mean, this is our job. We're knee-deep in all this information. But most people don't have that information. They just know simple things. Trump's for a wall, and he's for winning. Right? Bernie Sanders is for universal health care. I don't even know if they know that. He's against the system, right? Hillary Clinton is a Clinton. Hey, probably 8 out of 10 voters know about this much, right?
They didn't know Jeb and George W. were brothers.
Yeah, that was a real thing. When asked why they're going to support Donald Trump in a focus group that Frank Luntz did, one of the guys said, well, he's going to make America great again. It says it right on his hat. Oh. So now Jordan sees that every day in this. But did you say earlier that she liked Donald Trump's firmness? Then we lost Jordan. In opportune time. When we were asking about Donald Trump's firmness, he was attacked by Trump supporters. Yeah, I'm hearing that a reporter was body slammed. Were you out of the cage?
So do we have a prediction? So this guy went and punched the protester in the face.
He was in his 70s.
That's
the
true.
guy.
But he's going to have court costs.
Oh, no.
Is Trump going to pay it? Like, this is not hypothetical anymore. I wonder if he will.
No, I don't think they will. No, of course not. He's not.
No, but then he's a hypocrite and no one can support him anymore.
It's crazy that we've now, not we, but Trump's camp has created this atmosphere where it's like acceptable to punch someone because they're protesting their candidate.
Yeah.
Like, we now live in that country where that kind of violence is, like, endorsed by a political candidate.
Hey, Jesus, do you have the videos from today's show? Because I'd like to show that if we could. I want to show the guy getting punched, and then if for those who haven't seen it, wait till you see the guy who punched him and what he said. Because it is unbelievable. Okay, so let's show the guy getting punched first. At first I thought he might be just got pushed, but let's show him the different camera angle. You're going to see. Of course, the guy who got all the crowd is looking at the guy who got punched. No one's looking at the guy who just punched him.
Can you imagine running up on a group of police escorting someone so that you can attack the person they're escorting? The cops are like,
I also can't imagine voting for Donald Trump. But these things seem to go together.
They do. So they manhandle that guy, they leave the other guy alone. As you guys just said, he did later get arrested, the guy who threw the punch, later. Part of the reason is because he was very proud of having done it, so he was all over camera, and so it was easy to pick him out. In fact, we have it. Wait till you get a load of this.
You bet I liked it, yeah? What'd you like about it? Knocking the hell out of that big mouth. We don't know who he is, but we know he's not acting like an American. So you deserved it? Every bit of it. What was that? Yes, he deserved it. The next time we see him, we might have to kill him.
he just said he's not acting like an American. He was literally protesting.
Yeah, they don't know what it means to be an American, okay? They're angry that things aren't the way that things used to be, right? They're ignorant, kick-ass motherfuckers, okay?
They are.
I'm just gonna keep it real.
That guy, they could have pulled him out of the cab of the truck at the end of Easy Rider.
So this is in North Carolina, and look, he punched the guy in the face. We've seen how many assaults now on tape. You're going to take him lightly when he says next time we're going to kill him? Yeah. Right? So he got arrested on assault and battery, but I don't know if there's more charges that should be filed, but next time we're going to kill him is a pretty serious thing to say after you just assaulted him. It's fairly significant.
Can you imagine the charges a Muslim individual would face if they said, I'm going to kill him? Making terroristic threats, right?
Imagine it's a rally of Muslims. A Christian guy comes in, is a protester, and then they clock him, and next time they say, Inshallah, next time we will kill him. Oh, gone.
All I can think is, like, the attorney in North Carolina who does civil suits who's going to say, God, Trump's worth $1 billion, huh? And he incited this guy to punch my client? Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's coming.
Yeah, and they should. See, but that's how trial lawyers protect us, okay? Now, I'm a little biased. There's folks I know and like and have relationships with financially that are trial lawyers. I'm throwing it out there, okay? But trial lawyers get rid of the potholes in the road. Trial lawyers get rid of dangerous products. And trial lawyers go sue the fuck out of Donald Trump for inciting people to tremendous violence, right? So that is certainly the upside. Okay, now again, this is the first time anybody, as far as I know, actually got arrested for the assault. There's been assault after assault. Yeah. By the way, all those protesters, I thought they hadn't filed charges. Rod Weber, who does a lot of this camera footage, reached out to me and said, "That's not true, Jane. They do. They all file charges, but the guys almost never get arrested." Okay. And so this time the guy is arrested because it's so clear.
One guy got booted out of that prep program for the Marines. So that has been about it up to that point.
One last thing. I know I did it on the show, but you guys weren't here for it, and a lot of you weren't here for it. One of the veterans who participated in pushing another African-American protester, a young woman, at another protest, came out and profusely apologized. And he said, "Man, I got caught up in the moment. And Trump kept telling us, kick him out. And then, and I didn't know I was surrounded by white nationalists. I found out that out later. He's like, I'm mortified. I'm so embarrassed. I've embarrassed my fellow veterans. I've embarrassed my family. I'm so sorry." So it was a great apology. But on top of that, the thing that I found interesting is that's how it happens. That's how mob mentality happens, right? And that's how a dangerous leader riles people up. But a guy who, in that apology, at least sounds like a decent human being. Served in the Korean War, went to just go see Donald Trump speak, and next thing you know, he's pushing this young girl, and he's yelling at her, and then afterwards, it's like, Jesus, what the hell did I do?
Yeah.
People get caught up in the moment.
Yeah, look, I give him credit for apologizing later. I think that people who have some morals and some ethics don't get caught up in that mob mentality to the point where they think it's acceptable to assault someone or to attack someone like that.
Yeah, and to be fair to him, I think if you believe him, he said that he, with all the pushing back and forth, had fallen down at some point and got up angry.
Thought he was attacked, maybe.
Yeah, he didn't go that far. And then he heard, because he didn't think that young black girl attacked him. Right. Yeah. But Trump's going, get him out. And he said in that heat of the moment, he did that. You're right, it doesn't excuse it. But I am glad he apologized and understood the dynamics behind it after.
Yeah, there's some value to that.
It's great to see the police willing to even investigate the person afterward, but I would just love to see a reaction from around the event. Right there, where it happens, the person punches the person. I want the people around them to be at least surprised, not you can see the bloodlust rising in them. They don't necessarily want to be the one to attack or to kill a person, but they really want it to happen around them.
No, it's the Coliseum. It is. And they enthusiastically are at least watching.
And they know they're going to the Coliseum. That's the thing. Now that it's happened once or twice, you've got people self-selecting to be like, I'm going to go there, and I'm going to be on national TV as being a tough guy. Even though you're a tough guy pushing around a 14-year-old girl. Yeah, but who's not fighting back. But that's what they're going there for. They're going there for the thrill of it.
In that same North Carolina rally, they kicked out a blind woman and a pregnant woman. You were so tough. You're very, very tough. Right? And hit that guy who was defenseless. You saw him get ready, right? And then punched him.
Yeah, it was a sucker punch. Classic sucker punch.
Yeah. All right. By the way, one last thing on this general idea, and then I want to go back to Marco Rubio. Imagine the convention if Donald Trump has the most amount of delegates, but not the majority, and they give the other delegates wind up, putting the other candidates put their delegates together and outvote Trump and to take the nomination away.
Well, didn't Ben Carson just endorse Trump?
We're just getting news that Ben Carson endorsed Trump.
He might have been talking in his sleep, though.
So that'll help him marginally, right? But Wes, if they're in a convention that's already a bit of a mob, right? And they try to take this thing away from Trump, and he's got the most amount of delegates, what do you think his supporters do?
They're going to act like it's the end of the world.
Yeah. And my guess is, and we don't know that scenario is going to unfold, but if that scenario unfolds, my guess is they start pushing people around. Physically.
I don't think they'll get there. I think they're all going to line up behind Trump. I think all this never Trump is BS, and when he winds up being the guy with the most delegates, they're all going to jump on that bandwagon. Because they're sheep, and they're authoritarians, and they're followers, and he's going to be the leader for them.
It reminds me of one of the characters in your book, Dreadnought. The guy, nice, well, exactly. So he allows people to exercise the violent urges they have, and if you do it, if you simply go out and attack all the people you think are ruining the country, then we'll have order for once. And it's getting closer to that with every passing rally.
So did you predict Trump? Is that what happened?
No, well, there's a story.
It's a bit farther than Trump.
It's a bit farther, but it's like it takes an extremist point of view of what if you had someone in office who every problem they thought could be solved by violence, and then what are the repercussions of that?
Okay, Dreadnought sounds pretty good. I mean, I'd use Young Turk's Amazon link to buy that if I were you. That would be a good idea. But by the way, I'm going to go home and now I have to buy all your goddamn books.
No, there's only one.
No. I don't mean all yours. I mean all of these guys. I have to buy Ben's dad's book. I have to buy your book. I have to borrow mine if you want.
Mine's free if you have Kindle.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you don't have to buy it.
Okay. All right. If you have Kindle on with it, then I'd use the Amazon link.
You want to talk about Rubio?
Yes. So, Marco Rubio, trailing very badly, has only won Minnesota and Puerto Rico. There was a rumor that he was going to win Hawaii, and then he finished a miserable third. Okay, he finished fifth in one of the states to Ben Carson, who had already dropped out of the race. So
there's a word for that. It's bonus.
I don't know, but it sounds bad. Florida's coming up. That's his home state. He thought he was going to win it, and then he was going to surge from there. But he looks to be about 20 points behind in Florida. So does he get embarrassed on Tuesday? Does he drop out immediately?
It's over. He drops out immediately. He's got probably right now enormous pressure from inside the campaign from all his paid workers. Because for them, as you go through this process, and by the way, no political professional has any allegiance to any candidate. Mm-hmm. Once they see, oh, dude, this guy's not going to reach the station, they have to jump ship as fast as they can to the winning candidate, because the later you get on the winning candidate's team, the less likely you're going to have a good position in the new administration. Yeah. So right now, there's a scramble for all of them to get out, and they're all putting the pressure on him, I'm sure, telling him, oh, dude, just get out, just get out, just get out. And whether he gets out or not, half his campaign will be gone the day after Florida, half his paid members. They've already got their resumes out to everybody. They're already lining up the next job.
That is a great insight. Now, Wes was part of his dad's campaign back in 2004.
We experienced that same thing happening. Like, we won Oklahoma, but the morning of the campaign, it was like, no matter what, you're being pressured to get out. Mainly by your own campaign workers.
Wow, that's really interesting. Now, the donors who invested a lot of money in the beginning were pressuring them to stay in, but now they've gotten kind of embarrassed, and it seems like they don't want to sink any more money into this sinking ship. In fact, Rubio has run out of money and couldn't run ads in Florida. Oh, what a miserable management of your campaign, that in the state you most have to win, you already ran out of resources, even though you got so much establishment money. He had so much more to take. He's on death watch. He's gone.
Yeah. I mean, look, I saw a poll recently in Florida that wasn't too far off. It's still within the realm of possibility. It hurts to not have the ads, but he'll just fall back on a long list of accomplishments from his time in the Senate and the personal love of the people of Florida. And maybe that'll be enough. But also, Kasich up by like 5 or 6 points in a couple of polls in Ohio. So that suddenly becomes a little bit more exciting than Florida. But there is still the possibility. I saw Polls Plus 538 evaluation of Rubio's chances as being at like 18% still. And so, at 18%, you don't bet on it necessarily, but
no, you don't.
You try enough times, and 1 out of 9 or so, it'll work for you.
So 18% is not as miserable as it could be, right? But at the same time, if you've already lost almost everything, and you've spent all of your money, and your staffers can't wait to jump from your sinking ship, and hey, the good news is you've got an 18% chance of winning your home state, things have gone very poorly.
And you've almost never significantly performed better than the polls.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's no enthusiasm there.
No.
And you're a boy.
And you're a boy. You're thirsty for it, but you're a boy.
Yeah. So, the Washington Post with the story today, the donors, the establishment, even the Washington Post, framing it as, maybe he lost when he started going dirty against Trump. No, he'd already got flushed in every election. He went dirty because he had already lost, right? And this is them trying to make themselves feel better. Like, no, the establishment candidate, he would have won. He would have won. He just ran the campaign poorly. And Jeb would have won. He just ran the campaign poorly. No, they would have never won. They're the establishment. People hate the establishment. They hate the stand-up politicians. But no reporter in Washington can get that through their thick skull. Certainly the donors don't want to hear it because they hate it when they can't buy an election.
Here's a question that you have to think about it to Rubio. Okay, let's say you've got some wood you have to chop in your backyard. Would you want Marco Rubio to help you or John? Really? That's a good question. Not a complicated task, but we know John would do it on time without bitching about it. Right?
No, you definitely want John. John's a stand-up guy, and he's going to come in, and he's going to be responsible, and he's going to do it. In fact, John's one of the first guys I called.
John helped me pay my apartment twice.
Yeah.
You have Anna's vote.
You know what?
I'm not running for president.
Whereas with Rubio, you think there's some chance he might hurt himself.
He might.
Oh, pobrecito. That means poor guy.
Yeah. I mean, you don't call a boy to do a man's job.
I know, but Admiral allows him to do some pretty amazing things.
True. He might not be able to do it, but if he does it, it'll be done in 3 minutes.
Yeah, he'll be thirsty, but he'll be fine.
We'll have to see if he took Adderall again in this debate.
Yeah.
I'm surprised our theory on that didn't catch on as at least how outrageous, even though obviously true.
Yeah. I mean, look, I think it's possible that many of the candidates take those kinds of drugs prior to a debate.
Ben Carson didn't.
Yeah, Ben Carson definitely did it. Okay?
No, maybe he did.
I'm curious what would happen to Ben Carson if you slipped him don't slip anyone anything, but if you gave him an Adderall and he took it, right? Would he be normal?
Yeah.
Whereas other people who are not, don't have ADHD, usually just get really hyper, right?
I think back in college, someone slipped him one time, and he was just so revved up, he thought, well, clearly an archangel has taught me chemistry, because this is not possible in my body.
Yeah, I saw it. In one of the debates, he seemed to actually be awake. And we had a theory that maybe he did take something to stay awake in that one debate.
Yeah.
But then, a quarter of the way through, he went back to...
I love when you did the Carson impression with the hands right there.
So, I think I'm going to endorse Donald Trump. Man, Ted Cruz really wanted Carson's endorsement.
Oh, he wants it so bad.
And Carson turns around and stabs him in the belt like that.
Can you just imagine how mad Cruz is going to be when he watches the Trump speech, and Trump is there annoying him, and in the background you can see Carson sleeping? God, it's just going to rile him up.
Okay, so we have Jordan back. Okay, the debate's going to start very soon, but let's see if we can get Jordan back on. Oh, there he is. All right, Jordan, last we left you, we were talking about Trump's firmness. So, what other reports do you have for us on the ground from crazy Republican supporters?
Well, first I was listening to you guys. I just want to remind viewers who might not know, I would go to youtube.com/TYT politics, because we, before many people, have a really telling video from Trump's rally in Burlington, Vermont a couple months ago, which was madness, and the intimidation that he was supporting of his supporters to protesters. I mean, we got on camera protesters, supporters screaming, check their papers. Eric and I almost getting kicked out. So I encourage people, I believe the headline's mob scene at Donald Trump rally. But moving on to the next person I spoke with, this one was a little crazier. His name was David Rosenthal, Ted Cruz supporter, and he was wearing a pig hat. He was wearing a pig hat because he says somewhere in Europe, a man was arrested for refusing to take off a pig hat because the pig hat was offensive to Muslims. And he believes in the right to offend Muslims. There's more. He also called for Muslim immigration to halt on the grounds that the Quran condones polygamy, and no Muslim would ever denounce the Quran, therefore they could be legally barred. He also said human beings are not meant for self-governance, and he would prefer God coming to earth to take control of the kingdom. And I just want to be clear, this was a normal guy in perfect mental health, all that. And lastly, when I pressed him on whether Ted Cruz is really a strict constitutionalist, if he's blatantly disregarding the Constitution when it comes to the Supreme Court nominee, President Obama's right, he said he thinks that's more than reasonable. And the best part, I pressed him on gun control. Exact quote, "I'm not smart enough to answer your question."
Well, we appreciate that honesty. Yeah. We do. I assume we're going to be able to check that out also on youtube.com/TYT Politics.
You better believe it.
Okay. I like that answer. Jordan, on the other hand, the guy gets more points for honesty, too, because if you're going to be wearing a pig hat, the candidate for you is probably Donald Trump.
Right. Absolutely. I asked him, it's interesting why he's for Ted Cruz over Donald Trump. I'm a little stunned to even report it. He said Donald Trump is too brash. This is why he's for Ted Cruz.
That's hilarious.
The guy who thinks, who revels in trying to insult 1.6 billion people says, Trump's a little brash for me. I'm going to go for Ted Cruz instead. Okay. All right. Interesting.
I just want to read for you, Cenk, before the debate starts, because you were talking about the protests and the violence. Senator Sanders just sent out a statement on Donald Trump's rally. He said, "No one in America should ever fear for their safety at a political rally. The ugly incident confirms that the politics of division has no place in our country. Mr. Trump should take responsibility for addressing his supporters' violent actions."
All right. God bless. All right. Good for Bernie. Oh, it's Bernie. Yes. So, any other differences between the Trump and the Cruz and other supporters there? And what was the size of let's actually start with the size first. Size of the crowds. Was there a significant Kasich presence outside the debate hall or no?
I actually met, I got to check this. He said he was the mayor of South Miami. Ex-mayor of South Miami. Vice mayor, of South Miami. He said he had a sign that said, "Do you want Trump holding the nuclear code?" He is for Kasich. In terms of Trump, the obvious, he said Trump is brash. He doesn't think anything through. But I asked him why Kasich hasn't broke through. He basically said, my party has lost its mind. He was very against Trump. I asked him, okay, if you're for a moderate with Kasich, would you be open to Democrat? He's to Hillary Clinton. I asked him, in terms of Hillary Clinton, if you're holding a sign, do you want Trump's finger on the nuclear codes? Hillary Clinton was wrong on the biggest, war issue of the century. And basically, he reiterated an answer I've gotten from a lot of people. She's the best of the worst, or he or she is the best of the worst.
So, wait, I missed it. Would he support Hillary Clinton over Trump or no?
He said if Kasich doesn't make it and it was Hillary versus Trump, he'd go Hillary.
Oh, wow. He would. Okay. Oh, that is interesting. Okay, that's good. Is there different areas outside the where you guys are at right now? That's the Trump supporters, the Cruz supporters, Rubio, etc.
Yeah, there was Cruz supporters across the street, all very noticeable. Trump support one side. I'll tell you, when we were reporting outside, we saw one Rubio supporter. We didn't get to talk to him, but there were only Trump supporters. A pretty good number of Cruz supporters. One guy spoke with was a Trump supporter, but had visible signage against Marco Rubio. He had a Pinocchio sign against Marco Rubio, and he was wearing a pink slip for Rubio's shirt, basically saying Rubio sold out Florida, was anti-immigration, and then joined the Gang of Eight. He also had no problem with Donald Trump brashness, violence at protests, and all that stuff. He said that's liberal media stuff.
So Rubio and Kasich's supporters are in the single digits, but Trump and Cruz have significant supporters there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yes. And a big difference, not a surprise. Both of the people I spoke with on the Cruz side, religion was number one. I spoke with a woman, I'm botching the pronunciation, but Lucille Rosado, and she thinks freedom in America has been taken away. She cited that gay people, in the past, a bakery owner could refuse service to a gay person, but now they're being forced to. And she also cited that she said she saw on Facebook, this was funny, on Facebook a story about a man getting arrested for reading a Bible on the side of the street. I asked, is there a website you saw that through, like the link? She said, I saw it on Facebook. Another interesting thing in terms of media is the guy who's anti-Rubio, who was talking about, has a Pinocchio hat. I asked him where he's getting his information on Trump. He said he gets his information from Breitbart.com and two hate groups, Fair and Numbers USA. So it's very interesting when you ask people where they get their information from. A lot of Breitbart, a lot of Fox News, a lot of Drudge, a Rush Limbaugh.
All right. Okay, Jordan. Great reporting as always. We're going to check out more on youtube.com/TYT Politics. Thank you, man. By the way, TYT Politics just passed 20,000 subscribers and 2 million views. So,
oh, wow, nice.
Yeah, 20,000 subscribers is kind of a magic number. That's when you start rolling.
Yeah. I
Let's make a
remember.
quick observation. Yeah. Oh, when I joined TYT, it was at 18,000. Yeah. About 20 minutes ago, 25 minutes ago, CNN had up their countdown saying that there was 25 minutes to go, and they had breaking news, CNN's GOP debate moments away, which is not breaking news, especially when you have a counter that shows how long it's going to be. It was even more of a lie than that, because once the counter hit 0, then they simply update the rundown. You have to wait an additional 12 minutes just to hear the RNC chair speak, and maybe in 30 minutes the debate will begin, but we know that they generally take a while to get onto the stage. It was deceptive in like 7 different ways. Yeah, I can see that.
I don't know if the candidates came in late or something, but this debate was supposed to start 7 minutes ago, and now all of a sudden CNN has it like, yeah, it was always going to start at 9. Yeah, it's so
not what they announced yesterday.
No,
but maybe they thought we can get people to tune in early.
I think that's what it is.
Ad time.
Yeah, damn it, that's so annoying.
Yeah.
Okay, protest CNN by joining us instead. TYTnetwork.com/join. Okay, I wanted to say one more thing about that. They did, though, on the upside, though, they did have cool entrances. I'm going to keep it real. I know they're the Republicans, we hate them and stuff, but it looked like it was a basketball game. They showed, like, the cars pulling up, guys take the candidates coming out without the jackets, put their jackets on and head on inside. All they were missing were, like, monster headphones. Speaking about it, guys. Okay, we're going to take more of your tweets. I haven't done a single tweet here. I'll do one, and then we'll take more of your tweets as the show goes on. It's hashtag TYT Live. N. Vancher says, yeah, mob mentality got us into the Iraq War. There's a lot of truth in that. And Ben Cosette says, if he keeps his word to pay defense fees, one good thing that can come out of Trump rally violence is that he could go broke. Well, that would be lovely. Okay. We're going to take a quick break here, okay, now that it turns out we have some time. But stay right here. We've got the debate coming up, and we will do our usual play-by-play. Do a little bit more analysis, definitely before the debate. So let's take a break and come back. So, Jody Paulson's directing a movie that's coming out, Money Month. George Clooney's in it, Julia Roberts in it, Jan Huger's in it. What is this?
You're not really in it. You're not actually playing a role in it. You're just kind of like sticking around, aren't you?
What is this? This is not bullshit. This is not like the last Jody Foster movie I was in.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Right.
You're in the background, like.
I gotta tell you this, because on shoptyt.com, there's a shirt throughout the story where I'm in the background in contact with Matthew McConaughey in the foreground, and then it says Bug Life.
Really?
Yes.
I haven't seen that shirt. That's fucking awesome.
No, I'm one of the news guys that's amazed by what's happening. You know, you see that in the movies all the time, but normally they go to the CNN or MSNBC shows.
Yeah.
And I'm sure they'll do that in the movie as well, but they're going to come to TYT.
That's cool.
No, that's not cool. That's super cool. We're going to get drunk and go to Bart over there with, like, he became like Buzz immediately. And then she's leaving. See you later, Jody.
Really?
Yeah, I'm like, oh, okay. Are you Bart? Are you going to see her later? Lots of stories, lots of rage, lots of young Turks. Let's do it. Living legend Anna Kasparian. God, I love this show. I love this job.
I love this tweet from the other Russer.
Had a rough last few days and missed TYT yesterday. The theme started playing and my week instantly got better. I shouldn't read this tweet. Should I read it? I'll read it.
Jack, we're in the middle of the show. For crying out loud.
Oh my gosh.
If there's a debate, there's an election night. Don't even think about going anywhere else. Because we are going to lose our minds here.
Hey, Al, I can't remember. Is there a specific blur we use for Miley Cyrus's butthole? Is it like a Gaussian or a mosaic or a compound?
Nerds rule the world. Nerds rule the world. Nerds rule the world. Nerds rule the world.
Welcome to the third life.
Welcome to everyone. We have an exciting show for you this week.
Glad to communicate with all the nerds out there.
What's beautiful about geeks is geeks are open to everybody. That's the thing. It's like, so you got your thing, I got my thing. It's like, and if you're not, then you're a bad geek.
Why did you choose Battlestar Galactica? Because it's awesome? No kidding. The floor is not lava. Yucky! Oh, my nightmare! And there's one very special characteristic that many men have been interested in. Penis eyes. What's up, friend?
Yeah, I know that curve.
And that movie is the Valentine's Day romantic classic, Deadpool. Who should we trust here? Our hearts? Our head?
Yes.
J.J. Abrams? Isn't that right? How can you improve pizza? With math, of course.
If we spilled goldfish crackers on the floor and we didn't want to clean them up, so we thought that if we stomped on them an infinite amount of time, they would mathematically cease to exist.
We are ready for a Wonder Woman movie. Oh wait, no, let me correct myself. We were ready for a Wonder Woman movie years ago.
I love my job.
Damn it, they failed us. And if you're not angry about that, Michael, and any of you out there, then you're damn wrong. Because you should be angry. Young Turks.
It was genuine. He was bad.
Jake Uger, known online as one of the Young Turks, isn't afraid to throw some punches.
3, 2, 1, hit up.
I just remember thinking, what is this guy's name?
Jake the Turk Uger.
And the TV station this says, the whole point is for me to yell and scream and tell you what I think.
Right out of like Wayne's World. This guy on this little rinky-dink website is speaking truth.
Damn it, they failed us. And if you're not angry about that, Michael, and any of you out there, then you're damn wrong. Because you should be angry. Young Turks.
It was genuine. He was bad.
Jake Uger, known online as one of the Young Turks, isn't afraid to throw some punches.
3, 2, 1, hit up.
I just remember thinking, what is this guy's name?
Jake the Turk Uger.
And the TV station this says, the whole point is for me to yell and scream and tell you what I think.
Right out of like Wayne's World. This guy on this little rinky-dink website is speaking truth to power. We've been averaging 600,000 views a day.
Beating most of the cable shows in America.
We're the largest online news show in the world.
We're celebrating our 1 billionth view.
We're coming.
More politics ahead with Jake Uger. He knew that the MSNBC opportunity was an experiment. And Phil and host meet CNN headline news collect. At some point, they want to give me a show. Every single year, that comes out of our paycheck. We put it in, and you're saying we were suckers.
When you as a host tell someone to shut up, that's going to raise a red flag.
That guy needed it. Come on, Les. Shut up. If President Obama's doing the wrong thing, I'm not going to tell you that he's doing the right thing so I can quote support him. He says to me, you won't believe the news I just had. The head of MSNBC talked to me. They want him off the air. Jake took an incredible risk. It was supposed to challenge the government. That's the role of the media. There's Democrats and the Republicans are here to screw you. Who on the air is saying it?
I wouldn't have done what you did.
That if I'm going to be a talk show host, I'm going to be the biggest talk show host in the country. I don't think anyone else does it better. I don't think anyone's even close. Before you know it, I'll be back on your TV doing an actual show. I guarantee it. Good to see that the internet is just as pissed as we are about CNN lying about when the debate begins. Just fucking lied about it.
I know, I'm reading your tweets right now. They're really funny.
That's John's tweets. John, what's your Twitter handle?
What's that? Oh, J. Iderola. Because Twitter won't give me John Iderola.
Are you Iderola or am I Iderola?
I'm looking into it. Thank you, Hillary. I'll
That's
get
her
back to you.
favorite joke. It is actually.
You know why? I didn't think it was that funny until I said it for the first time, and Jimmy lost his shit. And I was like, if he thinks it's funny, then it's funny.
Was that better than my nickel joke earlier in the?
I don't think that you've ever made a worse joke than your nickel joke.
What was the nickel joke? Nah, it's not.
It's like, let's just forget about it.
No, it just takes too long to explain. It'll be even worse on the second reaction. Okay, so let's do some fun things. Now that we have extra time, I had promised a Sam Harris quote in our last debate coverage, so why not give it to you today? Okay, no, it's fun for everybody. So today, Ben Carson has endorsed Donald Trump, okay? And so he dropped out a little while ago, and I thought that was a good time to remind you guys what someone said about him. Okay, now this is Sam Harris. Oh no, everybody flip out. Okay, he said, given a choice between Noam Chomsky and Ben Carson, in terms of the totality of their understanding of what's happening in the world, I'd vote for Ben Carson every time. Oh, every time.
Wait, are you sure you're not misquoting him?
No, well, by definition I am, because I have not quoted every single book that he's ever written, or that entire podcast, hence that is fault finding. Hold on, I have more on that though. Let's give as much context as we can. He does say, as always, out of both sides of his mouth, Ben Carson is a dangerously deluded religious imbecile. The fact that he's a candidate for president is a scandal. But at the very least, he can be counted on to sort of get this one right. He understands that jihadists are the enemy. Okay, deluded religious clown, but understands foreign policy better than Noam Chomsky because he understands that jihadists are the enemy. Wow, that is sophisticated.
It's super sophisticated. You know, most people don't know that jihadists are the enemy. We had no idea.
Oh, yeah.
We actually thought jihadists were lovely people.
Oh, they're the enemy? Oh, my God. Why didn't we just say it earlier?
Yeah.
If we had said it, they probably would have been solved by it.
Is jihadist the new word for Muslim? Is it a catch
For a lot of
Are
people.
they all jihadists?
For a lot of people. I don't know about specifically France, but yeah, for a lot of people.
So, look, of course, they say, no, we didn't say all Muslims, right? And if, in fact, they were consistent and just said jihadis, then there'd be no debate at all, because we'd agree, everybody would agree.
Yeah.
Of course the jihadis are bad. Everyone can be counted on to figure that out. You don't need Ben Carson to tell you that. That's not the issue. The issue is how broad are you going to make that category and have it slip over from jihadis to some Muslims, to a majority of Muslims, to most Muslims. That kind of meant all Muslims, right?
Well, because in Sam Harris's mind, probably he thinks any Muslim has the potential to become a jihadi eventually.
Mm-hmm. Well, he does say that.
Yeah.
I mean, sorry, I don't want to quote mine him. Go read every single word he's ever written, okay? So he says they have the potential. That's why we have to, do things like profiling. Earlier in the campaign, he also praised Ted Cruz when Cruz was talking about keeping Muslims out of the country, and that's because look, it's not an interesting conversation on whether we should profile jihadis. We shouldn't just profile them; we should arrest them.
Yeah.
Right? So that's not the conversation we're having. So don't pretend it is. Right? We're talking about profiling all Muslims, and you can't say most Muslims because then how do you know which ones we're supposed to profile? Right? That's not the conversation. The conversation is that Ted Cruz is having, and Sam Harris has said kind words about Cruz and Carson, while of course at the same time saying unacceptable. But I'm just saying, I kind of love what they say about Muslims, right? So it's profiling Muslims. Of course it is. That's what it is.
And we know what we get when you take seriously regular people, not distinguished thinkers. And I'm like joking, I'm being sarcastic, even though I have read almost every word he's ever written. You get people like the guy at the Trump rally who's like, you know what? There's a chance that guy might be ISIS. I'm gonna punch him in the face. That's why you can't have all of these people making these independent decisions about, well, God, he's dark skinned. He could do that.
That's literally what that guy who assaulted the black protester in North Carolina at a Trump rally said. He said, well, I don't know, he could have been ISIS, right? Now, all of a sudden, we're even broader than Muslims. Now, everybody who's got some sort of brown skin, right? So, anyway, I don't want to get back into that rabbit hole. And so enjoy your rage that are his supporters and explode in every direction in terms of your anger about the beloved prophet's misrepresentation. And what a sophisticated thinker he is. But your sophisticated thinker thinks that Ben Carson is a sophisticated thinker.
Ben fucking Carson. Like, when you think of Ben Carson, you think his head, okay, it's like a cabinet. Okay, everyone's head has a certain amount of information. But his cabinet was found in an attic. Somebody left it to him. He doesn't know who. We don't really know what's in there, and it's not in order. Whereas if you open Ted Cruz's cabinet, it's like all white chalk. It's all lined up.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and Ted Cruz's cabinet scares me a little more.
No. Ted Cruz's cabinet is creepier, but you're gonna find, you may find a stuffed animal in Ben Carson. You won't find it in Ted Cruz.
Stuffed animal. Okay.
That guy understands the world better than Dope Jumps.
Ben Carson uses his cabinet to store grain. Actually, a lot of people don't know that.
So I'm going to bring up something kind of random, but every time I hear Ted Cruz now, I'm a child, okay, and I'm wrong for thinking this, but I can't help it, just where my mind goes. Every time I hear his name, I immediately think of that, weird white thing that he had on his lip. And then went to his lower lip, and then he ate it. I just can't get past it. It was so gross. I don't know. So I immediately envision him with that white thing on his lip every time his name is mentioned.
Yeah, that was really unfortunate.
Yeah.
Man. It really was. Because no one figured out what it was, and it does spook people out. And then they have this now this is unfair. Online they have these grainy pictures of his face close up with the white thing hovering over here.
Oh!
He looks like he's sweating, and he looks like a maniac. He's like, and I almost for a second felt bad for Ted Cruz. Because that's really not fair. You can do that to anyone.
No. I definitely feel bad for him. That was an unfortunate turn of events for him. But then I remember who he is as a person, and I don't feel bad for him. I just continue to be disgusted by him.
I think he got off easy on that. That sort of thing happening on the internet, usually it goes crazier. Not like CNN's going to ask him about it or anything like that, but it could have done more damage. A couple of pictures for him, that's nothing. That bad lip reading was way worse for him than...
Oh, that bad lip reading was so good.
I do still feel bad for Ted Cruz, though, not for any of the policy stuff or the political stuff or the presidential campaign, but that he has consistently come out and in the very brief glimpses we've gotten of who he is as a real person, he'll reveal, I really like The Simpsons, I love Princess Bride, and in every case the next day the creators of the things that he loves and cherishes come out and say that they hate him. You gotta feel bad for a guy.
That is really sad. I would feel bad if I was like, hey man, I love The Sopranos, I love Breaking Bad, and Bryan Cranston comes out, or the creators even worse, and they're like, oh, we fucking hate that guy. I know, and it happens over and over and over, and no matter what I said, they were like, oh man, that guy's brutal, he's the worst.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, sorry.
I don't feel bad for him at all, because he spent his entire career demonizing the media.
Yeah.
So, now John is going to tell us about the polls if CNN is lying, and there's another half an hour to go. But I'm going to read one tweet from you guys. Anastasia writes in, nothing is more refreshing than TYT Live to cover the debate instead of CNN, MSNBC, Fox, etc. Thank you. We appreciate it. And I want to give you one more nugget here. It looks like there's only about 5 minutes left before the debate. This is another one of those stories that almost got away. Bobby Jindal, a couple of days ago, said that he found out who was responsible for Donald Trump and his run. You ready? Obama.
Come on!
These guys are so pathetic.
Well, Barack Obama forced him to bring up the birther thing for a couple of years, and that really put him in the limelight.
Is Barack Obama also responsible for the fact that the Republican Party doesn't take Jindal seriously?
He's responsible for almost everything in the world.
Everything, you're right.
Yeah, he was responsible for when the Ebola virus broke out, but he was not responsible when we quickly conquered it.
That's true.
He's also not responsible for those low gas prices.
That's right. When they were a tiny bit high, but not really that high before the 2012 election, he was definitely responsible for gas prices. Now that they're at record lows, not responsible. Okay? When unemployment was disastrously high right after the economy crashed under George W. Bush, Obama. Okay, now that it's low and at about 5%, not Obama. No way. Okay, what is it? You know why? Obama didn't have time to fix unemployment and the gas prices because he was busy creating Donald Trump. You see,
it all makes sense now.
How do Republicans look at that and go, oh, yeah, yep, good old Bobby, figured it out again. Hey, that guy is tan, rested, and ready. That's why he's coming up with this great theory.
But hold on, you're talking about a political party where people actually believe there's an invisible, all-powerful being who's going to punish the United States because people are having sex. Seriously.
Yeah.
That's not like 5%. You're talking about 30% of that party believes stuff like
so
that.
So that's fair. What wouldn't they believe? Right? Including Bobby Jindal, who you remember as that famous story that when he was in college, they tackled the girl that they knew and they held her down. I don't know about the tackling part. I'm slightly exaggerating it, but they did hold her down. They literally forcibly held her down and did a forced exorcism on her. What? Oh, you don't know this?
I've never heard that.
Yes.
Yeah, I remember that story.
Absolutely. They were convinced that she was possessed by demons. And she's like, guys, get off me. What are you doing? And they're like, no. And they wouldn't let her up and yada yada.
Seriously?
Serious.
And they weren't on acid.
Well, that part I can't answer.
Well, she says get off me,
Never
but
heard that.
in The Exorcist, the girl complained about it. That is crazy.
I know. I can't believe we surprised Wes. Wes, who knows how crazy these Republicans are.
I've never heard that.
Yeah. No. And these guys all went to good schools. Like, you can't, it's, just because Ted Cruz went to Princeton and then Harvard Law School and Jindal, wherever he went, etc., that doesn't make him smart. I mean, in some ways, to be fair to them, they probably scored well on their tests and got good grades and, but they can still be crazy. That's why they go back and talk to fellow students at Princeton who went to school with Ted Cruz, and to a person, they're like, oh, he was roundly despised. Like, did not get along with everybody, cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Yeah. It would make people cry, verbally harass them and call their mothers whores. Okay, like, he's got a bunch of maniacs out there. All right, speaking of which, the debate is now finally started.
Is invoked. That's longer than you've had in previous debates. Timing lights will be visible. Those lights will warn you when time is up. And as you requested, a bell will also sound, like this. We know that each of you wants to debate these important issues, but please wait until you call the bell. And please do not talk over one another. These are the rules to which all of you agreed. Our goal this evening is a serious debate on the issues. It's time now for opening statements. You'll each have 30 seconds. Governor Kasich, we will start with you.
Well, thank you. You know, I look in the faces of people all across this country, and I know they want to be hopeful, and many are hopeful. Look, I can take conservative policies to the White House of Washington to restore the strength of our economy, but I also want to transfer power, money, and influence to where you live, because I believe the strength in this country rests in the neighborhoods, the families, the communities, and our states. And I believe it's a new partnership, a partnership that can allow us to restore the spirit of America and strengthen America for the best century we've ever had. Thank you.
Exactly what I believe. Hey, Senator Rubio.
Every election is important. I believe this is the most important election in a generation. Because what's at stake in this election is not simply what party is going to be in charge or which candidate wins. What's at stake is our identity as a nation and as a people. For over 2 centuries, America has been an exceptional nation. And now the time has come for this generation to do what it must do to keep it that way. If we make the right choice in this election, our children are going to be the freest and most prosperous Americans that have ever lived. And the 21st century is going to be...
Oh, you never noticed America is the largest years in American history. Like health. It's Guinness record. Really? Yeah. But it looks like it. You're not going to be able to stop looking at his ears.
Now that I notice it, as he stepped off the ferry boat from Cuba onto Key West, he was 18, he was filled with hopes and dreams, and yet he was in the freest land on the face of the earth. This election, this debate is not about insults, it's not about attacks, it's not about any of the individuals on this stage. This election is about you and your children. It's about the freedom America has always had, and making sure that that freedom is there for the next generation, that we stop Washington from standing in the way of the hardworking taxpayers of America.
Is there any chance that Michael Rubio is Mr. Trump?
One of the biggest political events anywhere in the world is happening right now with the Republican Party. Millions and millions of people are going out to the polls and they're voting.
Are you in it?
They're voting out of enthusiasm. They're voting out of love. Some of these people, frankly, have never voted before. 50 years old, 60 years old, 70 years old, never voted before. We're taking people from the Democrat Party, we're taking people as independents, and they're all coming out, and the whole world is talking about it. It's very exciting. I think, frankly, the Republican establishment, or whatever you want to call it, should embrace what's happening. We're having millions of extra people join. We are going to beat the Democrats. We are going to beat Hillary or whoever it may be, and we're going to beat them soundly.
No policy, not about you. I'm going to win.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's begin with jobs and the economy, which Republican voters say is the most important election. There have been some real differences expressed on this stage on whether trade deals have been good for the American worker. One of Mr. Trump, the frontrunner's signature issues, is ending what he calls disastrous trade deals in order to bring jobs back to America. Governor Kasich, I'd like to start with you. You've been a strong advocate for these trade deals over the years. Critics say these deals I know. Remember, I said never make it the U.S. at least 1 million jobs. I had even dropped that one criticism that you've been catering to boardrooms at the expense of the American middle class.
Jake, I grew up in a blue-collar family, and the simple fact of the matter is that, of course, we're sensitive about trade. 1 out of 5 Americans work in a job connected to trade. 38 million Americans are connected to it. But my position has always been we want to have free trade, but fair trade. And I've been arguing all along that it is absolutely critical that when other countries break those agreements, we don't turn the process over to some international bureaucrat who comes back a couple years later and says, oh, America was right and people were out of work. The fact of the matter is we have to have an expedited process. When countries cheat and they take advantage of us, we need to blow the whistle. As President of the United States, I absolutely will blow the whistle. And if they do, though, they are going to go to Kasich. They're not going to go to the American worker.
Yeah, he's in the final 3
and leave the world because, frankly, if we do that, prices will go up, people will buy less, other people will be out of work, and we don't want to see that happen. Trade, though, has to be balanced, and we have to make sure that when we see a violation, like some country that's dumping their products into this country, believe me, as president, I will stand up and I will shut down those imports because they are a violation of the agreement we have, and the American worker expects us to stand up. And Jake, my family worked in the steel industry, not with a white collar. I understand their plight.
Mr. Trump, your critics say your campaign platform is inconsistent with how you run your businesses, noting that you brought in foreign workers instead of hiring Americans, and your companies manufacture clothing in China and Mexico. Why should voters trust that you will run the country differently from how you run your businesses?
Because nobody knows the system better than me. I know the H-1B, I know the H-2B. Nobody knows it better than me. I'm a businessman. These are laws, these are regulations, these are rules. We're allowed to do it. And frankly, because of the devaluations that other countries, their monetary devaluations that other countries are constantly doing and brilliantly doing against us, it's very, very hard for our companies in this country, to compete. So I will take advantage of it. They're the laws, but I'm the one that knows how to change it.
Like this clown. Yeah, this fucking clown.
Like I do, believe me.
Last October, you said that you're, quote, generally very much in favor of the evacuation or support of some trade deals. If elected, will you support free trade deals, even if it means the inevitable loss of U.S. jobs?
And I'm going to humiliate you in the whole
free trade deals that are good for America.
We did it for like 8 or 9 years in a row. They've already seen him wipe out the,
We have to have hundreds of millions of people in the world today who can afford to buy things. The problem is we're a low tariff country. To import something into the United States is not very expensive. But many of these countries we can't export to because their tariffs are too high. And so I'm in favor of deals that allow us to bring down so that America can sell things to all these people around the world. There are good trade deals and there are bad ones. So for example, here in Florida we have benefited greatly from the free trade deal with Colombia. It's allowed flower exporters to come into the United States, but it's created jobs for hundreds of people who are now delivering those flowers and working in that industry. We have a surplus with Colombia. On the other hand, you've seen trade deals like in Mexico that have been less than promising in some aspects, better in others. Bottom line is, I believe that America, if given our workers are the most productive in the world, our people are the most innovative on this planet. If it is a free and fair trade deal, we can compete against anyone in the world, and we need to in the 21st century. Senator Cruz, you were a supporter of the Pacific trade deal, but after taking some heat from conservatives, you changed your position. Why should these voters who don't like these trade deals trust that you will fight for them all the time and not just in election years?
Actually, that's incorrect. There are two different agreements. There's TPA and TPP. I oppose TPP and have always opposed TPP, which is what you asked about. And when it comes to trade, look, free trade, when we open up foreign markets, helps Americans, but we're getting killed in international trade right now. And we're getting killed because we have an administration that doesn't look out for American workers, and jobs are going overseas. We're driving jobs overseas. And the people who are losing out are manufacturing jobs, or the steel industry, or the auto industry. But I'll tell you who else is going to be losing out, which is the service industry. This Obama administration is negotiating the Trade and Services Agreement, which is another treaty to allow services to come in and take jobs from Americans as well. And you got to understand, trade and immigration are interwoven.
Super boring.
It really is. I can't focus on it.
Yeah, why aren't we insulting each other?
I'm totally focused on it. I'm entertained because it's all made up economic theory that they're throwing out, which I find incredibly
trade deals protecting American workers first, not the corporate boardroom. Number two, we need to lift the regulations on American businesses here so we see jobs coming back.
The little guy.
We need a tax plan like the tax plan I've introduced that will not tax exports and that will tax imports, and that will bring millions of high-paying jobs back to America.
Let's talk more about how American jobs.
There's no labor policy, and there's no environmental policy. So you're not paying
Senator Rubio,
all those costs set up in
Disney laid off 250 tech workers in Orlando, replacing many of them with foreign workers. Some of the Americans even had to train their own replacements. You support increasing the H-1 visa program that made it possible to bring in these foreign workers. Doesn't this program take jobs away from Americans?
If it's being abused the way Disney did. Understand that program, it is illegal now under that program to use it to replace American workers. Under that program, you have to prove not only that you're not replacing Americans, but that you've tried to hire Americans. And if a company is caught abusing that process, they should never be allowed to use it again. The second problem with the current structure of the program that people perhaps don't understand is a lot of these companies are not directly hiring employees from abroad. They are hiring a consulting company like Tata, for example, out of India. And that company then hoards up all of these.
It's an old insider TYT joke. Nice job.
What they're basically doing is they are insourcing and outsourcing. They are bringing in workers from abroad that are not direct employees of a Disney or someone else. They're employees.
Call me John or something. I don't remember.
And what I argue is that no consulting business such as that should be allowed to hoard up all of these visas, that the visas should only be available for companies to use directly to hire workers, and that we should be stricter in how we enforce it. It is illegal now. It is a violation of the law now to use that program to replace Americans. And if a company is caught doing that, whether it be Disney or anyone else, they should be barred from using the program.
This is the best answer I've heard so far from any of these guys on any subject.
I agree.
Illegal
He gave a good
immigration
answer.
called for basically putting off any legalization process until we get the border secured. Correct. Why not call for a pause on H-1Bs until those abuses you've talked about are solved?
Well, I think I'd be open to it if it takes a pause, but I don't think it takes a pause to enforce the actual law. What they're doing is, if they are in fact using that program to replace an American, if there's an American working at Disney and they bring someone from another country using H-1B to replace their direct job, that is in violation of the law. And what I'm explaining to you is, what they're doing now is what they're doing is they're eliminating the job. They're outsourcing the entire tech division to a consulting company. They're making the argument that we didn't replace you, we just replaced the whole unit by hiring a company to do it instead. And that company that they're hiring is bringing their workers from abroad. It is a loophole they have figured out that we need to close so they can no longer continue to do it that way.
Governor Kasich, I want to come to you next. Mr. Trump says that legal immigration is producing, quote, lower wages and higher unemployment for U.S. workers. He's calling for a pause on green cards issued to foreign workers. Wouldn't that help workers in the U.S.?
Well, look, I believe in immigration, but it has to be controlled. The simple fact of the matter is I wouldn't be standing here. I'd be, maybe running for president of Croatia if we didn't have immigration. Immigration is something that brings youth to the country. But we clearly have to control our borders. We can't have people just walking in, but we lock our doors at night in our homes, and the country has to be able to lock its doors as well. So I have a comprehensive plan to deal with this problem of immigration. I would say we have to absolutely finish the wall and guard the border. And if anybody were to come in after that, they're going to have to go back. No excuses, because we can't convince people. I think we ought to have a guest worker program where people come in, work, and go home. And I think at the same time, for the 11.5 million who are here, then in my view, if they have not committed a crime since they've been here, they get a path to legalization, not to citizenship. I believe that program can pass the Congress in the first 100 days. But let's not lose sight of the fact that the whole key to the future of America is strong economic growth with common sense regulation, lower taxes, and a balanced budget. We can have a rising tide that lifts all the workers in America, all the people who are citizens of America. It will just follow the formula.
That's a great point by you.
Washington mushed it all into one speech. I used Ohio to grow over 400 private sector jobs since I've been governor.
Does anyone in America have larger ears than Marco Rubio? Your answer is hashtag boy. Except you.
I think that I know this one very well.
Can't unsee it now.
And I shouldn't.
No, I can't. And my big question is,
very
does he
bad
take them back?
And second of all, I think it's very
so
important
big,
to
and I
say,
never noticed her before. Like, tangled
I have to do what I have to do. And it's sitting there waiting for you, but it's very bad. It's very bad for business in terms of, it's very bad for our workers, and it's unfair for our workers, and we should end it. Very importantly, the Disney workers endorsed me, as you probably read, and I got a full endorsement because they're the ones that said, and they had a news conference, and they said he's the only one that's going to be able to fix it, because it is a mess. I think for a period of a year to 2 years, we have to look back and we have to see, just to answer the second part of your question, where we are, where we stand, what's going on. We have to sort of take a strong, good, hard look and come up with plans that work. And we're rushing into things, and we're leading with the chin. I don't know what they're doing in terms of our leadership. I would say a minimum of 1 year, maybe 2 years.
Thank you, Mr. Trump. Senator Cruz, I want to bring you in very quickly on this. The United States averages about 1 million new legal immigrants a year and hundreds of thousands more guest workers. What should the right level be?
Well, we need to redefine the legal immigration system so that it meets the needs of the American economy. Right now, we're bringing in far too many low-skilled workers. What that is doing is driving down the wages of hard-working Americans. Our system isn't working, and on top of that, we've got a system that is allowing in millions of people to be here illegally. And the answer to that, I've laid out a very, very detailed immigration plan on my website. We're going to build a wall, triple the border patrol. We're going to end sanctuary cities, and let me tell you how we're going to do that. We're going to cut off federal taxpayer funds to any city that defies federal immigration.
Okay, good luck cutting off all federal funds.
Welfare benefits. Anyone who's here illegally.
Good luck with that.
And the thing to understand, Stephen, we can solve these problems. It's not that we don't know how to do it. It's that we're lacking the political will. Neither of the parties in Washington wants to do this. The Democrats support illegal immigration because they view those illegal immigrants as potential voters, and far too many of the Republicans are doing the bidding of Wall Street and the special interest, and they view it as cheap labor. We need instead leadership that works for the working men and women of this country. We need an immigration system that takes care of the jobs of the working men and women of this country.
Senator Rubio, did you want to weigh in? Well, I would add, when you talk about the millions of green cards that are coming in, those are actually work. They're just coming in pretty good.
All right,
Let me tell you about one that was from 1956. I acknowledge that my parents came to the U.S. on a family-based system. The problem is nothing looks like it did 60 years ago. The 21st century economy simply is not creating enough jobs for people that don't have skills. When my parents came, they had a very limited education. My father stopped going to school when he was 9 years old because his mother died, and he had to work, and he would work the next 70 years of his life and never go back to school. And I'm grateful every day that America welcomed them. But today, in the 21st century, 60 years later, finding jobs when you don't have skills is very difficult. We need to move to a merit-based system of immigration, not just on H-1B, particularly on green cards. The primary criteria for bringing someone from abroad in the 21st century should be, what skills do you have? What business are you going to open? What investment are you going to make? Or what job are you going to be able to do when you arrive at the United States? Education obviously plays a large role when it comes to jobs in the economy.
You want everything as capital and skills.
Others in the industrialized world, America, your home countries, currently ranked 27th out of 34 countries in math and 17th in reading. Mr. Trump, you've called the education standards known as Common Core a disaster. What are your specific objections to Common Core?
Education through Washington, D.C. I don't want that. I want local education. I want the parents, and I want all of the teachers, and I want everybody to get together around the school and to make education great. And it was very interesting. I was with Dr. Ben Carson today, who's endorsing me, by the way, tomorrow morning. And we spoke for over an hour on education, and he has such a great handle on it. He wants competitive schools. He wants a lot of different things that are terrific, including charter schools, by the way, that the unions are fighting like crazy. But charter schools work, and they work very well. So
no, they don't.
There are a lot of things.
Don't lie about that.
Been very much involved with education.
It's a mixed bag. Some charter schools do perform better, but it's a huge
but
bag
just to clarify, the Common Core standards were developed by the states and localities voluntarily adopted them, and they come up with their own curricula to meet those standards. So when you say education by Washington, D.C., what do you mean?
You're right, but it's been taken over by the federal government. It was originally supposed to be that way, and it certainly sounds better that way. But it's all been taken over now by the bureaucrats in Washington, and they are not interested in what's happening in Miami or in Florida, in many cases. Now, in some cases, they would be. But in many cases, they're more interested in their paycheck and the big bureaucracy than they are taking care of the kids.
Governor Kasich, you have called bankrupt in our country hysteria. What is your response to grassroots conservatives who do not agree with you?
Well, look, all I'm in favor of in Ohio is high standards. First of all, let me tell you, I would take 125 federal education programs, put them in 4 buckets, and send them back to the states. Okay, I've been working on this for many, many years. Secondly, Jake, in our state, the state school board sets the standards, and we want high standards because we've not always had high standards, unfortunately. They set the standards, and the local school boards develop the curriculum. Not only did we have that in the law, we reasserted it in the law, and we also want parental advisors in the local school district so that, in fact, frankly, education has to be run at the school board level with a little guidance from the state. Now, on top of that, you want to talk about the 21st century and what we need to do with our kids. We need to start connecting them to the real world. We need to be training them for the jobs of the 21st century, not the jobs of 20 years ago. We need vocational education starting in the 7th grade where kids can get that kind of education that can take them to college, but all the way through their K through 12. They ought to be connected with real world jobs. Frankly, what ought to happen is we ought to get them to pursue their God-given talents and connect them with the things that give them passion, and that's exactly what we're doing in Ohio, combined with mentoring programs to talk to kids about what their future can be. So let me be clear. Local control, obviously, high state standards, that's what it is in the state of Ohio.
So, Senator Cruz, let me bring you in. You object to Common Core. Governor Kasich says it's local school boards developing local curriculum to meet higher standards. What's wrong with that?
Common Core is a disaster. And if I'm elected president in the first days as president, I will direct the Department of Education that Common Core ends that.
Okay, but why is it a disaster?
Because it's easy to talk about the problem, but you have to understand the solutions. The Obama administration has abused executive power in forcing Common Core on the states. It has used race to the top funds to effectively blackmail and force the states to adopt Common Core. Now the one silver lining of Obama abusing executive power is that everything done with executive power can be undone with executive power, and I intend to do that.
Okay.
Beyond that, though,
you measure it based on standardized testing. I hate that. I hate that. I think it's a waste of resources in that regard. I don't think that standardized testing is an accurate measure of how a person has grasped the
most important reform we can do in education after getting the federal government out of it is expand school choice, expand charter schools and home schools and private schools and vouchers and scholarship, and give every child, African American, Hispanic, every child in need an opportunity to access to a quality education.
Let's move on to another topic.
Basically privatized public education.
Here in Florida. Florida has the highest percentage of seniors in the country. There are 3.1 million senior citizens here who receive Social Security benefits, and they're very interested in hearing what you candidates intend to do to keep Social Security going for future generations. Let me turn now to my colleague, Dana Bash.
Senator Rubio, you argue Americans your age must have an honest conversation about making Social Security sustainable. For people under 55, you want to raise the retirement age and also reduce benefits for wealthier Americans. So what should the new retirement age be, and how much will those benefits be cut?
First of all, let me say that you're right. There are about 3 million seniors in Florida with Social Security and Medicare. One of them is my mother, who happens to be here today. I'm against any changes to Social Security that are bad for my mother. And we don't have to make any changes for them. But anyone who tells you that Social Security can stay the way it is lying. Any politician that goes around saying we don't have to do anything, all we have to do is raise a few taxes or just leave it the way it is, they're not being honest with you. Social Security will go bankrupt, and it will bankrupt country with it. So what it will require is people younger, like myself, people that are 30 years away from retirement, to accept that our Social Security is going to work differently than it did for my parents. Instead of retiring at 67, the way I'm supposed to retire, I'd have to retire at 68. If I were still in the Senate, I'd be one of the youngest people there. If I've made a lot of money, my Social Security benefit will not grow as fast as someone who made less money. And by the way, Medicare could very well become the option of using my Medicare benefit to buy a private plan that I like better. Medicare Advantage does that now. These are not unreasonable changes to ask of someone like myself, who is 25 or 30 years away from retirement, in exchange for leaving the program undisturbed for the people that are on it now or about to retire, and ensuring that we do not bankrupt our country and that this program still exists when my children retire, when my grandchildren retire, when I retire.
Senator, the question was specific, though.
Retire later, thereby losing tens of thousands of dollars. It would be one of the greatest robberies in American history. So every year you have to work extra. It's tens of thousands of dollars you're not getting from Social Security.
We will continue to allow it to increase the retirement age for future generations until it hits 70. And so my children would retire at 70. I would retire at 68. It would be a graduating scale over a period of time. But again, I'm talking about people like myself and Ted, who are 45 years old, who are years away from retirement. For people that are on it now, we don't have to change it at all. We don't do anything. We'll have a debt crisis. It's not a question of if. It is a question of when. In less than 5 years, only 17% of our budget will remain discretionary. 83% of the federal budget in less than 5 years will all be spent on Medicare, Medicaid, the interest on the debt. That's it. All of it will be eaten up by that. We don't have any money for war. It will be debilitating to our economy, and our children deserve better than to inherit a debt crisis.
Mr. Trump, you don't want to raise the retirement age, and you also don't want to cut benefits even for wealthier Americans. But according to the Social Security Administration, unless adjustments are made, Social Security is projected to run out of money within 20 years. So specifically, what would you do to stop that?
First of all, I want you to understand that the Democrats, and I've watched them very intensely, even though it's a very, very boring thing to watch, that the Democrats are doing nothing with Social Security. They're leaving it the way it is. In fact, they want to increase it. They want to actually give more. And that's what we're up against.
Fuck all those old
Like it
people.
or not, that is what we're up against. I will do everything within my power not to touch Social Security, to leave it the way it is, to make this country rich again, to bring back our jobs, to get rid of that, to get rid of waste, fraud, and abuse, which is rampant in this country, rampant, totally rampant. And it's my absolute intention to leave Social Security. It's not in TCA, to leave it as is.
You're only going to live to 70.
22 years, a long time to go.
By the way, that is how they
Not
save a lot
long
of
in terms of what we're talking about, but it's still a long time to go.
They think,
I want to
now we
leave
have to say,
Social Security as is. I want to make
Based on my diet now,
so we can afford it. I want to bring back our jobs. I want to do things that will make us, that will bring back GDP. I mean, as an example, GDP was zero essentially for the last 2 quarters. If that ever happened in China, you would have had a depression like nobody's ever seen before. They go down to 7%, 8%, and it's a national tragedy. We're at zero. We're not
after population is subsistence farmers. Stupid.
Our jobs are gone. Our businesses are being taken out of the country. I want to make America great again, and I want to leave Social Security as is. We're going to get rid of waste, fraud, abuse, and bring back business.
Senator Rubio, I know you want to get in. Hang on 1 second. I just want to follow
made that
up
argument about Medicaid. But what is
you're talking about waste.
What about abusing the undocumented immigrants that are paying into Social Security but never seeing any of that money? Are you going to go after that?
No, I said that's a smart business.
Yeah.
$3 billion, but it would take $150 billion to make Social Security stop. And so, how would you find that under $147 billion?
Most of the subject. We're the policemen of the world. We take care of the entire world. We're going to have a stronger military, much stronger. Our military is depleted. But
Our military is depleted.
We take care of Saudi Arabia.
Our military is depleted.
Well, then, based on what I said yesterday, CNN's headline now is going to be, where does the money come from?
From North Korea
to rebuild the military.
Send our ships.
Not Social Security.
16,000 soldiers on the line, on the border between North and South Korea. We have so many places. Saudi Arabia was making $1 billion a day, and we were getting virtually nothing to protect them. We are going to be in a different world. We're going to negotiate real deals, and we're going to bring the wealth back to our country. We owe $19 trillion. We're going to bring wealth back to our country.
Senator Rubio, will that be enough to save Social Security?
No, and I think you've outlined why. The numbers don't add up. You know, when I ran for the Senate in 2010, I came out one day and said, we're going to have to make changes to Social Security. And everyone said, that's the end of your campaign. In Florida, you can't talk about that. But people know that it's the truth here in Florida. Fraud is not enough. Certainly, let's wipe out the fraud. But as you said, it won't add up. You already gave those numbers. The second point is on foreign aid. I hear that all the time as well. I'm against any sort of wasting of money on foreign aid, but it's less than 1% of our federal budget. The numbers don't add up. The bottom line is we can't just continue to tiptoe around this and throw out things like I'm going to get a fraud, abuse. Let's get rid of fraud. Let's get rid of abuse. Let's be more careful about how we spend foreign aid. But you still have hundreds of billions of dollars of deficit that you're going to have to make up. And here's the thing, if we do not do it, we will have the debt crisis. Not to mention the crisis of Social Security and Medicare. Both parties have taken far too long to deal with it. It is one of the major issues confronting America. It's barely been asked in any of these debates, and we better deal with it, or we're going to have to explain to our children why they inherited this disaster.
Mr. Trump, Senator Rubio says your numbers.
We're not going to explain to our children why they're all dying and suffocating from climate change, but if they can survive it, there might be a little bit of money.
Well, I don't know if you're saying that. Look, I'm just saying very simply, we have a country that I have never seen anything like it. I've been going over budgets and looking at budgets. We don't bid things out. We don't bid out, as an example, the drug industry, pharmaceutical industry. They don't go out to bid. They just pay almost as if you walk into a drugstore. That's what they're paying. And the reason is they have a fantastic lobby. They take care of all of the senators, the congressmen. They have great power, and they don't bid out. The military is never properly bid. When we go out to military bids, it's not properly bid. And the people that really sell us the product are oftentimes the product we don't want, only because that particular company has political juice, okay? I'm self-funding my campaign. Nobody's going to be taking care of me. I don't want anybody's money. I will tell you something. We're going to go out to bid in virtually every different facet of our government. We're going to save a fortune.
No, he had a chance for a little markup comment there, but he didn't do it.
Put some of the Social Security taxes into personal accounts. What do you say to critics who say that market volatility means that this is a disastrous proposal?
Well, number one, we need to see responsibility. Social Security right now is careening towards insolvency, and it's irresponsible, and any politician that doesn't step forward and address it is not being a real leader. We need to see political courage to take this on and save and strengthen Social Security. And as president, what I will do for seniors, for anyone at or near retirement, there will be no changes whatsoever. Every benefit will be protected to the letter. But for younger workers, we need to gradually raise the retirement age. For younger workers, we need to change the rate of growth of benefits so it matches inflation instead of exceeding inflation. And as you noted, Dana, we need to have for younger workers that a portion of your tax payments are in personal accounts, like a 401k that you own, that you control, that you can pass on to your kids and grandkids. And one of the things that is critically important, listen, we've got lots of challenges in the world. But the answer can't just be wave a magic wand and say, problem, go away. You have to understand the problems. You have to have real solutions. It's like government spending. It is very easy. Hillary Clinton says she'll cut waste, fraud, and abuse. If only we had smarter people in Washington, that would fix the problem. You know what? That is the statement of a liberal who doesn't understand government is the problem. Here's my philosophy. The less government, the more freedom. The fewer bureaucrats, the more prosperity. And there are bureaucrats in Washington right now who are killing jobs, and I'll tell you, I know who they are. I will find them, and I will fire them.
Did you just compare Donald Trump to Hillary Clinton on this issue?
I will let Donald speak for himself, but I will say, there is a reason in my campaign I've laid out a very, very specific spending cut plan. $500 billion. I've specified 5 major agencies that I would eliminate, 25 programs. And Dana, you know why political candidates don't do that? Because when you do that, the lobbyists attack you. When you specify the programs you would eliminate, then you get attacked. Let's take, for example, back in Iowa, the first primary. When I went to Iowa and campaigned against ethanol mandates, everyone said that was political suicide. You can't take on ethanol in Iowa. And my opponents on this stage not only didn't do the same, they attacked me and even promised to expand corporate welfare. If we're going to stop bankrupting our kids and grandkids, you've got to be willing to take on the lobbyists, which means not just some fanciful waste, fraud, abuse, but specifying these are the programs I will eliminate so that we can take care of the hardworking taxpayer.
Mr. Trump, would you like to respond?
If you look back to Iowa, Ted did change his view and his stance on ethanol quite a bit. He did, and at the end. Not full on, but he did change his view in the hopes of maybe doing well. And, I think everybody knows that. It was a front page story all over the place. And he did make a change.
Senator Cruz?
Listen, if you're fed up with Washington, the question you ought to be asking is who's willing to take on Washington? It's easy to have language, I'm fed up with the corruption in Washington. But if you have a candidate who has been funding liberal Democrats and funding the Washington establishment, it's very hard to imagine how suddenly this candidate is going to take on Washington. When I stood up and led the fight against Obamacare, Washington was furious and attacked me, but I did it because I was honoring my commitment to the hardworking men and women of this country who are losing their jobs because of Obamacare. When I lost the fight because I was standing with the people against Washington, and if you want to tell people you're going to stand against Washington, the question we should ask is, when have you ever stood up to the lobbyists in Washington?
Okay, Mr. Trump, I'll let you respond because he mentioned you, but then I'm going to move on to Governor Kasich. Go ahead.
Well, that's fine. First of all, Ted was in favor of amnesty, so there's no question about that. And Sheriff Joe Arpaio recently endorsed me, and there's nobody tougher on the borders than Sheriff Joe. And Jeff Sessions, one of the most respected senators in Washington, an incredible man, also endorsed me. And there's nobody that knows more about the borders than Senator Jeff Sessions. Yes, we're all in this together. We're going to come up with solutions. We're going to find the answers to things. And so far, I cannot believe how civil it's been up here.
Governor Kasich, let's get back to Social Security. He told the voter in New Hampshire to, quote, get over cuts to Social Security benefits because you have a reform plan, and that is just the reality you say that is out there. Why is cutting Social Security payments the solution?
Well, first of all, we hear about taking on Washington. I took on Washington and I won. I actually got the budget balance when I was a member of the Congress and chairman of the Budget Committee. We paid down $500 billion of the national debt. We also balanced the budget 4 years in a row, and we were just growing jobs like crazy, and the wage issue was not even an issue then. I also had a plan in 1999 to save Social Security and take the $5 trillion projected surplus and not only have Social Security for our young people, but also to give them private accounts. Now, there are more 18-year-olds who believe they have a better chance of seeing a UFO than a Social Security check. And we have a lot of seniors who are very nervous. I have a plan to fix it that doesn't even require raising the retirement age. If you've had wealth throughout your lifetime, when the time comes for you to be on Social Security, you'll still get it. It will just simply be less. And for those people who depend on that Social Security, they'll get their full benefit. That's the way it will work. And we don't have to monkey around with the retirement age. And how do I know that? I've done all this before. This is not a theory. If you have to take on entitlement programs to balance a budget, yes, but doesn't mean you have to cut them. It means you need to innovate them the way we do things in the 21st century. So not only did we have a balanced budget in Washington, but when I went to Ohio, we were $8 billion in the hole, and now we're $2 billion in the black. Our credit is strong. We're up 400,000 jobs, and I want to go back with the same formula to beat the Washington insiders again. And I will get it done, and this country will be much stronger economically as a result.
Thank you, Governor. Republican Party now. Mr. Trump, one of the concerns your opponents have expressed throughout the course of this campaign is the notion that in their estimation you hold views that are at direct odds with Republican Party tradition. How are you looking to fundamentally change the Republican Party as its essential leader? What should the Republican Party...
As crazy as that sounds.
No, it doesn't. I know. He will run so far to the center in the general election. Trump, he'll switch almost every position he has.
We are more inclusive, and if you look at the polls, and if you look at the millions of people that have been pouring into the polls, it's again the biggest story. You look at all of these people that are coming in, something's happening. I am different in one primary respect, and that's trade. I feel that we have had horrible negotiators, horrible trade deals. The jobs in this country are disappearing, and especially the good jobs. You look at the recent jobs reports, which are really done so that presidents and politicians look good. Because all of these people looking for jobs, when they give up, they go home, they give up, and they're considered statistically employed. So that's that. But I will say, trade deals are absolutely killing our country. The devaluations of their currencies by China and Japan and many, many other countries, and we don't do it because we don't play the game. And the only way we're going to be able to do it is we're going to have to do taxes unless they behave. If you don't tax certain products coming into this country from certain countries that are taking advantage of the United States and laughing at our stupidity, we're going to continue to lose businesses and we're going to continue to lose jobs. And if you look at the average worker over the last 12 years, their salary and their pay has gone down, not up. It's gone down. And I think that's why there's been such an outpouring of love to what I'm saying.
Thank you, Mr. Trump. Senator Cruz, Donald Trump has so far won 5% of the vote. Those people are signing up to his vision of the Republican Party. What do you think is wrong with that vision?
Well, Donald is right, for example. He was just talking about international trade. He's right about the problems, but his solutions don't work. So, for example, his solution on international trade, he proposed earlier a 45% tariff on foreign goods. Now, he backed away from that immediately, and he may come back with a different number tonight. I don't know where he'll be tonight. But I'll tell you what happens. You know, we've seen prior presidential candidates who proposed massive tariffs. You know, Smoot-Hawley led to the Great Depression. And the effect of a 45% tariff would be when you go to the store, when you go to Walmart, when you're shopping for your kids, the prices you pay go up 45%. But not only that, when you put those in place, because a tariff is a tax on you, the American people, but the response of that is that the countries we trade with put in their own tariffs. A much better solution that works is the tax plan I've laid out, which would enable our exports to be tax-free, would tax our imports, would not raise prices for Americans, and would not result
you can see it doesn't do much. It's like quality of life.
And that's what's missing from what Donald said.
Maybe that's a trouble getting the 45. But this is going to be a winning thing for
45% tax is a threat. It's not a tax, it was a threat. It will be a tax if they don't behave. Take China as an example. I have many friends, great manufacturers, they want to go into China. They can't. China won't let them. We talk about free trade. It's not free trade, it's stupid trade. China dumps everything that they have over here. No tax, no nothing, no problems, no curfews, no anything. We can't get into China. I have the best people manufacturers. They can't get in. When they get in, they have to pay a tremendous tax. The 45% is a threat that if they don't behave, if they don't follow the rules and the regulations so that we can have it equal on both sides, we will tax you. It doesn't have to be 45, it could be less. But it has to be something because our country and our trade and our deals and most importantly, our jobs are going to hell.
Senator Chris,
to be fair to Trump,
Jake, let me be clear what Donald just said. He said that 45% tax is a threat. And mind you, you are paying the tax. It's not China that pays the tax. It's you, the working men and women. So ask yourself at home, how is this helping you? If your wages have been stagnant for 20 years, if you can't pay the bills, how does it help you to have a president come and say, I'm going to put a 45% tax on diapers when you buy diapers, on automobiles when you buy automobiles, on clothing when you buy clothing? That hurts you. It's why we've got to get beyond rhetoric of China bad and actually get to how do you solve the problem, because this solution would hurt jobs and hurt hard-working taxpayers.
Okay, just like, let's be realistic. Let's not try to do better trade deals.
They don't
as a strategy.
They don't want realism. Some amount, and it could be a large amount, and we will start building those factories and those plants. Instead of in China, we'll build them here, and people will buy product from here rather than buying it through China, where we're being ripped off. And we have a 505.
No idea how any of this plays out. They don't know, and they really don't want to learn.
That's the way it should be done. And the way we've been doing it for the last long period of time is our country is in serious trouble.
We're not winning it.
And it's going to explode.
All right, we're going to take a very quick break. When we come back, we'll have much more of this Republican presidential debate.
Yeah, well, not for any of the reasons. Okay.
So I'm bored out of my mind.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So we just had the first part of the Republican debate, and it was as boring a debate as we have seen in quite some time. And that's really weird, because the Republicans are usually exciting. I mean, they've got a lot of other faults, but being boring isn't usually one of them. By now, we normally would have had at least 3 dick jokes, and we haven't had any. I mean,
we've had a lion's head.
And we haven't had a single insult. We haven't had a single reference to genitalia. Yeah. Right? And some of them even briefly talking about policy. Yeah. That was weird. Marco Rubio talking about how he's going to increase the retirement age of Social Security to 70.
Yeah.
Boy, when they talk policy, though, not just boring, it's dangerous.
Yes, Trump
That's much worse than their dick jokes.
Trump fit in a slam of the Democrats saying that they want to expand Social Security. That's going to hurt the Democrats when people find that out.
Yeah. I just want to make one point about policy stuff, because it drives me crazy. Like, Ted Cruz was asked about Common Core, and his answer made it very clear that he has no idea why he rails against Common Core. You're running for president of the United States. Just look up what Common Core is and figure out why you need to push this talking point that it's bad. I have my issues with Common Core, and we'll get into it on the show, hopefully, at some point in some greater detail. But you need to have an answer for that. You can't just rail against things without knowing what it is.
He goes to his talking point about, I'm going to bring it back to the local schools and the local communities.
Yeah.
We can't have Washington messing around with Washington. But how are they messing around? What is it about Common Core that you think is wrong?
Exactly what it is. You know what it is.
No, we know what it is. But I'm not.
Jesus is not part of Common Core.
Oh.
Then why doesn't he say that?
It's too complicated.
So, of course, he's from Texas. In Texas, that's where they mess with the textbooks and try to put Jesus in and take some of our founding fathers out.
and then they claim that they're for the Constitution.
Oh yeah.
They're trying to write Thomas Jefferson out of our history books. Right? And you're in favor of the Constitution? That's a joke. Okay. So now, on all these different issues, though, so far I think Trump is winning. Because when Rubio says I want to raise the retirement age in Florida, I don't think that's a winning issue, right?
And even if they do their normal trick of, I'm only going to screw over the vast majority of the population, not the old people living right here.
Screwing over the people my age.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he said that. And he said, me and Ted's age at 45, which then every 45-year-old's like, wait, you're going to make me wait till 70 to retire? I already kind of hate my job, right? And you're going to make me work 5 years longer. And remember, for every year that you don't get Social Security benefits, that's tens of thousands of dollars you would have gotten, or a little over 10,000, right? So if he makes you wait 5 more years, he's robbed you of at least $60,000
of your money that you paid in.
Yeah, that's right. And they know that a lot of you will die between 65 and 70.
Yeah.
So then you never get paid.
That's like 10 minutes of a Hillary Clinton speech.
So that is a great American robbery. That's what Rubio is in favor of. But you know what? Even Republicans aren't in favor of that. So when Trump comes out and says, I'm going to keep Social Security the way it is, that he wins. When they talk about trade, and he says, China's killing us, and we're going to build things here, and if they mess with us, we're going to put a 45% tariff on it. That tariff is preposterous and totally unrealistic.
Yeah.
But when Ted Cruz says it's unrealistic, he seems like he's not going to protect us.
Yeah.
He doesn't mind China robbing us. And he's the dweeb with all the,
what does Ted Cruz do anyway? What business does he ever run? Yeah, I do wonder, I'm looking at that time to keep wondering.
Right, they're coming back here, but Trump is winning so far.
Welcome back to the CNN Republican presidential debate in Miami, Florida. Mr. Trump, let me start with you. Last night you told CNN, quote, Islam hates us. Did you mean all 1.6 billion Muslims?
I mean a lot of them.
Yeah, he's unbelievable.
Just say it, and it'll help him.
It's ridiculous. Do you want to clarify the comment at all?
Well, I've been watching the debate today, and they're talking about radical Islamic terrorism or radical Islam, but I will tell you there's something going on that maybe you don't know about, and maybe a lot of other people don't know about, but there's tremendous hatred, and I will stick with exactly what I said to Anderson Cooper.
I said something very ignorant.
Your supporter, Republican Senator Jeff Sessions, said in response to Mr. Trump's comment last night, I'm sorry, Senator Jeff Flake, I apologize. Your supporters, Republican Senator Jeff Flake, said in response to that comment, Republicans are better than this. Do you agree?
Well, let me say, I know that a lot of people find appeal in the things Donald says because he says what people wish they could say. The problem is presidents can't just say anything they want. It has consequences here and around the world.
So let me give you one.
They didn't fall. Not that you should be nicer. I met this extraordinary couple who are on furlough because they're missionaries in Bangladesh. It's a very tough place to be a missionary. It's Muslim. And their safety and security very much relies upon friendly Muslims that live alongside them, that may not convert but protect them and certainly look out for them. And their mission field really are Muslims that are looking to convert to Christianity as well. And they tell me that today they have a very hostile environment in which to operate in because the news is coming out that in America, leading political figures are saying that America doesn't like Muslims. So this has a real impact. There is no doubt that radical Islam is a danger in the world. I can also tell you that if you go to any national cemetery, especially Arlington, you're going to see crescent moons there. If you go anywhere in the world, you're going to see American men and women serving in uniform.
It's soldiers, a win for reality.
No one else
Yeah, that's right. They're falling right into it. What's he going to say next? That there have been atheist soldiers who died for America?
And is willing to die for this country is someone that loves America, no matter what their religious background may be.
Mr. Trump is being a Catholic. That will go for that.
Marco talks about consequences. Well, we've had a lot of consequences, including airplanes flying into the World Trade Center, the Pentagon, and could have been the White House. There have been a lot of problems. Now, you can say what you want, and you can be politically correct if you want.
Exactly.
Politically correct. I like to solve problems. We have a serious problem of hate. There is tremendous hate. Where large portions of a group of people, Islam, large portions want to use very, very harsh means.
Do you think that's the intent?
Women are treated horribly.
Orders. That's the orders they give.
You know that. You do that. Women are treated horribly, and other things are happening that are very, very bad. Now, I will say this. There is tremendous hatred. The question was asked, what do you think? And I said, there is hatred. Now, it'd be very easy for me to say something differently, and everybody would say, oh, isn't that wonderful?
Mr. Trump,
we better solve the problem before it's too late.
Senator Rubio.
Here we go. He literally says my country has a problem. It is the Muslims.
I'm not interested in being politically correct. I'm interested in being correct. And in order to be correct, that's a better way of saying it. We do work. There is. Islam has a major problem on its hands. It has a significant percentage of its adherents, particularly in the Sunni faith, but also in the Shia, who have been radicalized and are willing to fly planes into a building and kill innocent people. There is no doubt about that. It is also true that if you look around the world at the challenges we face, we are going to have to work together with Muslims who are not radicals. We're going to have to work with the Jordanian kingdom. We're going to have to work with the Saudis. We're going to have to work with the Gulf kingdoms. We're going to have to work with the Egyptians to defeat, for example, ISIS. It will take a Sunni Arab movement to defeat them. And so I think you can be correct without needing to be politically correct. We are going to have to work with people in the Muslim faith, even as Islam itself faces a serious crisis within it of radicalization.
Governor Kasich. No, I don't. I think there is a sect of this radical Islam that is really, really serious and poses the greatest threat to us today. There isn't any question. And that's why the whole world has to work together to make sure that we don't have proliferation of these weapons of mass destruction. But look, I was there and saw it when the Egyptian ambassador to the United States was in the Rose Garden bringing the Arab Muslim world to work with us to repel Saddam Hussein from Kuwait. The fact is that if we're going to defeat ISIS, we're going to have these countries. And they are Egypt, and they are Saudi Arabia, and they are Jordan, and they are the Gulf states. And we're going to have in some way or another, a rapprochement with Turkey. And I frankly think the Europeans went in the wrong direction. I think you're joining into the
Here's a word that might appear in the SAP.
A lot of these Muslim countries they can't believe the stuff they see out of people who have distorted their faith. Look, the people who represent radical Islam, they want to destroy everything that we're about and other Muslims who don't share their view. But at the end of the day, we got to bring the world together, the civilized world, and we all speak with one voice to make sure that people who sit on the fence understand what civilization is, and we represent it, and equality and hope for everybody.
Thank you, Governor Kasich. Mr. Trump, I want to ask you about something else you said during the course of this campaign. You said that the U.S. has to, quote, take out the families of terrorists. When it was pointed out that targeting civilians is against the Geneva Conventions, you said, quote, so they can kill us, but we can't kill them? It is against federal, military, and international law to target civilians. So how will you order the military to target the families of suspected terrorists while also abiding by the law?
First of all, let me go back to the other just for a second. In large mosques all over the Middle East, you have people chanting death to the USA. Now, that does not sound like a friendly act to me. As far as the families are concerned and as far as the law is concerned, we have a law. This all started with your question on waterboarding. We have a law that doesn't allow right now waterboarding. They have no laws, they have no rules, they have no regulations. They chop off heads, they drown 40, 50, 60 people at a time in big steel cages and pull them up an hour later, everyone dead. And we're working on a different set of parameters. Now, we have to obey the laws.
Sounds like Jesus right now.
We have to obey the laws. But we have to expand those laws because we have to be able to fight on at least somewhat of an equal footing, or we will never, ever knock out ISIS and all of the others that are so bad. We better expand our laws, or we're being a bunch of suckers, and they are laughing at us. They are laughing at us.
Senator Rubio, would you, as president, pursue a policy of targeting the families of suspected terrorists?
No, of course not.
And we don't have to in order to defeat terrorists. The way you defeat terrorists is pretty straightforward. It's difficult to do, but it has to be done. When I'm president of the United States, the best intelligence agencies in the world that right now have been hamstrung, they're going to be expanded, and the best intelligence agencies in the world are going to find terrorists. and then the best military in the world, which needs to be rebuilt because Barack Obama is gutting our military. He's going to leave us with the smallest army since the end of World War II, and the smallest Navy in a century, and the smallest Air Force we've ever had. We are going to rebuild that military, and that military is going to find the terrorists and destroy them. And if we capture any of these terrorists alive, they're not going to have the right to remain silent, and they're not going to go to a courtroom in Manhattan. They're going to go to Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, and we will find out everything they know, and we'll do so legally.
Senator Cruz, you talked about engagement in battle against ISIS. Would that include targeting the families of suspected terrorists?
No, of course not. We've never targeted innocent civilians, and we're not going to start now. But listen, Jake, I understand. People are scared, and for 7 years we faced terrorist attacks, and President Obama lectures Americans on Islamophobia. That is maddening. But the answer is not simply to yell, China bad, Muslims bad. You've got to understand the nature of the threats we're facing and how you deal with them. And yes, it is true, there are millions of radical Islamic terrorists who seek to kill us. We need a president, commander-in-chief focused on fighting them. And I'll tell you frankly, one concern I have with Donald is that although his language is quite incendiary, when you look at his substantive policies on Iran, he has said that he would not rip up this Iranian nuclear deal. I think that's a mistake. The Ayatollah Khamenei wants nuclear weapons to murder us. I'll give you another example, dealing with radical Islamic terrorism. On Israel, Donald has said he wants to be neutral between Israel and the Palestinians. As president, I will not be neutral. And let me say, this week, a Texan, Taylor Ford,
brag about it. I will be unfair.
They're animals, and I'll slaughter them.
He was murdered by a Palestinian terrorist this week in Israel, and I don't think we need a commander-in-chief who is neutral between the Palestinian terrorist and one of our strongest allies in the world, the nation of Israel.
Senator Cruz. Mr. Trump, we're going to come to you in a second, but wait, I want to go to you.
We are one of their strongest allies. That's correct. Yes. I want to follow up on the quote that Senator Cruz used. You said you would want to be, quote, sort of a neutral guy. He did mention Taylor Force. He was a West Point graduate. He was a war hero. He was a Vanderbilt graduate student. He was killed in a Palestinian terror attack near Tel Aviv. Many others were killed. And the Israeli government says the Palestinian Authority is inciting this. Do you still want to stay neutral when the Palestinian Authority is inciting these attacks?
First of all, there's nobody on this stage that's more pro-Israel than I am. Okay, there's nobody.
I guarantee it. Trust me.
I was the Grand Marshal not so long ago of the Israeli Day Parade down Fifth Avenue. Massive contributions to Israel. I have tremendous love for Israel. I happen to have a son-in-law and a daughter that are Jewish, okay? And 2 grandchildren that are Jewish. But I will tell you, I think if we're going to ever negotiate a peace settlement, which every Israeli wants, and I've spoken to the toughest and the sharpest, they all want peace, I think it would be much more helpful. I'm a negotiator. If I go in, I'll say I'm pro-Israel, and I've told that to everybody and anybody that would listen. But I would like to at least have the other side think I'm somewhat neutral as to them, so that we can maybe get a deal done. Maybe we can get a deal. I think it's probably the toughest negotiation of all time, but maybe we can get a deal done. And by the way, just so you understand, as far as Iran, I would have never made that deal. I think it's maybe the worst deal I've ever seen. I think it's the worst deal I've ever seen negotiated. I will be so tough on them, and ultimately that deal will be broken unless they behave better than they've ever behaved in their lives, which is probably unlikely. And that deal will be broken.
You know, we need a president who understands the national security interest of this country. The reason we are friends and allies with Israel is they are a liberal democratic country that share our values. They're our strongest ally in the region. We get billions in intelligence resources, billions in military resources, and the Palestinian Authority that Donald, along with Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama, say they want to treat neutrally, the same as Israel. The Palestinian Authority is in a unity government, a terrorist organization. They pay the families of these terrorists who murder people, and this is exactly the moral relativism Barack Obama has. And the answer is not scream all Muslims bad. Let me give you an example of a Muslim, for example, we ought to be standing with. President al-Sisi of Egypt, the president of a Muslim country who is targeting radical terrorists, who is hunting them down and stopping them. Our focus needs to be on keeping this country safe.
I want to go back to the Israeli government's assertion that the Palestinian Authority is inciting the convulsion of violence. If you agree,
that's undeniable. First of all, they've said that they've encouraged people to do so, and you've seen the speeches of the authority president talking about how glorious this is that they're doing these sorts of things. But let me go back for a moment. The policy Donald has outlined, I don't know if he realizes, is an anti-Israeli policy. Maybe that's not your intent, but here's why it is an anti-Israeli policy. There is no peace deal possible with the Palestinians at this moment. There just isn't. Because there's no one to negotiate with. The Palestinian Authority is not interested in a serious deal, and they are now in union with Hamas, an organization whose specific purpose is the destruction of the Jewish state. Every time that Israel has turned over territory, be it Gaza, or now in Judea and Samaria, it is used as a launching pad to attack Israel. And that's what will happen again. These groups are not interested in a deal with Israel. What they're interested in is ultimately removing the Jewish state and occupying its entire territory. So maybe in 30 years the conditions will exist, Mr. Trey, do not exist now, and to have the president forcing the Israelis to the table, we can say, Israel and involve Israel will live under our responsibility.
They will. They will. They absolutely will. Because this country refuses to hold Israel accountable for building settlements where they shouldn't be building settlements.
An absolute priority is, number one, protection of Israel, but also seeing if a deal can be made. The toughest deal, the toughest negotiation, that probably is of any kind, no matter where you look, no matter how hard you look. But I would like to give not very, very pro-Israel, nobody more pro-Israel, but I would love to give it. And I have to tell you, I have friends, Israelis, right? Non-Israelis.
Then average voters like, oh, he's going to try to get a deal. Yeah, I like Israel, but I'd like a deal.
Every single, very tough people. Every single one of them. They know it's tough, but every single one of them wants to see if we could ever have peace in Israel. And some believe it's possible. It may not be, in which case we'll find out. But it would be a priority if I become president.
Do you agree with the Israeli government that the Palestinian Authority is inciting this violence?
Well, there's no question. They were saying that the Israelis intended to go to the Dome of the Rock. I mean, when you think about this, thank goodness we worked with the Israelis to give them the Iron Dome. And, where they could protect themselves against all the missiles that were flying in. Could you imagine living in in Miami here and have people shooting missiles in? Secondly, there was just an article the other day, Hugh, that I know you're familiar with, where the Israelis are learning to train underground in combat because the Palestinians now, Hamas in particular, is digging these tunnels trying to get under Israel. They're coming at them from above. They're trying to come at them from under the ground. They're in I just have to tell you this. Hamas is doing the wrong thing, but they're in an open-air prison. Why do you think they're going under and over trying to get out? That's the wrong thing to do. I believe that every day that we can have stability in that region by supporting the Israelis and making sure they have the weapons and the security that they need with our 100% backing another 40 in the Middle East in regard to Israel.
Isn't that what we've been doing? They had the Iron Dome because of the Obama administration. Why are they pretending like we haven't been supporting Israel? We support Israel more than any other country in the world.
Billions of dollars.
Yeah, let's stop pretending like we don't support Israel.
And so it's a good thing that we gave Israel the Iron Dome. Can you thank Obama for it? And you have said you will follow the judgment of military commanders in the Pentagon. So here's a commander saying we need a lot more troops on the ground. Will you follow that commander saying they need more troops? Have you ever heard that before, Wes? In essence, a metastasized civil war.
We need to do whatever is necessary to utterly defeat ISIS. And that needs to be driven not by politicians, but by military expertise and judgment. Right now, we're not using a fraction of the tools
and being involved
we have. We're not using our overwhelming air power. We're not farming the Kurds. Those need to be the first steps. They don't have to put whatever ground power is needed to carry it out. But, a question that actually makes us glad to come back to it now. We have right now our troops in the world.
The Irish in America, the Irish, or
that they're tied behind their back. They're not able to
Sri
fight.
Lanka
They're not able to defend themselves. They're not able to kill the
People have been tweeting out that America supported apartheid in South Africa for a really, really, really long time. Out of any other states in South.
You're not allowed to say Marine, and every wife and husband, every son and daughter,
you're allowed to say
mother and father, that will end in January 2017.
Governor Kasich, if it takes 20 or 30,000,
it wasn't like white people in the majority. It was legally white supremacy policy, but only till the 1960s. The 1960s, dude.
He said I was the best to be commander-in-chief.
And only de facto until I'll get back to you.
Armed Services, and then I was in the Pentagon with Donald Rumsfeld after 9/11, in and out for a couple years. We absolutely have to win this with a coalition. The Arabs have to be with us. The Europeans have to understand that this threat is closer to them than even is as close as it is to us. And in addition to that, you have to be in the air and you have to be on the ground. And you bring all the force you need. It's got to be shock and awe in the military speak. Then once it gets done, and we will wipe them out, once it gets done, it settles down, we come home and let the regional powers redraw the map.
I found that in the Middle East after you bomb it, it settles down. And the best thing to do after you bomb it is to let the regional leaders decide what to do.
Yeah. And then we have to come back.
That's a really nice way to address war with them.
Because I would listen to the generals, but I'm hearing numbers of 20 to 30,000. We have to knock them out fast. And look, we're not allowed to fight. We can't fight. We're not knocking out the oil because they don't want to create environmental pollution up in the air. I mean, these are things that nobody even believes. They think we're kidding. They didn't want to knock out the oil because of what it's going to do to the carbon footprint. We don't fight like we used to fight. We used to fight to win. Now we fight for no reason whatsoever. We don't even know what we're doing. So the answer is we have to knock them out fast, and we have to get back home, and we have to rebuild our country.
Thank you, Mr. Trump. Let's turn to the current conflict. Yo, Harry Truman. Yeah, it was named after Harry Truman. Senator dropped the bomb on the cap. Dropped two big bombs. That's all they think of them. Have no connection to the VA. The VA believes that this lack of connection is one of the reasons for this tragically high suicide rate. What specifically would you do as president to make sure that veterans in crisis are able to get the help they need? Well, first, let me say that 1 out of 4 calls to our office these days is about a veteran here in Florida that's struggling with the VA. My brother's a veteran. He's struggling with the VA. The other day we heard this horrible story. There was a headline in the USA Today, and it said, calls to the VA suicide hotline that went to voicemail. Well, about a few days ago, we now found out that one of the gentlemen, one of the veterans who left the voicemail, committed suicide. And they happened to call him back the day after he died. People need to be held accountable for this. One of the things I'm proudest of is that in my time in the U.S. Senate, working with Jeff Miller here from Florida, in a bipartisan way, and I'll give him credit, Bernie Sanders was a part of this, we passed the VA accountability bill. And what it did is it created now a law that gives the VA secretary, because of the law I passed, it gives the VA secretary the power to fire people that aren't doing a good job. Senior executives should be held accountable if the VA outreach isn't working. The problem is no one's being held accountable. Even after we passed that law, no one's been fired for no outreach. No one's been fired for calls going to the voicemail. No one's been disciplined. No one's been demoted. When I'm president of the United States, if you work at the VA and you are not doing a good job, you will be fired from your job at the VA. Governor Kasich? Is one of the line items in the domestic budget as part of its attempt to cut costs. The Republican-controlled House of Representatives just voted to try to reduce spending in the post-9/11 GI Bill. Should veterans benefit? I mean, really, and also getting out of the service.
I haven't seen the provisions of that bill, Jake. My instincts are no. And let me just say about the VA, when a veteran comes home, they ought to have access to health care wherever they want to go at any time. Number one. Number two, the Veterans Administration needs to be restructured. It needs to be downsized and spread out. It needs to be so responsive to the needs of the veterans. And secondly, the Pentagon needs to share the information of returning veterans with the veteran service operations in the states and with the job people in the states, so that when a veteran comes home, they can be linked with a job. And when that happens, that means that every veteran will get work because they're our golden employees. No veteran ought to be without health care, no veteran ought to be homeless, and no veteran ought to be unemployed in the United States of America.
Thank you, Governor Kasich. Let's turn to another issue of real importance here in Florida. Just over a week from now, President Obama will visit Cuba. The first time in 88 years that a sitting U.S. president will set foot in Cuba. Two of you on this stage have parents who were born in Cuba and moved to the United States. Let's go back to
There's going to be a lot of Cuban pandering here.
Senator Rubio, Donald Trump agrees with President Obama in his decision to re-engage diplomatically in Cuba. The majority of Americans seem to agree with that as well. So why are President Obama, Donald Trump, and the majority of Americans wrong?
Well, I would love the relationship between Cuba and the United States to change, but it will require Cuba to change at least its government. Today it has not. The fact of the matter is that after these changes were made, there are now millions and hundreds of millions of dollars that will flow to the Castro regime. It will now allow them to become set permanent and in stone. They will now be able to carry out a transition where the military continues to run the country there. They'll bring up that figure forward as the new president, and nothing will change for the Cuban people. There has not been a single democratic opening, not a single change on the island in human rights. In fact, things are worse than they were before this opening. The only thing that's changed as a result of this opening is that now the Cuban government has more sources of money from which to build out their repressive apparatus and maintain themselves there permanently. And we ask nothing in return. Compare that to the changes that were required in Burma. And by no means is Burma a perfect country. But at least when there was a democratic opening to Burma, they were required to make some democratic openings. When there was a diplomatic opening, it required democratic opening. And today, the former minority party is now the majority party in the legislative body. We ask nothing in return, and we are getting nothing in return. And Cuba remains an anti-American communist dictatorship, helped North Korea evade UN sanctions, is harboring fugitives of American justice, including people stealing our Medicare money and moving back to Cuba, all in exchange for nothing.
You said the concept of opening Cuba is fine. You said the concept of opening Cuba is fine. Why do you agree with President Obama and disagree with what Senator Rubio said?
I agree with President Obama. I think I'm somewhere in the middle. What I want is a much better deal to be made, because right now Cuba is making, as usual with our country, we don't make good deals. We don't have our right people negotiating. We have people that don't have a clue. As an example, I heard recently the threat was made that they want reparations for years of abuse by the United States. And nobody's talking about it. They'll end up signing a deal, and then we'll get sued for $400 billion or $1 trillion. All that stuff has to be agreed to now.
He's got impressive lobe.
So I don't agree with President Obama. I do agree that something should take place. After 50 years, it's enough time, folks.
Yeah,
but
he's right
we
about
have to make a good deal. And we have to get rid of all the litigation that's going to happen. This was just a little story, but it was a big story to me. Because they said, oh, here we go, we make a deal, then we get sued for a tremendous amount of money for reparations. So I want to do something, but it's got to be done intelligently. We have to make a good deal.
Senator Rubio, I know you want to get in, but just to be clear, Mr. Trump, are you saying that if you were president, you would continue the diplomatic relations, or would you reverse them?
I would want to make a good deal. I would want to make a strong, solid...
What does that mean?
Right now, everything is in Cuba's favor. Right now, every single aspect of this deal is in Cuba's favor. It's the same way as the Iran deal. We never walk, all we do is keep giving. We give.
Mr. Trump, just to be clear, there is an embassy that you would have to decide whether it would be open or whether you would close it. Which would it be? In Havana.
I would probably have the embassy closed until such time as a really good deal was made.
First of all, there's a theory that knows that he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. He's got nothing. Go back to being called a consulate. We don't have to close it that way. Second of all, I don't know where Cuba's going to sue us, but if they sue us in a court in Miami, they're going to lose. Third. I'll tell you what the good deal now is already codified. Here's a good deal. Cuba has free elections. Cuba stops putting people in jail for speaking out. Cuba has freedom of the press. Cuba kicks out the Russians and kicks out this Chinese listening station in Behukal. Cuba stops helping North Korea invade UN sanctions. Cuba takes all of those fugitives of American justice, including that cop killer from New Jersey, and send her back to the United States and to jail where she belongs. And you know what? Then we can have a relationship with Cuba. That's a good deal. This is
idiotic Republican point. If the other side gives me every single thing I want, then that's a good deal. Yeah, I think that's what we want. That's true. I would want that too. But that's not how negotiations work.
It's one of the few areas where they're really authentic, though. They really think that's how negotiations should go.
Yes, I would. And you know, I think this exchange actually highlights a real choice for Republican primary voters. When it comes to foreign policy, do you want to continue on the same basic trajectory as the last 7 years of the Obama foreign policy? When it comes to these deals, Cuba and Iran, they were negotiated by Hillary Clinton and John Kerry. There's a real difference between us. Donald supported Hillary Clinton and John Kerry. And what he said right now is that he agrees in principle with what they're doing. The only thing he thinks is that they should negotiate a little bit better deals. They should be more effective. I have a fundamental disagreement, and I think most Republicans and most Americans do, that we shouldn't be allowing billions of dollars to go to nations that hate us, to go to Cuba, to go to Iran, and to let them use those billions of dollars to try to murder us.
Well, if Ted was listening, he would have heard me say something very similar. I said we would not do the deal unless it was going to be a very good deal for us. And I think I said it loud, and I think I said it very clearly. I think after 50 years, and I have many friends, I own many properties in Miami, and I have many people that know and they feel exactly the way I do. Make a deal, it would be great, but it's got to be a great deal for the United States, not a bad deal for the United States. As far as Iran is concerned, I would have never made that deal. That is one of the worst deals ever made by this country. It is a disaster. So for Ted to say, I agree with that deal, I mean, it's a staple in my speeches that may be the worst single deal I've ever seen negotiated. So don't try and put it on me like it's wonderful, like I love it.
Senator Cruz, your response?
Well, look, I'll point out, first of all, it is a matter of public record that Donald supported John Kerry in 2004 over George W. Bush, and he supported Hillary Clinton, gave her 2 checks in a presidential campaign in 2008, and indeed, once she was Secretary of State, he described her as one of the greatest Secretary of States in history. And, you know, the point on the Iran deal, his answer to everything is if only someone smarter were in government, things would be better. No, we don't just need smarter people in government. We need leaders that are protecting American interests. And when it comes to Iran, Donald has said he would leave the agreement in place and try to renegotiate it, giving the Ayatollah Khamenei over $100 billion. That reflects you do not understand the radical Islamic terrorist that is the Ayatollah that wants to murder us. We need a commander-in-chief that understands our enemies, understands and doesn't give them billions.
I'm trying to get tired of that, rebutting that over and over and over.
I was against the giving of the money at all costs. I said don't negotiate at all until you get the prisoners back. If the prisoners don't come back early, 3 years ago, one of the longest negotiations I've ever seen, by the way. If they don't come back early, I was saying don't negotiate. They come back early. What you do is you take it back and you say either give us the prisoners or we double up the sanctions. And what we should have done is doubled up the sanctions and made a much better deal, because that deal is a disaster. The money is largely gone because of incompetent and very poor negotiators. But that money, the $150 billion, is largely gone and already spent everywhere.
Thank you, Mr. Trump. Let's refocus this back on Cuba. Governor Kasich, a pair of entrepreneurs
so boring. Just fight,
have just received approval to build the first U.S. factory in Cuba, making tractors for small farms.
This is
a direct result of President Obama's policy in Cuba that we were talking about. If you are elected president, would you encourage more U.S. companies to do business like that in Cuba?
No, I wouldn't. Listen, I think the problem with the administration, if you talk about facts around the world, our friends around the world, they say, what is America doing? You know, you don't support us. We can't figure out where you are. You won't arm the freedom fighters in Ukraine. You let the Russians trump up some excuse on the business of, Russian-speaking people. You had a red line in Syria. You walked away from it. You refused to fund the Syrian rebels. You undercut Egypt, and we ended up with the Muslim Brotherhood for a while. And then we turn our back at Netanyahu when he comes to Congress to talk about his concerns of the Iranian deal. Look, I know human nature. Sometimes there's a sense
and he got standing
that you make better with your enemies than you do with your friends. And you know what happens when you do that? You make a terrible mistake. You need to support your friends. You need to hold your enemies out here, and you need to negotiate tough deals. The fact is, you need to understand. You need to be with the Chinese understand. They don't own the South China Sea. They have to stop hacking everything we have in this country, or we'll take out their systems. We will arm the Ukrainians so that they have lethal defensive aid. We will destroy ISIS. And Mr. Putin, you better understand, you're either with us or you're against us. We're not rattling the sword. You're not our enemy, but we're not going to put up with this nonsense any longer. And a strong America is what the entire world is begging for. Where has America gone? Is what many of our allies say around the world. Our president, we're going to know exactly where we are because we're coming back.
While we're discussing issues of importance to Floridians, I reached out to the Republican mayor of Miami, Tomas Regalado, to find out what he wanted to hear. The same thing as Mayor Regalado told me,
things are right where they want them to
climate change means rising ocean levels in South Florida means flooding downtown and in our neighborhoods. It's an everyday reality in our city.
Last time, just like,
As
yeah, you know, I hate billionaires and billionaires.
The reality of the scientific consensus.
No, you gotta pick shit up.
And as president, will you pledge to do something about it? Unquote. Senator Rubio.
Well, I mean, Rubio the whole time is having a great
night. Will you honor his request for a pledge and acknowledge the reality of the scientific consensus of climate change and pledge to do something about it?
Sure, the climate is changing, and one of the reasons why the climate is changing is because the climate has always been changing. Oh my God! I think the fundamental question for a policymaker is the climate changing because of something we are doing, and if so, is there a law you can pass to fix it?
Yes.
So on the issue of flooding,
I don't know, maybe you could ask the scientists.
Number one, South Florida is largely built on land that was once a swamp. And number two, because if there is higher sea levels or whatever it may be happening, we do need to deal with that through mitigation, and I have long supported mitigation efforts. But as far as a law that we can pass in Washington to change the weather, there's no such thing. On the contrary,
what a scumbag. What a fucking scumbag.
There are laws they want us to pass that would be devastating for our economy. Or these programs like what the president's put in with the Clean Power Act, or all these sorts of things that he's forcing down our throat on the war on coal. Let me tell you who's going to pay the price of that. Americans are going to pay the price of that. The cost of doing that is going to be rammed down the throat of the American consumer, the single parent, the working family, increases in the cost program. The businesses are going to leave America more expensive business here than anywhere else. And you know what passing those laws would have, what impact they would have on the environment? Zero. Because China is still going to be polluting, and India is still going to be polluting at historic levels.
That's why you work with them and negotiate with them like a leader would do, dumbass.
And they've already been going past this in a number of different ways in terms of
like Bill said, you're either with us or you're against us. You're basic.
And they will hurt
quietly just
our economy.
So just to clarify, Senator Rubio, and he's supposed to be the reasonable.
Mayor Regalado, when he talks about the reality of the scientific consensus about climate change, the Republican mayor of Miami, he's saying the scientific consensus is that man does contribute to climate change. When you talk to him, because he is the mayor of Miami and he has endorsed you, you tell him that he's wrong?
I would say to him that there is no law that they want us to pass that would have any impact on that. If you took the gift list of all of these groups that are asking us to pass these laws and did every single one of them, there would be no change in our environment. Sea level would still rise. All these other things that are happening would continue to go on for a lot of different reasons. One, because it's a country. And number two, because these other countries like India and China are more than making up in carbon emission for whatever we could possibly cut. Here's what he will immediately, and Mayor Regalado is a great mayor and a good friend, but here's what he's immediately going to start hearing from. He will immediately start hearing from families in South Florida who are barely making it by, and now their electric bills went up $20 or $30 a month. Because we've just made it more expensive to generate power, that cost will be passed on to working families. I am not going to destroy the U.S. economy for a law that will do nothing for our environment.
Governor Kasich, what would you say to the mayor of Miami?
I do believe we contribute to climate change. I don't think it has to be either you're for some environmental stringent rules or you're not going to have any jobs. The fact is you can have both. In our state, we've reduced emissions by 30%. But let me tell you also what we're trying to do. We want all the sources of energy. We want to dig coal, but we want to clean it when we burn it. We believe in natural gas. We believe in nuclear power. And you know what else I believe in? I happen to believe in solar energy, wind energy, efficiency. Renewables matter. Now, it doesn't mean because you pursue a policy of being sensitive to the environment. You don't know how much humans actually contribute, but it is important we develop renewables. battery technology can unleash an entirely different world. So the fact is that you can have a strong environmental policy at the same time that you have strong economic growth. They are not inconsistent with one another.
Thank you, Governor. Senator Cruz, I want to talk a little bit right now about how you gentlemen see the world. Senator Cruz, Colin Powell this week said that the nasty tone of this presidential election is hurting the image of the U.S. abroad. He said, quote, foreigners of the world looking at this are distressed. Does it matter to you what the rest of the world thinks of the United States?
Of course it does. And we've seen for 7 years a president that has made the presidency and has made, sadly, his administration a laughingstock in the world. This administration started with President Obama sending back the bust of Winston Churchill to the United Kingdom within the opening weeks. Then he proceeded to go on a worldwide apology tour, apologizing for the United States of America. Our friends and allies quickly learned America could not be counted on. I'll tell you, when I travel abroad, when I meet with heads of states and defense ministers and foreign ministers, they say over and over again, it is hard to be friends with America. We can't count on America. America doesn't stand with us. And that is a disgrace. But the good news is, Jake, we've seen this before. We have seen a weak Democratic president undermine the military, weaken our readiness, weaken our respect in the world with Jimmy Carter. And in January 1981, Ronald Reagan came into office, and that can change overnight. It's worth remembering. Iran released our hostages. Ronald Reagan was sworn into office.
That's because he had to deal with it.
An American president who stands with our friends and allies, as I will do, and who stands up and later sold a weapon to our enemies. That's why on day one, I will rip to shreds this catastrophic Iranian nuclear deal.
Not just that, he hired terrorists down in Nicaragua and murdered.
Mr. Trump,
do you want to know why so many also Salvadorans were immigrating to the United States? It seems that they were all in intervention there.
Praising authoritarian dictators. You have said positive things about Putin as a leader and about China's massacre of pro-democracy protesters at Tiananmen Square. You said, quote, when the students poured into Tiananmen Square, the Chinese government almost blew it. Then they were vicious, they were horrible, but they put it down with strength. That shows you the power of strength. How do you respond?
That doesn't mean I was endorsing that. I was not endorsing it. I said that is a strong, powerful government that put it down with strength. And they kept down the riot. It was a horrible thing. It wasn't at all I was endorsing it. As far as Putin is concerned, I think Putin's been a very strong leader for Russia. I mean, he's been a lot stronger than our leader, that I can tell you. I mean, for Russia. That doesn't mean I'm endorsing Putin.
Yeah, and African dictators, the word strong obviously is a compliment. And many people would look at what the Chinese leaders have done and what Putin is doing as atrocities.
I used to think Merkel was a great leader until she did what she did to Germany. Germany is a disaster right now. So I used to
disaster.
If Germany's a disaster, there isn't a country on the planet who is a disaster.
Putin is a strong leader. Absolutely. I could name many strong leaders. I could name very many very weak leaders. But he is a strong leader. Now, I don't say that in a good way or a bad way. I say it as a fact.
Governor Kasich, when you were a member of Congress, you were outspoken about the Tiananmen Square massacre. What do you think?
I think that the Chinese government, not like our leaders,
you don't like our leaders, so that implies that you're saying they're better. But he gets away with it. Jake Tapper didn't even bring it back to that. Jake Tapper didn't even ask him how some strong leaders have done for the Russian economy and Russian standard of living in the last 5 years.
I don't believe that we need to make China an enemy. They're a competitor. But I want to go back to 3 things they should do. We should have the heat on them to work in North Korea to get rid of that guy and the things that he's doing, number one. Number 2, they need to realize they don't own the South China Sea.
Yeah, finally we're back in the South China Sea.
Sending some Jim Webb just stood up like he did last night into the South China Sea. When it comes to the issue of cyber attacks, we're going to have to beef up the cyber command. And they need to understand that if you attack us, we will defend ourselves, everything, including our grid. But if you do it, we have the capability to take out your systems. The president has not given the cyber command that authority. I will. And when it comes to trade, I will tell you this. They can't manipulate their currency. That will not be anything that I would allow them to get away with. And if I saw them doing it, I would take immediate action to make sure that the American worker is protected.
Thank you, Governor Casey. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have more of the Republican presidential debate from Miami, Florida, right after this. Stay with us.
I mean, maybe if they can do one or two. Like, if we can get that tariff on China, that's all. I mean, the WTA, okay, in order to impose these pull them out of your back fucking pocket tariffs, you have to essentially rip up the WTO. You know what happens when you do that? You have capital flight from the United States like no one's ever fucking seen before. I mean, we have a fiat currency, man, that is supported because people say America's not going to fuck with our money. Yeah. The second you say we're going to fuck with your money, that money's gone. And you're going to have a serious problem.
Now, it drives me crazy that they ask Bernie Sanders, they imply, the media does, that he's not realistic, even though he tells you exactly how he's going to pay for his plans. He's so specific. He says, look, I'm going to increase payroll tax by 6.2%, right? And here's the money that's going to go to the taxes, and here's the money you're going to get back from healthcare savings that you're going to get with my single-payer plan. And then these guys come in with their, I'm going to threaten to raise tariffs to 45%. Yeah. Preposterous, right? And then, what Wes just pointed out, every single thing that they say, Rubio, here's a good deal with Cuba. They immediately turn it into democracy. They open up all their jails and release everybody. They hand us a guy the person that we've been looking for to get back for all this time. They give me everything I want and send me a couple of hot chicks from Cuba. Okay, that's a good deal. Yeah, that's a good deal for us. That's true. How are we going to get that deal in a negotiation? I mean, it's preposterous. They're children.
He doesn't even have to say what that good deal would be. He can just keep saying good deal. And it's amazing that with Bernie Sanders.
That's Trump.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. And with Bernie Sanders, if you say, I want everyone to have health care and I want all kids to be able to go to college, they first go for 90% of the time and say, oh, how would you ever possibly pay for that? And then they assert that wanting those things makes you like a South American dictator. Yeah. How dare you want people to be able to go to college or get the health care? So they hit you on the money and they assert that you're Stalin for wanting it. But if you say that we're going to invade Iraq and take all of their oil, as Trump is saying, we're going to antagonize every Muslim around the world. We're going to blow up all these trade wars with China and the rest of Asia and the other developed countries. They don't question the economic cost or the policy most of the time.
Because when it comes to anything involving the military or meddling in business abroad, there's no budget for that. We don't care how much money we spend on that.
Have they ever questioned how much it would cost to do any of this rebuilding that they've said? In all of these debates combined, when they keep saying it's falling apart, it's been allowed to be destroyed, even though we're spending more on the military than we were under Bush, and they say we're going to rebuild it, we're going to make it stronger, I don't know if I've ever heard a moderator ask how much that would cost or how we pay for it.
That's a great point.
I've covered every debate, almost every debate. No, they've never asked the Republicans.
That's insane. And especially when you're talking about considering how much the military costs now, any rebuilding of it, you're talking about such a massive expense. Well, how could they not question it?
Okay, can we discuss this whole rebuilding thing? Because maybe I'm really ignorant on this topic. Rebuild what?
Yeah.
And now listen, I don't know what they're saying, if they cut or destroyed or anything else.
They don't say either.
Obviously, we drew down all the activations from the Reserve and National Guard, which allowed us to drag that war out in Iraq forever. But at the same time, okay, they're like, we're going back to what we had at the end of World War II. Well, at the end of World War II, it took a lot more soldiers per square mile to create a front line than it does today. Yeah. I mean, that's the effect of technology on war, is it takes less and less and less people to maintain a front line.
And bombers and jets and ships.
It's the reality of it. So if you say it's been destroyed, you have to say, how has it been destroyed? Exactly what's missing that was there before.
Yeah.
They say such preposterous things as, they invented the question mark. The Austin Powers book. They say such preposterous things as, our Navy is smaller than it was during World War I. You really think our Navy is not as capable as it was during World War I?
Right.
Come on, that's such a stupid.
The reason why they say things like that, it's not stupid. Okay, there's a reason why they do it. It's because they've been so good at fear-mongering and leading to all this paranoia in the U.S., that's exactly what these people want to hear. They want to hear, like, yeah, we need a bigger military. Oh, my God, I'm so scared.
That'll fix it. Yeah, because
they're pussies. That's what they
know. They need a larger cock. That's what it's with the guns and then it's with the military.
Yeah, they even have to bring in other people's meat because they don't have their steaks anymore.
You've done anything to create a tone where this kind of violence would be encouraged.
I hope not. I truly hope not. I will say this. We have 25, 30,000 people. You've seen it yourself. People come with tremendous passion and love for the country. And when they see protest, in some cases, you're mentioning one case, which I haven't seen. I heard about it, which I don't like. But when they see what's going on in this country, they have anger that's unbelievable. They have anger. They love this country. They don't like seeing bad trade deals. They don't like seeing higher taxes. They don't like seeing a loss of their jobs.
Or Mexicans or Muslims.
Our jobs have just been devastated. And I see it. There is some anger. There's also great love for the country. It's a beautiful thing in many respects, but I certainly do not condone that at all.
Some of your critics point to quotes that you've made at these debates, at these rallies, including February 23rd, I'd like to punch him in the face, referring to a protester. February 27th, in the good old days, they'd have ripped him out of that seat so fast. February 1st, knock the crap out of him, would you? Seriously, okay, just knock the hell. I promise you, I will pay for the legal fees, I promise.
We have some protesters who are bad dudes. They have done bad things. They are swinging, they are really dangerous, and they get in there and they start hitting people, and we had a couple big, strong, powerful guys doing damage to people. Not only the loudness I don't mind, but doing serious damage. And if they're going to be taken out, I be honest, we have to run something. And it's not me. It's usually the municipal government, the police, because I don't have guards all over these stadiums. We fill up stadiums. It's usually the police. And by the way, speaking of the police, we should pay our respects to the police because they are taking tremendous abuse of this country. And they do a phenomenal
people are attacking out. We should praise the authorities.
Give our police, they're incredible people. We should give them more respect than they receive.
Senator Cruz, are you concerned at all that these kinds of scenes potentially hurt the Republican Party for the general election?
Listen, I think for every one of us, we need to show respect to the people. We need to remember who it is we're working for. We've seen for 7 years a president who believes he's above the law, who behaves like an emperor, who it is all about him, and he forgot that he's working for the American people. Let me ask you, turn the camera out here. How many of you feel disrespected by Washington? Washington isn't listening to the people. And that's the frustration that is boiling over. And we need to nominate and elect a president who remembers he works for the people. At Donald's rallies recently, he's taken to asking people in the crowd to raise their hand and pledge their support to him. Now, I got to say, to me, I think that's exactly backwards. This is a job interview. We are here pledging our support to you, not the other way around. And the only hand-raising that I'm interested in doing
He's definitely famous. He has that going.
17, raising my hand with my left hand on the Bible and pledging to the American people to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States.
The thing I respect least about Republicans is their inability.
It shows the total dishonesty of the press. We were having on a few occasions, again, massive crowds, and we're talking, and I'm saying, who's going to vote on Tuesday? Who's going to vote? Place goes crazy. Then I say, hey, do me a favor. Raise your right hand. Do you swear you're going to vote for Donald Trump? Everyone's laughing. We're all having a good time. And, that's why I have much bigger crowds than Ted, because we have a good time.
Hey, finally!
So we're all having a good time. And the next day on the Today Show, and a couple of other places, not too many, because when you look at it, everyone's smiling, laughing, their arms are raised like this. And they had pictures, still pictures, and they tried to equate it to Nazi Germany. It was a disgrace. It was a total disgrace. And I've had reporters, people that you know, come up to me and disgrace.
Governor Kasich, they're like, yay! Scenes of violence in some of these rallies affecting the Republican Party's chances in November?
Well, I worry about the violence at a rally, period. Elections are important, but the unity of this country really matters. Here is what I think has happened. There are people out there who are worried about their jobs. They're worried that somebody's going to come in and tell them they're out of work and they're 54 years old and they're going to get another job. He's scared of a woman. Maybe they're worried about a trade deal. They're worried about the fact that their wages haven't gone up. They're worried that their kids went to college and the promise was you go to college, you get a job, things are going to be great. They went to college, they rang up debt, and they're still living in their parents' basement. People are uptight. Our seniors are worried they're going to lose their Social Security.
I know. I was just thinking, a lot of people live in the attic.
On that and be negative about it, or you can tell people that these things can be fixed. If we're Americans rather than Republicans and Democrats, we get together, we can solve all of these problems. We can provide financial security. We can drive the wages up. We can get kids jobs with a more robust economy. And you know what? They want to help solve these problems right where they live, and I'll give them the power to do it.
Senator Rubio, I know you want to say something. I do. A couple points. The first is I'm concerned about violence in general in this society. And by the way, the first people that are facing that violence are our law enforcement officers. And they deserve our respect, and they deserve our thanks for what they deserve our thanks for everything they do for us. On the issue of anger, yes, people are angry. Of course they're angry. Every institution in America has been failing us for the better part of 20 or 30 years. But leadership is not about using the anger. Leadership is about using the anger to motivate us, not to define us, but to motivate us to take action. Being here in Miami special, my grandfather lived with us most of our life, most of his life while I was growing up. And he would sit in the porch of our home and tell me all kinds of stories and things I learned about history. My grandfather was born in 1899 before there were airplanes in the sky. One night in the summer of 1969, he watched a man set foot on the moon. You know what he said when he saw that? He said, Americans can do anything. Americans can do anything. There is no problem before us we cannot solve, and we can solve it if we come together in a serious way in this generation and embrace all of the principles that made us great.
Thank you, Senator. The reset button suggests that it's possible that not one of you will reach the magic number of 1,237 delegates before the Republican convention, which would mean a contested convention. Let's go back to Salem Radio's Hugh Hewitt.
Thank you, Jake. Governor Kasich, the math and the map say that you can only become the nominee if, in fact, there is a contested convention. If we arrive on the shores of Lake Erie, Donald Trump has the most delegates. Why shouldn't the person with the most delegates, even if it's not a majority of delegates, be the nominee?
Well, first of all, let's not, math doesn't tell the whole story of politics. The great thing about politics, the reason why we watch it is because what's true today is not necessarily true tomorrow. So let's not get ahead of ourselves. Secondly, look, when you went to school up there in Salem, Ohio, okay, if you got an 86, you got a B. Because everybody else had an 84 didn't mean you got an A. So you just have to win enough delegates to be the nominee. And frankly, I don't know if we're going to get at a convention like that, but if we do, I was at one in 1976 as a wee lad and supported Ronald Reagan and actually worked directly with him. And he bounced a bunch of indictments. He lost. Gerald Ford won. The party was united. Gerald Ford served the country great by pardoning Richard Nixon. He lost the election probably because of that, but he put America first, and we were healed as a party. So look, you have to earn the delegates in order to be picked, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. We don't know what's going to happen because we still have about half the delegates to be selected. And that's what's going to be a very interesting thing to see how it all turns out as we move forward over the next couple of weeks.
Thank you, Governor. Mr. Trump, if you arrive in Cleveland with a plurality and the most, but not a majority, is it legitimate for someone else to emerge from that convention, the nominee, and if so, would you support that person?
I think that what should happen, getting back maybe a little bit to your first question, I think that whoever, first of all, I think I'm going to have the delegates, okay? I think. Let's see what happens. But if somebody doesn't have the delegates, and I guess there's two of us up here that can, and there are two of us that cannot at this moment. But if by the way, that is not meant to be a criticism. That's just a mathematical fact, okay? If two of us get up there, I would say this. If Marco, if the governor, if Ted had more votes than me in the form of delegates, I think whoever gets to that top position, as opposed to solving that artificial number that was set by somebody, which is a very random number, I think that whoever gets the most delegates should win. That's what I think.
Senator Cruz, if you overtake Donald Trump at the convention, what will you do to take his very passionate supporters and keep them from holding the convention and sabotaging the fall election?
Well, look, there's some folks in Washington. Donald, you are welcome to be president of the Smithsonian. There's some in in Washington who are having fever dreams of a brokered convention. They're unhappy with how the people are voting, and they want to parachute in their favored Washington candidate to be the nominee. I think that would be an absolute disaster, and we need to respect the will of the voters. It's one of the reasons why in the course of this election, listen, everyone up here has worked very, very hard, but Donald is right. There are only two of us that have a path to winning the nomination, Donald and myself. At this point, I have roughly 360 delegates. He has about 100 more than I have. We have at this point beaten Donald in 8 separate states all over the country, geographically, from Maine to Alaska, from Kansas to Texas, all over this country. We have beaten him, and so for the people at home, if you're one of the 65-70% of Republicans who recognizes that if we nominate Donald Trump, Hillary wins. That's why the media wants him to be the nominee so much. If you recognize that, then I want to invite you, if you've supported other candidates, come and join us. We are seeing candidates coming together and uniting. It's why Carly Fiorina endorsed me yesterday. It's why Mike Lee endorsed me today. I ask everyone to come together. Let's stand together and let's beat Hillary Clinton.
Thank you, Mr. Trump, then to Senator Rubio. You know, I listen and I watch Ed on television, and when he speaks, and he's always saying, I'm the only one that beat Donald in 6 contests, and I beat him. But I beat him in 13 contests. He never mentions that. Let me just tell you, I have about 1,600,000 votes during this primary season, more votes than Ted. The other thing is, I beat Hillary, and I will give you the list. I beat Hillary in many of the polls that have been taken, and each week I get better and better, and believe me, I haven't even started on her yet.
Senator Rubio, let me tell you what this election is about for me. And I get all the delegate math and all that.
Polling-wise, he does very well.
Really? I didn't do as well as I wanted to, and I was a little bit disappointed when I got home. And my wife told me a story that night, which is the reason why I can get up the next day and keep fighting.
Right now,
there's a gentleman here in South Florida who just cut out his tongue, and his doctors told him he needs to be home resting. But every afternoon, he takes his little aluminum chair and he sits outside of an early polling center and holds a sign that says Marco Rubio. Because for him, I symbolize all the sacrifices that his generation made so their children can have a better life for themselves.
He's telling you about that one guy, the last guy standing, and he's in an aluminum chair.
Every single day, because this election is too important. What's at stake is the future of this country. And I believe that at the end of this process, this nation will make the right choice. Because I've always believed that God has blessed America, that God's hand is upon this country, and that its greatest days are yet to come.
Thank you, Senator. Let's turn back to Stephen Diamond of the Washington, Florida.
Mr. Trump, one of your biggest selling points is that you are largely self-funding your campaign, and you argue your opponents are controlled by their special interest donors. Will you maintain your pledge not to take outside contributions throughout the general election?
I have not made that decision yet. I will make a decision on that, but I have not made that decision yet. My decision was that I would go through the entire primary season, and I have turned down probably $275 million worth. I have many, many friends that come up all day long. 5 million, 10 million. I'm turning down money. I feel sort of foolish, to be honest with you. I don't know if I get any credit for it, but I'm self-funding my campaign. And other than, and by the way, other than very small donations where people are sending in $200, $15, $20, and we have some of that, but it's not a large amount. No, I'm self-funding my campaign. And the reason is that I've been in this business a long time, and I was on the other side until 8 months ago. I was on the other side. I made massive contributions, large contributions to politicians, both Democrats and Republicans. I was liked by everybody, which is an important thing. I will say this. People control special interests, lobbyists, donors. They make large contributions to politicians, and they have total control over those politicians. I don't want anybody to control me but the people right out there. And I'm going to do the right thing.
Senator Cruz, I want to come to you. The vast majority of Republicans and voters overall agree with Mr. Trump that candidates are beholden to people and groups who donate to their campaign. Do you deny that those big donors do have influence?
Absolutely. And one of the things we're so frustrated about is the corruption, what I call the Washington cartel. It's career politicians in both parties that get in bed with the lobbyists. And listen, Donald told you for 40 years he's been sitting at that table using his money to buy influence, supporting liberal Democrats like Hillary Clinton and John Kerry, but also supporting the Republican establishment and funding their effort to crush the Tea Party.
Part of the reason he was
and now his argument is, after 4 decades of being part of that influence fund, after Hillary Clinton spending decades being part of that influence selling, that suddenly he will change. But the interesting point is, tonight he hasn't pointed to a single special interest he's willing to take on. He didn't take on Wall Street when he supported the TARP bailout in Wall Street. He won't take on ethanol. And my campaign, by contrast, was funded by 1.1 million contributions all over this country. $62 at tedcruz.org. That's who you got to be accountable to, the people.
Ted was given to PACs. I mean, PACs, you know, these super PACs are a disaster, by the way, folks. Very corrupt. It's going to lead to lots of disasters. But Ted has super PACs, and you have to look at the people that are giving to those super PACs, number one. It's very important to do that. There is total control of the candidates. I know it better than anybody that probably ever lived. And I will tell you this. I know the system far better than anybody else, and I know the system is broken, and I'm the one, because I know it so well, because I was on both sides of it. I was on the other side all my life. And I've always made large contributions. And frankly, I know the system better than anybody else, and I'm the only one up here that's going to be able to fix that system, because that system is wrong.
Thank you, Mr. Trump. Senator Rubio, I want to come to you with a question. At the last debate, you mocked Mr. Trump for being flexible. With so much gridlock in Washington, how can you expect to lead the country and get things done if you aren't willing to show flexibility?
Well, I think you can be flexible about ideas. You shouldn't be flexible about your principles. About when it comes to ideas and working with people, I have a record of having done that. Listen, on the issue of higher education, I'm the only one that continually talks about student loan debt, because I owed over $100,000 of student loan debt. So I know this is a major issue, and all my ideas that deal with higher education are bipartisan. The VA Accountability Act that I passed, I did it on a bipartisan basis. The sanctions that I imposed on Hezbollah, I did it on a bipartisan basis. The Girls Count Act that deals with Hezbollah, we did that on a bipartisan basis. But I also want to be frank. There are issues we're going to have an election over. When it comes to repealing and replacing
he had to find everybody to do it, and he did it single-handedly.
on Americans, that's not going to be bipartisan. When it comes to shrinking the size of the federal bureaucracy, that's probably not going to be bipartisan. There are issues we can work together on, and we should. But there are fundamental issues about the proper role of government, and on those issues, I will fight anyone who wants to expand government, raise taxes, or weaken our military.
Mr. Trump, I want to give you a chance to respond, but specifically, you talked about flexibility, and one of the examples you gave was the height of the border fence. What are some of the other issues on which you're willing to show flexibility?
It depends on what comes up. You never know. It depends on what comes up. Look, we had a great president, Ronald Reagan. We had Tip O'Neill, Speaker. And what do? We take these two men that are very, very different men. They got along. They had relationships, and they got things done, and very beautifully. Nobody's complaining about the deals that Ronald Reagan made, and he made it with Tip O'Neill. We need to have people get together and work good deals out from our standpoint. And I'll tell you this, it can be done. We don't want to continue to watch people signing executive orders, because that was not what the Constitution and the brilliant designers of this incredible document had in mind. We need people that can make deals and can work. Because right now, in Washington, there's total, absolute gridlock.
Thank you, sir. I want to go to Governor Kasich on this issue of flexibility. So.
Well, look, my record speaks for itself. What I talk about tonight is not theory. These are things that I've done. I was there when we reformed the Pentagon on a bipartisan basis to give control to the commanders in the field and force the services to work together. I was the chief architect, along with Senator Domenici, of the last time we balanced the budget, the first time since we walked on the moon. I was there when I worked on the welfare reform in Washington, and we got it done, and we eliminated the entitlement on welfare. I then went to Ohio and took Ohio from a basket case, working on a bipartisan basis to reform many things, including the Cleveland Public Schools, working with the Democratic mayor. My problem isn't that people don't know this. They say, well, what does that mean? Does that mean you're too easy? Well, let me tell you, when we did the balanced budget, we cut the capital gains tax. We provided a family tax credit. We shrunk the government. In my state,
The state of Ohio has the smallest government in the state of Ohio in 30 years. Conservative principles will work, but show respect to the other side. One final thing. In regard to Social Security, we will not get that done alone. We will have to have some responsible Democrats who will come in to fix the problem of Social Security. I know how to do it because I've done it, and I'll do it again.
Thank you, Governor. We have time for one last break. We'll be right back after this.
Okay. Imagine if the moderators at tonight's debate had put in the prep work that the moderators at the last debate did.
So that's funny you say that because I just tweeted that out. So I generally respect Jake Tapper because I have seen him be tough in the interviews a number of times. But boy, he's been putting soft tonight.
Yeah. I think he's sleepy.
No, I mean
he does seem sleepy.
No. These questions are written well out ahead of time. They're scared. They're scared of the Republicans. I mean, we just saw him last night. It was Univision, but it was also on CNN, right? There was a Washington Post reporter. Last night's Democratic debate, the questions were super hard, right? Yeah. And look, I generally support Bernie Sanders, right? But the questions, the Sanders were tough. They were super tough to Hillary Clinton. So, and definitely tougher towards him, right? So, so I'm not being biased in that regard. I mean, they went after her on every single issue. Didn't you say this about kicking out the kids? And here's the minutia of your policy that you proposed in 2007. And here's the one in 2003. And how do you say that? And follow-ups. They were so good at follow-ups, right? So that's how you're supposed to moderate a debate. So I don't mind them being tough on the Democrats. That's journalism, right? But whenever we go to the Republicans, CNN, they melt. Oh, what kind of pina coladas do you like? Oh, I know in this case at least they didn't ask them about how much their wives love them, right? But there are softballs like, so on the Israeli-Palestinian issue, Israel says the Palestinians are at fault. Do you agree with that? Wow, that was a scorcher.
Cruz thought for like 30 seconds before responding.
Yeah, that was Hugh Hewitt who asked that question. By the way, why is Hugh Hewitt on the stage?
Exactly. What is he doing there?
Mark Levin is busy.
No, is he a contracted contributor now to CNN?
He's done almost every debate. You know why he's on there? I'll explain it. So he has almost no audience whatsoever. I mean, seriously, if he got 1% of our audience, he'd be like, oh yes, like it would make his life, right? But they are it's the same thing. They're so scared of conservatives that if they're going to do a Republican debate, they have to have a conservative on, right? They're like, okay. We'll have conservatives pitch softball to you guys all night long, right? While we also pitch softballs to you all night long. Whereas they never ask a liberal to come on to a Democratic debate, let alone a Republican debate. Yeah. Like, why is there no progressive talk shows? Why is Tom Hartman not asking questions in a Democratic debate, right? Why is Ed Schultz? Why is, anybody, obviously. It could be us. We're the largest. Not a big deal. Okay.
Well, there was a town hall with Rachel Maddow asking some questions.
I know, but Rachel works on MSNBC. It was an MSNBC debate, right? And so, but think about that, right? It's an interesting contrast, right? So we have over 60 million uniques every month. And this month, I think we're going to get to 70 million. The number is so large, it's 4 times larger than Rush Limbaugh, right? But they would never consider having us on because we would ask real questions. They'd be like, no. Don't do that. It'll ruffle feathers. I don't know if they're polished enough. Polished is a code word for they won't follow the rules. The rules are we don't ask Republicans tough questions. We don't do that because they'll call us biased. Instead, we bring on conservatives with 3.5 people watching. He might have a smaller audience than the number of people supporting Rubio.
I think
that's how small Hugh Hewitt's audience.
You're being way too conservative in the comparison between us and Rush Limbaugh. Like, you're assuming that his BS number of total viewers is equal to our uniques in a month.
It's not even close. I know, and his number is totally made up.
You're comparing to his fantasy land.
If I was being super, fair to him, I'd say he has at most a quarter of our audience. If I give him every benefit of the doubt, but in Washington, they never believe that. They're like, math. We don't do math, right? Instead, we have Hugh Hewitt, who has his dog and his cat listening to a show here to moderate a debate. Okay, and then we have Jake Tapper, who's normally a good journalist, come out here and don't ask follow-ups. That would be impolite to the Republicans. Bow your head.
Okay, here's the conclusion. The American people, I have run an unwavering positive campaign for President of the United States. I've tried to be positive in such a way as to show my record, my accomplishments, my vision. And I wanted to raise the bar in presidential politics so our kids can take a look at the way you can run for president and you will someday maybe be president of the United States. You know, sometimes being positive isn't all that interesting, but it's very interesting to my family, my children, and so many supporters that I meet all across the country, and I will continue to run a positive campaign. I can fix the problems in Washington. I've done it before, and in fact, I want to turn power, money, and influence back to you, the American people, so that you can be in the schools and on the streets fighting drugs and dealing with the issues of poverty. We can do this together. Allow me to take care of the federal issues. When I send the power back and the money and the influence to you, then you can strengthen our neighborhoods and our families. That's where the spirit and strength of America is. But ask the people, my friends in Illinois, and of course, my beloved Buckeyes, to consider me on Tuesday, and please, let me have your vote. God bless.
Senator Rubio?
It is great to be here back at home in Miami. It's hard to believe that just 2 decades ago, my father was just a bartender working in this city.
We all know about
And now his son stands on the stage as a candidate for the highest office in the land.
His husband.
My parents never wanted me to go into politics in particular or anything else. They just wanted me to have the opportunity to live out all the dreams they once had for themselves. And that was possible because America's a special country.
My dad,
that was not an accident.
I wouldn't have allowed it.
America is great because each generation before us did what needed to be done. They solved their problems. They confronted their challenges. They embraced their opportunities. And for over 2 centuries, each generation has left the next better off. Now the moment has arrived for our generation to do our part. And I'm telling you tonight, if you vote for me here in Florida and everywhere across this country on Tuesday, when I'm elected president, this generation will do its part. We will do whatever it takes to ensure that our children inherit from us what we inherited from our parents, the single greatest nation in the history of all of mankind.
Senator Cruz? Senator Cruz?
What an incredible nation.
Ironically,
The son of a bartender, the son of a mailman, and the son of a dishwasher, and a successful businessman can all stand on this stage
son of a bartender,
and ask you for your
cookies, assholes.
in just a few months.
That's line of the debate.
On the debate stage with Hillary Clinton. And the choice we are making today is who will best defend our values, who will best defend your values, fight for you. I have to tell you, I cannot wait to stand on that stage with Hillary Clinton and say, Madam Secretary, you were asking for a 3rd term of a failed administration. You are asking for millions more to remain in stagnant jobs, for millions more steel workers to be out of work, for wages to remain low, for young people not to have a future. We can do better. We can instead repeal Obamacare, abolish the IRS, unleash millions of jobs, defend the Bill of Rights, defend the Second Amendment, stand with our cops and our firefighters and our soldiers, and we can keep America safe. That's the choice I will put to her this fall.
Mr. Trump?
Thank you very much. The Republican Party has a great chance to embrace millions of people that it's never known before. They're coming by the millions. We should seize that opportunity. These are great people. These are fantastic people. These are people that love our country. These are people that want to see America.
He's bringing new people, but he's never once cracked 50% of the vote in any of these states. So it's ridiculous to say that he has 1,600,000 more votes than Ted Cruz.
Supreme Court justices.
Millions and millions and millions of new people.
Fabulous job, because let me tell you, if we lose this election, you're going to have 3, 4, or maybe even 5 justices, and this country will never ever recover. It will take centuries to recover. So I just say, embrace these millions
one of their events or something.
Love,
one of these guys died.
Party and unify. And unify.
And that concludes this 12th Republican presidential.
Thanks, God. Thanks, God. Okay, geez, that was the worst debate. Okay, we'll talk about it in a second.
I've got a video here I didn't ask for, so if JR put it in, there must be a good reason behind it. So we're going to start with video 7. We missed Ryan Priebus's opening speech, and so we wanted to share that with you guys. Let's watch. No, we don't have it? Not yet? Not yet, as my kids would say.
That's okay, Ryan Priebus.
Okay. Are we going to have it, or should I move on? Well, that's a tough thing to answer with hand signals.
There's not even a hand signal coming.
That's right.
Right. What is that one?
Okay, we're going to move on. Okay, all right. So, let's do something. So, this Republican debate was a reset button. Everybody went back to their original talking points. Trump went with, I'm going to be great on immigration. We're getting killed on trade. I'm going to do much better on trade. I'm going to get great deals. On Cuba, my answer is great deals. I'm going to get a great deal. Israeli-Palestinian issue, great deal. I'm anti-Muslim. I'm a businessman. I get good deals. Oh, yeah, it's the same old talking points. But that is a great advantage for Donald Trump. So Marco Rubio went to his talking points about, this country can be great again. It's the same thing you've ever heard every politician, robot say for the last 40 years. So his donors told him, hey, don't do the insults. And he's an order taker, so he took that order and just is apparently resigned to lose with grace. And that's what he did tonight. Cruz was not on the attack. Apparently his donors told him the same thing. He went back to his talking points. The only line of attack he did was the one that is effective, which is he gave money to John Kerry and Hillary Clinton and Harry Reid and so forth for a real conservative. So that's what he went back to. But if we're going back to the beginning, well, then advantage Donald Trump, because these same talking points is what gave Donald Trump a giant lead in the first place that you've been trying to chip away at this whole time. So what a bizarrely wrong, losing strategy by Rubio and Cruz.
And the biggest single example of that, I think, is that I don't think we heard one mention of Trump University. Despite the fact that they all came out of that last debate hearing how frazzled Trump got and how he was scrambling to try to explain it, and it makes him look terrible. And they didn't bring it up. And once we get into winners and all that, I don't think that it was necessarily as big of a blowout in every way as we've been saying for Trump. But overall, especially for Rubio individually, this is not the strategy you want. They're all acting as if Tuesday's their day. And, let's just not shake the vote, let's not rattle anything. But that's not what needs to happen. He's still leading big in a lot of important states.
So John makes a great point. They all debated this as if they have the lead. But I got news for you, 3 of you don't. So at least Kasich I understand, because this has been the same Kasich in every debate. You know, he was a little bit more bombastic tonight with the George Bush, like you're either with us or against us. But overall, Kasich told you he balanced the budget in Ukraine and on a plane and with a goat and with a boat. That's what Kasich does.
Yeah.
So I get it. But and he might win Ohio, and that might turn out to be a decent strategy in the long run, and he needs to ever waver from that. But Rubio and Cruz were a mystery tonight. I don't know who gave them the memo that they're winning when they certainly are not. So Trump has to walk out of there thinking, man, I wanted to play prevent defense, and these guys decided to run the ball up the middle the whole time. What a bunch of idiots.
Yeah.
Even I know that doesn't work out well for the offense.
Yeah, this debate was particularly unbearable because, Donald Trump definitely tried his best to not insult anyone. There were a few tiny little insults, sprinkled toward the end of the debate, but overall, you didn't get the usual dick talk that you could expect from Donald Trump.
Yeah.
But I also felt like this debate, more than any other debate, you had Ted Cruz and Marco Rubio being the most inauthentic they've ever been, right?
Yep.
For some reason, this line stands out to me the most. At one point, they're talking about the so-called Nazi salute at the Trump rally, right? Now, I defended Trump in that case, well, his audience at least, or his supporters, because I don't think that they intended to make it look like a Nazi salute. But Ted Cruz jumps in and he says, well, we shouldn't have our supporters make a pledge to us. We should make a pledge to our supporters. And it was just so inauthentic and so fake, and it made me cringe. And the fact that anyone buys into that is just unbearable.
And I will guarantee you that the press will write that as maybe the best line in the whole debate.
Probably.
Like last night when Hillary Clinton said, I just want to be candid with you. I'm not a natural politician.
I saw that quoted.
Yeah, and the Washington Post said it was the best line of the debate. It's so obviously, authentic, but they can't see it because they got Washington goggles on.
The person who wrote that, had they ever watched the debate before? On NPR this morning, that was the only thing I heard from last night's debate. There wasn't even a mention of Bernie Sanders other than Hillary Clinton was in a debate last night. And they used that exact answer and then had a female congressman on to then explain for 5 minutes why it's such a good answer and why she's such a good person. I mean, as much as you guys talk about media bias, what really hurt Sanders in this election was NPR. It wasn't the media bias. It wasn't CNN. It wasn't Fox. It wasn't MSNBC. The majority of Democrats who were voting for Hillary Clinton, between the ages of 40 and 70, they all listen to NPR for hours a day. And if you look at who the journalists are on NPR, a lot of them are ex-Clintonites. And if you go further than that, there's almost no reporting on Sanders.
Yeah. But I want to add one thing that unites this Republican debate with the discussion on the Democrat debate we were just having. It's amazing to me, these guys who write about politics or talk about politics, are they ignorant or are they even more biased than we realize? Because if you cover politics, how could you not know that these are all talking points? That they prepared them ahead of the debate to say, hey, if I get this question, I will answer it this way. My polling, for example, for Hillary Clinton is a disaster on trustworthiness. So let's strategize on how we're going to answer that question on honesty and trustworthiness. We're going to say, hey, you know what? I got it. We'll present it like it's, that I'm having a candid moment here and admitting a weakness and open up. Remember in New Hampshire when we cried against Obama and that opened ourselves up and that wound up helping us when we had the upset with New Hampshire? That is clearly the conversation that goes on behind the scenes. If you don't know that, and you think in the spur of the moment Hillary Clinton was like, you know what, you got me. I was, I'm going to be candid here. Well, okay, you know what, I'm not a natural politician. Or you think Ted Cruz didn't prepare that line about, we shouldn't raise our hands as of you to pledge us, but to pledge you. Yeah. And you don't know anything about politics. Please retire, all of you, in mass.
So I think that there are a few different factors at play. And of course, this is just me guessing. We're doing an educated guess. I think that there is definitely media bias, people who just straight up support Hillary over Bernie Sanders, because think about it. I mean, an anti-establishment politician getting elected would probably shake things up for the media as well, establishment media. But I also think that, look, the mark of a good journalist is someone who questions everything, not takes everything at face value. And I think that there's a lot of lazy journalism going on, where a politician says something, and people don't think about it critically. They don't question it. They just take it at face value, and then they write about it. Like, oh, that was a lovely flowery line. So that's the best line of the debate. No, you're supposed to question them and whether or not they're being sincere when they say these things.
Yeah, I'm going to add one more thing to that. Sorry, John. It's that it shows you how bad they are at their job, because they keep predicting that the standard politicians will do better in a time when we can see through the standard politicians. The citizens can't. So they keep saying, man, Rubio won every debate. I mean, until recently, now they've called him a loser. But in all the earlier debates, Rubio won it. And then you would look at the polling and say, no, Rubio got massacred in that debate. Because they're like, for me, the studied politician, the one that's rehearsed, the one that's the fakest, is the one that gets the highest grades. They're not getting the highest grades anymore from the voters. When are you knuckleheads going to realize that?
The only thing I really want to say in terms of the summary of this is that what we were saying the whole time was incredibly boring. And I think that some people watching might say, well, you guys are being hypocritical, because always before, when they'd make dick jokes and talk about each other's paints and shit, you'd say, well, why aren't they talking about policy? But I don't think we're really being hypocritical. We were saying it's ridiculous that they're being so crude and juvenile. They stop being so crude and juvenile, and then you realize that they're being more polite, but they're still morons. Yeah. And they still don't know anything about the world or other people.
I have to say something really quickly. I want them to talk about policy. I love policy. But the issue is, on some cases, like Kasich, I think, thought about, like, Social Security, for instance. Pretty good answer there, right? But then when it comes to policy like Common Core, they don't even know what it's about, right? Like, Ted Cruz specifically has no idea what Common Core was about. He was asked to explain what he doesn't like about it, and he dodged the question because he doesn't know what it's about. So if you're going to talk about policy, then outline why it is you like it or why you don't like it.
And so finally that gets to the sheer emptiness of this debate. In Marco Rubio with, this is what I want from Cuba. I want them to release all the prisoners, give us the person we want back to their holding. I want them to have complete democracy, and I want them to send me a Cuban sandwich. Okay, yeah, I know you want those things, but that's not how negotiations work, right? Yeah. And so whenever you ask Trump any policy question, he knows about H-1B visas because he hires immigrants for lower wages. That's the only thing he knows.
He really was authoritative on that.
Yeah, yes, he was good on that, right? But anything else on Cuba, we're going to get a great deal. Specifics, a really, really great deal. Believe me. Okay, so this is the great emptiness of the Republican Party. Yeah. Okay, all right, so that's the summary. Now, we do have that video from previous. I'm now curious about it. So let's watch video 0.
We want to welcome you. We want to welcome you to the debate of our great party, the party of equality, the party of freedom, the party of opportunity. And I want to get something really clear, because there's been a lot of talk about this. This party is going to support the nominee, whoever that is, 100%. There's no question about that. And what I want to do is explain that what's happening here is that these candidates are competing to see who is going to be the nominee that joins the Republican National Committee, the Republican Party, all of you, the conservatives, the Tea Party, our entire wonderful group of people that are going to come together and unify in Cleveland and get behind that nominee. That's what we do as Republicans. Can you at least agree with me, without question, that any one of these 4 gentlemen would be a world better than Hillary Clinton or a socialist and Bernie Sanders? We have something to fight for. We're in a battle for freedom in this country. It's the same battle that founded this country, the same battle that James Madison reaffirmed in the Bill of Rights, the same battle that founded our party, and here we are again, together. And that's where we're going to end up, together.
Let me start with a silly. Yeah. That's right. Yeah, let me start with a silly point before we get to the substance. He looks like Jiminy Cricket. Yeah, he's a weird guy. Like even his motions, like his jaw moves like a cartoon character. Like, right? His hands, everything about him was like cartoonish. Anyway, so this is him saying, guys, enough with attacking Trump. He's likely to win. So let's cool it. We're going to rally around Mussolini here because we're the Republicans. So we can't have Hillary Clinton win. So it doesn't matter if it's Mussolini, then he's our guy. So that's what that talk was about.
That made me cringe, not because I hate Trump, although I do hate Trump, right? It made me cringe because I don't like being lectured about how I need to support a candidate that's in my political party, even if I don't like that candidate, because that's just the right thing to do. You just got to support the party. That rubs me the wrong way. I think that being lectured like that is insulting. I don't know how that audience took it, but that's how I would take it.
Yeah. What bothers me the most, and this is not just rants, but all the candidates, is the constant, we need to unify. We must have unity. We must, if you get all the stupid people together to create one large stupid person, that will not suddenly change reality. And the constant call for unity, and also they should believe that the Democrats somehow unify with them. It's crazy. It's authoritarians projecting an authoritarian vision on the world.
So, but if they march in lockstep, though, that'll lead to a better result, won't it? It always has, hasn't it?
If they had the board, they had a hive mind. That speech made me miss Michael Steele.
If only we could unite in a large outdoor event with thousands of people, maybe in uniform and some torches, we could really show this country how unified we are.
Yeah, and that was the essence of that previous talk. Okay. Biggest winner of the debate, I think, is a no-brainer, Donald Trump. We went back to the original talking points. Trump won on the original talking points. That's why he has a big lead. So he got to pound away at all the things that worked for him in the past. Trade and immigration, and we're going to be winning because I'm such a great businessman, get great deals. The anti-Muslim talk, he went to the golden oldies. And he obviously didn't want to go towards insults because he must have gotten polling saying, hey, you went too far with the penis stuff and the KKK stuff, bring it back in. So if I'm in the middle of that debate, it was obvious. It was obvious to all of us watching it. And what does Cruz do? He doesn't try to provoke him. I would try to provoke him.
Yeah.
Right? I would have tried to rattle his cage, but they didn't do it. Because a little, a tiny amount. Only Cruz saying, oh, you know, he donated to Hillary Clinton. Yeah. But we've already heard that 1,000 times. So, no, God, these guys are so pathetic, man. I know for a fact, based on reporting, that Marco Rubio's donors told him, cool it, don't attack, okay, be classy. But Cruz must have gotten similar marching orders. Otherwise, why would he give up this golden opportunity to attack Trump and to goad him as they did in the last debate into making mistakes? You know, he thinks it was a mistake because he's not going back there. If he thought he was winning on it, he would have gone right back to that formula. What a missed opportunity for those guys. I think Trump's definitely the winner.
But how can it be that? Because Ted Cruz just told us his donors don't control him.
Good one.
I think that the debate was very much like the race. I think that Trump has the plurality of the winning points, but I don't think he necessarily has the majority. I thought that he was winning the whole time, but I was eventually swayed by myself because I thought about it more, and I realized that we have to remember that Cruz and Rubio and Kasich don't need to beat Donald Trump. They don't need to get 50% plus one of the delegates. They each need to play their part in very specific states. And I think if you remember that, I think they did better. I think that Marco Rubio on the Florida-specific questions having to do with Cuba and that sort of thing, he got a rousing applause. And I think that he has a very low chance of winning, but I think that he might have helped himself a little bit in that. And John Kasich, who's now leading a little bit in Ohio, I think he was doing his Kasich thing of being reasonable and I'd be good for the economy. I'm not a crazy person. I think that he might have very well helped himself in Ohio a little bit. And Cruz is just towing the line. He wins in certain states based on the evangelicals and that sort of thing. And so, overall, if you're thinking that any one of these people thinks that they're going to come out of this and win the whole thing, there are, and I don't think they think that. But I think that they each sort of played their part, even though I would have preferred seeing Trump melt down again.
Doesn't it say something about the candidates when Kasich's thing is I'm not crazy? Like he's the I'm not crazy candidate.
The fact that that's a niche in the Republican Party speaks volumes about the Republican Party.
A very small niche as well. He hasn't been doing that well.
That's right. He's getting about 5 to 7% of most of the states.
Yeah.
And John, I'm amused by the fact that you convinced yourself of something. Congratulations.
Well, I was pretty sure of myself before I started talking to myself.
Right. But I think you should unconvince yourself. So I think you're right.
You don't think that Kasich helped himself in Ohio based on this?
Sorry. I will agree with you on Kasich. I think Kasich did the Kasich strategy, did perfectly fine, and will do better in Ohio. I think Cruz and Rubio got no extra votes out of this. They bungled it.
Yeah, I agree with you guys on that.
Yep. All right, 3 to 1 on that. Sorry, John, as usual.
I finished in 4th, so I'm going to give a victory speech Rubio style.
You sure? That's pretty good. All right. Biggest loser of tonight. This one is an interesting one. Definitely not Trump. We thought he was the biggest winner. Definitely not Kasich because he did the Kasich strategy. Yeah. That leaves you Rubio and Cruz. Kasich strategy is steady as we go. I'm going to go for the non-crazy niche and get my 7%. Okay, but win Ohio and then see if we got a chance. It's easy to say Rubio's the biggest loser because this was basically his resignation speech, right? I'm not going to try anymore. I'm going to go back to my original talking points. I bow my head, right? And it was kind of fun to see how pathetic it was. But I actually think that Cruz might be the biggest loser because Rubio was already toast. He was already gone, right? So Cruz had an opportunity here to go to Trump, to go after him, to knock him down a peg, and he just weirdly chose not to.
I don't think he had the opportunity. I think there was a come to Jesus talk among the Republican Party and the leading candidates before this, where the establishment quite clearly told Trump, listen, stop tearing apart the party. We'll support you if you win. And he's like, yeah, but Ted Cruz, Ted, shut up, okay? And Ted listened, because they don't want the party ripped apart by Ted Cruz either. And if they see the majority of people are going to vote for Donald Trump, then they're going to tell Ted Cruz, who they fucking own, lock, stock, and barrel, dude, Ted, shut up.
Isn't that amazing that when they tell Ted Cruz and Marco Rubio to shut up, like dogs, they shut up instantly?
Yeah. I think that Marco Rubio, I know that it's hard for him to be the biggest loser because he was so low in the polling anyway, and he's not doing so well in the primaries, but his answers were the worst, right? I feel like everything that Ted Cruz said was, like, forgettable. Like, nothing really stood out to me except for when he talked about how, you know, we need to make a pledge to America. Like, that was so cheesy. But Marco Rubio said two things that I think would really hurt him further with Republican voters. First thing he said, or just people in general, right? First thing he said was that he wants to raise the retirement age to 70 while he's in Florida, right? Like, that's not a good idea. And the second thing he talked about was working with Muslims to deal with ISIS abroad. Republicans don't really like that either.
Yeah.
So, I don't know.
He almost laid down tonight.
Yeah.
He said, okay, I'm done.
It was like I said at the time, it was Jeb Bush. Like, oh, I think they're actually humans and have some dignity. That's not a winning point in the GOP.
Yeah.
No, they all, like, Rubio's probably gonna be gone, and so I guess he's a loser. But I'm gonna punt, I guess, and say the GOP, because as terrible as they are, and most of the candidates are just horrible people. Like, it takes like, Cruz is terrible. He should be the worst, but Trump actually seems worse. That's so bad. But up until now, they had apparently had this strategy of refusing to support him and trying to fight it all the way. They still have the same strategy to potentially save themselves from Trump, that I was talking about in one of the other videos, but they don't seem to be willing to really fight for it. And that's pathetic. The surrender of the GOP to Trump is pathetic. And so I think they're the biggest loser.
Yeah, I saw he was going to declare a draw, apparently, between Rubio.
I'm with John on this.
Yeah, but there's a late surge, and you vote with him, and you guys are almost convincing the GOP is the one that got them to bow all their heads, and hence is the loser for saying, okay, we're going to give it to Trump.
They put their hand up.
So sad. That is pathetic. Isn't that amazing? Tonight might have been it. That's it. They're going to give it to Trump. Oh, I'm just going to say, so sad. Their surrender was more pathetic than the fight.
Their best case scenario is VP. I mean,
no, I just mean winning Ohio.
It's Ohio, his own state. He should win Ohio by 20 points.
Yeah, but if he wins it, that's a significant chunk of delegates that don't go to Donald Trump. It's one of the only hopes, essentially.
But it looks like there is no hope, because it looks like they gave up.
Yeah, the voters still get to get involved, but we'll see.
All right. Okay. Let's go to video 6. I think this moment was the biggest fail in the debate, because there was an opportunity to once and for all call out Trump for what he is, and I think Jake Tapper let him slide on it. So he at least brought up the issue, but boy, did this require a better follow-up. Let's watch.
Do you believe that you've done anything to create a tone where this kind of violence would be encouraged?
I hope not. I truly hope not. I will say this. We have 25, 30,000 people. You've seen it yourself. People come with tremendous passion and love for the country. And when they see protests, in some cases, you're mentioning one case, which I haven't seen. I heard about it, which I don't like. But when they see what's going on in this country, they have anger that's unbelievable. They have anger. They love this country. It's a beautiful thing in many respects, but I certainly do not condone that at all, Jake.
Some of your critics point to quotes that you've made at these rallies, including February 23rd. I'd like to punch him in the face, referring to a protester. February 27th, in the good old days, they'd have ripped him out of that seat so fast. February 1st, knock the crap out of him, would you? Seriously, okay, just knock the hell. I promise you, I will pay for the legal fees. I promise.
We have some protesters who are bad dudes. They have done bad things. They are swinging. They are really dangerous, and they get in there and they start hitting people. And we had a couple big, strong, powerful guys doing damage to people. Not only the loudness I don't mind, but doing serious damage. And if they're going to be taken out, I be honest, I mean, we have to run something. And it's not me. It's usually the municipal government, the police, because I don't have guards all over these stadiums. I mean, we fill up stadiums. It's usually the police. And by the way, speaking of the police, we should pay our respects to the police, because they are taking tremendous abuse of this country, and they do a phenomenal job.
Give absolutely right.
Let me support authority.
Oh,
right
you're
there.
worried about political protesters being beaten? No, you should be worried about the cops.
So Tapper at least brought up his quotes where he specifically encouraged the violence. But then when he says the protesters are the ones that are swinging away and attacking people, that is not remotely true.
Yep, there was no challenge at all.
There was no challenge on that. There was no follow-up on that. So then it makes it seem like, oh, well, I guess people were defending themselves. What could they do, right? And then everybody bowed their head to the cops, and then off we go. So you let them get away with that. But that's the number one problem here, that we got a guy leaning towards fascism that are now, you know, a Time magazine photographer strays 18 inches out of a press page, gets body slammed. Even a Breitbart reporter got yanked down, her arm bruised, and then the Trump people say, well, we didn't know she was a conservative, like as if it's okay to do that to a non-conservative reporter. And then you've got all these people being viciously assaulted, and you let them get away with saying it's the protesters' fault.
Yeah.
That's a huge fail. The only fail that might be larger is when the crowd, when hearing those vicious quotes from Trump, cheered.
Yes.
Yeah.
It doesn't speak highly of the Republican Party or the people in that crowd.
Yeah.
And it doesn't speak highly of CNN in the way that they moderated this debate. There were no challenges in this debate. I mean, that was definitely the biggest fail. They should have pressed him on that. They should have mentioned, it's not the protesters that are causing this violence. It's your supporters that are using physical force against these protesters. Which, by the way, at a political rally, you should be okay with political protest.
Yeah.
Right?
Silent protest.
Yeah, silent protest. But in general, I feel like the moderators, with the exception of those at Univision, have failed during this entire election season. They refuse to ask the tough questions. They refuse to follow up. The Republicans deal with the easiest questions. The Democrats get challenged a little bit, but barely, right? And so how is the public going to be informed when you allow those politicians to stand up there and lie to them, and then you don't correct their lies?
Yeah, conservatives love to say that the Second Amendment is super important. That's why they put it before a bunch of those other amendments. But they put the First Amendment before the Second.
Yeah.
And that's just people exercising that. And they say that they love America and freedom. They love the Constitution. But why don't you love the exercise of the rights you get in the Constitution? What do you think America was founded on but political protest? And a lot more in-your-face protest than simply somebody standing and not saying anything. But they can't take even that. If someday, let's say hypothetically, crazy talk, someday Trump declares himself generalissimo for life, and we descend into actual fascism, thankfully, when the documentaries get made, we have way more footage than we did back in the time of Mussolini and Hitler. This is the sort of footage that they're going to show, like, this is how passively America went to fascism. Some of your critics say that you said you wanted to beat up... No, he said he wanted to beat up protesters. Stop framing it in the best possible way for him. Do you feel like you've created an environment that leads... No, he has created an environment that has led to this. Make him answer for it before he becomes the fucking president.
Yeah, and so it's not the whole country's going meekly that way, but certainly the media is, because they're scared of the strong leaders on the Republican side, and that's exactly how we get into the situation that John is describing. And finally, think about the irony of what's happening here and what John just said. They think that you don't have a First Amendment right to protest, but you do have a First Amendment right to spend unlimited money bribing politicians. Yeah. How is that for a topsy-turvy interpretation of the Constitution? Okay, now, let's go to the worst lines of the debate. We have a tie here in worst line. Videos 3 and videos 4. They're both about Cuba. I think you'll see my point here. First, let's go 3.
The embassy is the former consulate. It's the same building, so it could just go back to being called a consulate. We don't have to close it that way. Second of all, I don't know where Cuba's going to sue us, but if they sue us in a court in Miami, they're going to lose. Third, on the issue of a good deal, I know what the good deal is. I'll tell you what the good deal now is already codified. Here's a good deal. Cuba has free elections. Cuba stops putting people in jail for speaking out. Cuba has freedom of the press. Cuba kicks out the Russians from Lourdes and kicks out this Chinese listening station in Behucan. Cuba stops helping North Korea invade UN sanctions. Cuba takes all of those fugitives of American justice, including that cop killer from New Jersey, and send her back to the United States and to jail where she belongs. And you know what? Then we can have a relationship with Cuba. That's a good deal.
Thank you, Senator.
And then Cuba gets me a date with Jessica Alba. Okay, what else would you like from Cuba?
The Miami line was good. Wes pointed that out. That was a good line. But the rest of it, I mean, I guess that's what Republicans like. They like unrealistic, clownish answers where we get everything and our opponents get nothing. Okay, good luck with that negotiation.
Yeah. What they refuse to ever accept, right? First of all, the embargo hasn't worked in any way, shape, or form, right? It hasn't changed the political system in Cuba. It hasn't convinced anyone to change anything in Cuba. And look, all the things that Marco Rubio listed, like, I want those things too. But here's how you don't achieve those things. By continuing an embargo that's been there for decades and has changed absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
It turns out that sometimes maybe diplomatic relations could lead to some change, but Republicans refuse to buy into that, right?
Yeah, so wildly unrealistic. All right, now, if you want to hear something slightly more unrealistic about Cuba, let's go to Donald Trump.
If Ted was listening, he would have heard me say something very similar. I said we would not do the deal unless it was going to be a very good deal for us. And I think I said it loud, and I think I said it very clear. And I think after 50 years, and I have many friends, I own many properties in Miami, many, and I have many people that know and they feel exactly the way I do. Make a deal, it would be great, but it's got to be a great deal for the United States, not a bad deal for the United States.
Oh, God. When I hear that, I don't want to do this show anymore. I want to stop doing this.
He has many properties in Miami, many.
It has to be a great deal. It can't be a bad deal.
Oh, I see. These are the simpletons that the Republicans applaud.
Yeah.
They're like,
George Washington on the stage today?
Yeah, they're like, one guy is like, okay, I want every single thing from Cuba. Yeah, I know, dude, but you've been asking for 50 years. They still haven't given it to you, right? And then the other guy goes, oh, yeah? I also don't want a bad deal.
It reminds me of a middle school, or maybe even elementary school student running for student body president and talking about, like, pizza parties every Friday, right? It's, like, so simplistic, like, or extending recess to double the amount of time. Like, it's just so stupid and simplistic and lacks nuance. It's hilarious.
I would say that Rubio is like that. Trump would be like a kid came up and said, I'm going to give you everything. Good stuff. Not bad stuff. And it has to be the worst line because it made Rubio was being ridiculous there. And it's the standard sort of, we're going to get everything we want. We're not going to give them shit. We're going to walk in the door. We're going to punch them in the face. And they're going to give us their wife. That's what they always say. But at least Rubio sounds like he knows something about Cuba. He knows the current state of their government. He knows something about the prisoners. He knows something. Trump, for all I know, he's never heard of Cuba before. You don't leave his answer, could he name the capital of Cuba? Does he know what direction it's in? I don't know if he could prove it, if he could say those things.
Well, Miami's very close to Cuba, and he has many properties in Miami.
Nice properties. Huge properties. Yeah. You can get Trump water. Small water company, you can get it there.
They were almost like Will Ferrell in that movie Campaign. And then, I'm going to fuck Castro's wife. I'm going to fuck his wife. Okay. So, last one. I'm going to give a very ironic best line of the debate here. It's going to be video one, and it is going to be about Muslims.
Last night you told CNN, quote, Islam hates us. Did you mean all 1.6 billion Muslims?
I mean a lot of them. There have been a lot of problems. Now, you can say what you want, and you can be politically correct if you want. I don't want to be so politically correct. I like to solve problems. We have a serious problem of hate.
I'm not interested in being politically correct. I'm interested in being correct.
So that got a nice pause, I got a nice laugh, but the reason I said it's ironic is I'm flipping it. Even though it was a good zinger by Marco Rubio, he lost that very, very badly. Yeah, Trump wins the best line just by being anti-Muslim. It's obvious that that's what the Republican voters want in overwhelming numbers. Exit polling indicate anywhere between 70 to 80% support in most of the states that they have voted for, saying, yeah, ban the Muslims. My country has a problem. It is the Muslims. They're almost singing it in unison. Throw the Muslim down the well. And so when Trump says that and Rubio says, no, let's not do it, well, off you go. You're done, son. And so, unfortunately, the best line in the Republican debate is, I hate the Muslims.
I think you're obviously simplifying, but his actual setup for what Trump would say was even worse than just, I don't want to do that. He was like, well, come on. He says that Muslims are bad, but words have consequences, and it's what everybody wants to say, but don't say that. I mean, if you what we've been saying this whole time about why Trump is beating these other establishment candidates because he's talking real or whatever you want to say. If you wanted a case study in exactly how that has played out throughout the campaign, Rubio setting it up and Trump knocking it down is everything that this campaign has been in a minute.
Yeah, agreed. Okay, that's it. We're done. Everybody, thank you for making this coverage possible. TYTnetwork.com/join. We give you an alternative, and thank you for being part of that. We'll see you guys tomorrow. And if you're in Austin, there's info somewhere. That was a very poor piece.
Nailed it.
I'm on a panel on Saturday at 12:30. Yeah. Go find it somehow. See you guys then. Okay?
Bye-bye.